Welcome to the Alpha's Text, a werewolf-fated mate romance. Where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There's snark, steam, and a mate bond neither of them asked for, but can't escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you'll find stories here that pull you in and don't let go. If you're into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you're in the right place. T.M. Nyxen. Audiobooks. Thank you to all my subscribers and listeners. You're the reason these stories live beyond the page. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive in. The apartment breathed silence, an oppressive, living thing that pressed in from all sides, thick and suffocating, each heavy pulse swallowing the space between heartbeats. A fine, almost imperceptible film of dust shimmered in the weak light, coating every surface like forgotten hopes. Raven sat cross-legged on her narrow bed, the worn mattress springs singing a rusty off-key protest beneath her shifting weight, a sound almost as lonely as her own thoughts. 4 floors above the grimy, bustling street, her studio perched precariously, a forgotten afterthought in the colossal concrete frame of the city. Here, the thin, peeling walls were less barriers and more porous membranes, letting every neighbor's shouted argument, every clatter of cutlery, every mournful wail of a child seep through like a psychic transmission. And always, the cloying, savory smell of someone else's frying onions or simmering stew, a phantom hunger that clawed at her own empty stomach. A constant, cruel reminder of her solitary, meager existence. Outside her grimy window, etched with years of urban grime that blurred the city's edges, the metropolis pulsed with a harsh, indifferent midnight rhythm. Distant sirens wailed like banshees through concrete canyons, their mournful cries echoing and fading. Late buses hissed and groaned, their massive forms lumbering down potholed streets, their fumes a sharp, acrid bite in the stale air. Occasional shouts, a drunken laugh, the clinking of dropped bottles, echoed from unseen figures stumbling home from bars she couldn't afford, their fleeting mirth, a cruel counterpoint to her despair. The urban symphony that once made her feel connected, a tiny necessary cog in a vast machine, now only emphasized how small and insignificant her world had become, how utterly alone she was within its indifferent sprawl. The only light in the room came from a bare, sickly yellow bulb in her bedside lamp, its weak glow flickering with unnerving stutters, almost as if it struggled to stay alive, mirroring the fragile spark within her. It cast long, distorted shadows that danced like spectres on the cracked plaster walls, making the small room feel vast and menacing. Her phone, a cold, smooth stone, felt impossibly heavy in her palm, its spiderweb crack across the screen catching the anemic light, scattering it into 1,000 tiny, sharp fragments. Her thumb, calloused and rough, traced the deepest fracture, a jagged fault line, a map of past accidents and broken promises. Like everything else in her life, the air in the room, heavy and stagnant, seemed to thicken around her, carrying a faint, metallic tang from the city outside, mingled with the dry, pervasive scent of dust and her own unwashed linen. The napkin lay crumpled beside her thigh, a surprisingly soft, pulpy lump from anxious handling. Rachel's handwriting, usually so neat and precise, sprawled across it in hurried blue ink. Her new number, scrawled at the coffee shop last week, almost like an afterthought, tossed carelessly onto the table. Like Raven had always been an afterthought. The very paper seemed to hum with the unspoken weight of its meaning, a lifeline she was terrified to grasp. For 6 days, she'd told herself she wouldn't use it. 6 days of typing messages she never sent, crafting explanations for a pain she couldn't name, a hollowness that resonated deep within her bones. She'd been strong enough to endure the silence before, agonizing weeks between family gatherings, where she played the dutiful daughter, a ghost at their table, while her parents' eyes slid past her like furniture, never quite landing. never truly seeing. But tonight, the silence had teeth. It gnawed at her sanity, a predatory presence in the room, whispering truths she buried during daylight hours, secrets that festered in the dark. Tonight, the thin walls pressed closer, no longer just a metaphor, but a suffocating weight that threatened to crush her, and the space between her ribs ached with a loneliness so profound, so absolute. It felt like drowning in reverse. All the air in the world, but none reaching her starved lungs. A physical ache that tightened her chest. A cold, phantom breeze seemed to swirl around her, though the window was shut tight, raising goosebumps on her arms. Her thumb trembled over the cold glass keyboard, the light from the screen reflecting a desperate sheen in her eyes. She typed, read it back, and deleted it. Too desperate. Again. Too casual. Again. Too angry. The words feeling brittle and sharp even on the digital page. The cursor blinked with cold, unwavering patience. A tiny, mocking heartbeat in the quiet room. Finally, words tumbled out faster than second-guessing could catch them. A raw, uncontrolled outpouring. Rach, I don't know what's wrong with me. Everything's falling apart. I don't even know where to start. She hit send before terror, cold and sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, could stop her. The silence that followed felt charged, expectant, no longer empty but brimming with unseen energy. Her heart hammered like something caged and frantic against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, echoing quiet. She expected nothing. Maybe hours of waiting for a reply that might never come. A message lost to the ether. Rachel was always busy, pulled in 12 directions by people who mattered more. People with vibrant, important lives. Instead, her phone lit up almost immediately. The notification a sharp, sudden sound, like breaking glass in the stillness. A jolt, electric and raw, coursed through her. What happened? 2 words. Short, sharp, clinical. Not Rachel's usual symphony of emojis and gentle reassurances, but a blunt, direct spear thrust. But maybe straight to the point was better than gentle right now. A sudden, clean incision into her festering pain. Her fingers, still shaking, moved across the cracked screen, clumsy and hesitant. Lost my job today. They said it wasn't personal, but it feels personal. Like I'm the only one who never gets it right. The words looked insufficient, paltry, to carry the crushing weight of what had happened. How could she explain her supervisor's eyes, sliding away from hers during the termination, a coward's glance? The careful, corporate language, polite and sterile, means you are disposable, efficiently removed. The hour she'd sat in her car afterward, the stale scent of cheap air freshener clinging to her, engine off, because she had nowhere else to go. Nowhere to be, no one to tell. The humiliation still burned, a raw, exposed nerve. Before rational thought, a fragile fortress easily breached, could intervene. Her thumbs moved again, propelled by an unseen force. A dark, compulsive urge. I feel like I break everything I touch. The admission hung in the air like smoke. Heavy, shameful, and secret. She'd never said it aloud, never allowed the fear to surface. This insidious dread that destruction followed her like a faithful, malevolent shadow. The bare bulb above flickered, dimming momentarily, as if the room itself reacted to the exposed wound. The reply cut through the charged silence like a blade, sharp and precise. It's not you. A bitter, humorless laugh scraped from her throat, dry as desert sand. Her thumbs, infused with a sudden dark venom, poured poison onto the screen. It is me. Always me. My family doesn't even call anymore. I could fall off the earth and they'd probably shrug. 3 weeks since her last conversation with her mother. 4 stilted minutes punctuated by awkward silences that felt like gaping chasms. 2 months since her father had spoken beyond grunted acknowledgements. His presence a distant, unfeeling monolith. And Daniel. When had Daniel last remembered she existed? His very name a silent accusation. Their choice, not yours. The words hit like a physical blow, a sudden, brutal impact to her gut. How dare Rachel make it sound so clean, so simple? Like Raven hadn't spent 26 years bleeding herself dry for scraps of attention, twisting into impossible, painful shapes, trying to become someone they might finally see, might finally love. A low hum, almost imperceptible, seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a sympathetic vibration to her inner turmoil. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, fueled by a searing, ancient rage. Don't defend them. I did everything for them. Covered bills when Dad forgot. Babysat when Mum didn't feel like it. Cleaned until my hands cracked. I gave them everything, and they still never saw me. Memory flooded back, vivid and painful as a fresh wound. Herself at 16. Scrubbing floors until her knees bled through her cheap jeans. The metallic tang of sweat and rust on her tongue. At 22, she was lying to friends about why she couldn't go out. The shame, a hot blush on her cheeks, because every dollar, every spare moment, went to keeping her family's lights on, their fragile peace intact. At 25, watching her mother's face light up with an incandescent joy, a radiance Raven had never received, when Daniel walked in, the same face that had looked straight through Raven moments before, as if she were made of air. Her vision blurred, hot tears welling quickly. She wiped roughly at her eyes, the cheap fabric of her sleeves scratchy and unforgiving against her salt-stained cheeks, leaving a faint redness behind. Daniel is all they ever saw. Daniel, the golden boy. Daniel, who could screw up royally and still be perfect. Even typing his name felt like swallowing jagged glass, each letter catching in her throat, a sharp, bitter reminder. Daniel, who dropped out of college 3 times on their parents' dime, a privilege Raven had only dreamed of. Daniel, who'd wrecked 2 cars and laughed, a carefree, irritating sound, while requesting replacements, and always receiving them. Daniel, who brought home a succession of beautiful, bubbly girlfriends, whom Mum cooked for like royalty, elaborate meals filling the house with delicious aromas, while Raven ate cold cereal alone in her room, the clinking of her spoon against the ceramic bowl the only sound. The phone buzzed against her threadbare comforter, a harsh, unexpected vibration that startled her. Perfection isn't strength, it's chains. Stop wearing them. The words hit like a bucket of ice water, stealing her breath, a sudden, shocking chill that seeped into her bones. The bluntness was astonishing. Rachel had never, ever spoken like this. Rachel was all soft edges and careful validation, a gentle balm. This was a razor-sharp truth delivered without anesthesia, a surgical strike to her most cherished grievance. But strangely, she didn't hate it. Something in that brutal honesty, that stark refusal to pander, cut through the suffocating fog of self-pity, momentarily clearing the air. It was the first real, unvarnished thing anyone had said to her in months. A cold, clear stream through the murky waters of her pain. You don't get it. They'd never let him fall. They'd catch him. Me? I could vanish tomorrow, and they'd say, Raven who? Her hands shook violently as she set the phone down on the mattress, the faint hum of the apartment seeming to pulse with her own frantic energy. How many family dinners had she sat through as a ghost at her own table, the clinking of silverware and murmur of conversation passing right through her? How many times had she walked into rooms only to have conversation die, like her presence was an uncomfortable reminder of something they'd rather forget, a shadow falling over their carefully constructed happiness? The bare bulb flickered more vigorously now, casting erratic, frantic shadows that mirrored the turmoil within her. The old building creaked around her. Not just the usual settling, but a series of floor joists groaning overhead like disappointed sighs, the very structure lamenting her despair. A faint whisper of wind seemed to eddy within the room, though no windows were open, carrying the ghostly scent of old wood and forgotten things. The phone buzzed again, a softer, less insistent sound this time. "You're still here. That's strength." Her throat closed like fingers wrapped around her windpipe, suddenly too tight to breathe. The words blurred on the screen as hot tears, unexpected and overwhelming, spilled over, tracing swift, hot paths down her cheeks, pooling in the hollows of her collarbones. Strength? She was barely surviving, held together by stubbornness and spite. A fragile, brittle thing. She whispered to the empty listening room, her voice hoarse and raw. "Strength? Barely? I'm not strong. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I don't even know why I keep trying." The admission hung between them, not just in the digital ether, but in the very air of the room, like an exposed nerve, tender and raw, vibrating with pain. She was tired, bone deep, soul deep tired. Tired of fighting for recognition that never came, a finish line that perpetually receded. Tired of loving people who looked right through her, their gaze sliding past as if she were invisible. Tired of waking to the same empty apartment, same empty life, same empty reflection in windows that might as well be mirrors to nothingness. The oppressive silence seemed to draw breath around her, heavy and knowing. Minutes crawled by, each second stretching into an eternity. She counted heartbeats, listening to the old building settle and groan around her, its ancient timbers shifting, sighing. The air in the room felt thick, almost viscous, imbued with her exhaustion. Finally, the phone lit up again, a steady, warm glow. Because that's what fighters do. A harsh, broken laugh tore from her, dissolving into a choking sob that racked her entire body, leaving her gasping for air. Fighter? She was the girl who'd never thrown a punch, never raised her voice beyond a whisper, never demanded the space she deserved. She apologized for taking up air, for existing. "I'm not a fighter. I'm done." The words stared back at her from the screen, stark and final as a gravestone. Done with trying, with hoping, with pretending tomorrow might be different, might bring a miraculous change. A profound stillness settled again, but this time, it felt less hostile, more observant. The response was different this time. Steadier, like a hand reaching into dark water, utterly calm and unwavering. Then rest. Get through tonight. Her lips curved for the first time in days. Not quite a smile, but the faint, ghosting memory of one. No false promises that everything would be okay. No empty platitudes designed to assuage. Just simple, direct instructions for survival. Delivered with a quiet authority that made her want to obey. Made her want to simply exist for a little while longer. The bare bulb above flickered once more, but this time, it seemed to glow a fraction brighter, more steadily, bossy. The 3 dots appeared immediately, pulsing like a heartbeat, then, maybe, eat something. Sleep. Tomorrow's another day. Her lips curved for the first time in days. Not quite a smile, but the memory of one. The words carried an odd comfort, practical and unadorned. No false promises that everything would be okay. No platitudes about silver linings. Just simple instructions for survival, delivered with the kind of authority that made her want to obey. She clutched the phone against her chest, pressing it hard enough to feel the sharp edges through her shirt. "Tomorrow's another day," she whispered, testing the words on her tongue like a prayer she wasn't sure she believed in yet. But saying them felt like striking a match in the dark. Not enough light to see by, but enough to remember that light existed. The moment of peace lasted exactly 30 seconds before the darkness surged back, bringing with it the weight of every rejection, every disappointed sigh, every time she'd been told she was too much or not enough or simply wrong. The pressure built behind her ribs until she felt like she might shatter from it. Her thumbs moved frantically. Why wasn't I ever enough? The question that lived at the center of every sleepless night, every strained conversation. Every mirror that showed her a face her own family couldn't love. She'd carried it like a tumor for so long she'd forgotten what it felt like to exist without its weight. The silence after sending it felt infinite, each second stretching like years. She bit her lip until copper flooded her mouth, the small pain grounding her in the present moment. The taste was sharp, real, proof that she still had a body even when her mind felt like it was dissolving at the edges. Finally, the phone buzzed. She grabbed it like a lifeline. "Don't let them decide your worth." The words hit her chest like a physical force, stealing what little breath she had left. She pressed the phone against her heart, as if the simple text could somehow sink through skin and bone and take root in the hollow spaces where love should have lived. Her breath came out in a long, shuddering exhale that carried the weight of years. Outside, the city hummed its midnight song. Distant traffic, the rumble of the subway, voices drifting up from the street below where people lived, lives that mattered to someone. Inside, the refrigerator groaned again, a sound like old bones settling. The radiator hissed its mechanical lullaby, fighting the February cold that crept through every gap and crack in her armor of a building. But somehow, impossibly, the silence didn't feel quite so sharp anymore. It was still there, would probably always be there. But now it shared space with something else. Not hope, exactly. Hope was too fragile, too easily broken. This was smaller, harder. A splinter of defiance that refused to be dislodged. For the first time in weeks, she let her body truly relax into the mattress. Her muscles unknotted by degrees, releasing tension she'd been carrying so long she'd forgotten it wasn't natural. The phone stayed warm in her palm as her eyelids grew heavy, as consciousness began to fray at the edges. She drifted into sleep that was neither peaceful nor kind, a restless thing full of dreams, where she called out to figures that wouldn't turn around, where she ran through endless hallways looking for doors that led to somewhere she belonged. But even in her dreams, she held tight to those last words, carrying them like talismans against the dark. "Don't let them decide your worth." The words followed her down into sleep, and for once, the dreams didn't feel like drowning. The cold, still silence of her apartment was shattered only by the faint, rhythmic whir of the refrigerator, a sound that usually blended into the background, but now seemed to throb with a dull, insistent ache. Raven woke with the phone still clutched in her palm, the screen a rectangle of obsidian against her clammy skin, cool and smooth. Her neck, twisted at an unnatural angle against the cheap, lumpy pillow, screamed in protest, a raw, grinding stiffness that felt like someone had driven rusty screws between her shoulder blades. A faint, metallic tang of dried tears lingered on her cheeks, and her mouth felt like sandpaper. But her first conscious thought wasn't about the physical discomfort or the burning shame of last night's raw, emotional breakdown. It was about those last words, glowing not on the dark screen, but incandescent within the shadowed landscape of her memory. "Don't let them decide your worth." The phrase resonated with an unexpected depth, a gravitas that her usual self-encouragement mantras, fragile, whispered things, utterly lacked. She tested its edges in her mind, like a riverstone worn smooth by endless current, its surface cool and reassuring. Her throat still ached, a hot, scratchy constriction from the long night of weeping, but the sharp, hollow emptiness in her chest felt different. Not vanished, no, but subtly shifted. Like a dislocated bone finding its way back into alignment with a soft internal click, easing the pressure. She sat up slowly, a chorus of creaks and pops emanating from her protesting joints, and surveyed her apartment in the unforgiving, harsh morning light. Weak winter sunlight, filtered through grimy window panes, sliced into the gloom, illuminating a frantic, almost chaotic dance of dust motes in the air. The light seemed to amplify the visual assault of the chaos she'd been drowning in. Takeout containers, some with the sticky, iridescent sheen of forgotten sauces, colonized every surface. The coffee table, the nightstand, piles on the floor. Clothes, A sprawling tapestry of despair formed geological layers across the worn carpet. Clean, questionably clean, definitely dirty, and dear God, what is that cloying, damp smell emanating from the corner? A truly sickening sour milk scent, thick and cloying, wafted from the kitchen, making her stomach lurch violently. A wave of nausea, cold and insistent, rose in her throat. She pressed the heel of her hand against her nose, breathing shallowly through her mouth as she pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady, trembling slightly. She checked her phone with a careful, almost desperate hope, the cracked screen reflecting her weary face like a distorted mirror. No new messages, just last night's conversation glowing faintly. For a single terrifying heartbeat, the familiar silence pressed in, a physical weight that whispered she'd been too much, too desperate, too pathetic. Rachel had listened, but she was likely regretting it now, already halfway to disappearing. It was a cold, lonely dread that pricked her skin, but the memory of those sharp, grounding words, delivered with such quiet certainty, gave her a fragile spark of courage. Her thumbs moved, stiff but determined. "Sorry about last night. I dumped everything on you." The reply came after a pause that lasted exactly long enough for anxiety to spike. A cold knot tightening in her gut, then slowly loosening as the new message appeared. You needed to. Simple, matter of fact. Like her breakdown had been a practical necessity rather than an emotional failure. A storm that needed to pass. Something tight and constricting in her chest, a band of cold steel, began to loosen, inch by painful inch. "I just feel like I'm drowning half the time. Like I can't even breathe." "Then breathe anyway. That's how you keep living," the message read. Her eyes stung, a familiar prickle. But these tears felt different. Cleaner. They slid down her temples, warm and purifying, not hot and sticky like the ones from last night. She whispered to the empty, echoing room, her voice hoarse and soft. "Bossy again. If it keeps you standing, I'll take it." The words hit her solar plexus like a gentle lightning strike, a jolt of warmth and raw energy. She swung her legs off the bed, planting her feet on the cold, bare floor. Her spine cracked as she stretched, a symphony of pops and groans, blessed relief that made her sigh aloud, the sound echoing in the stillness. Her gaze fell on bills scattered across her nightstand like a bad tarot reading, predicting nothing but financial doom. Faded envelopes, crisp paper, and menacing bold type. Red ink screamed from half of them. Final notice, past due, account suspended. Usually, this visual assault sent her spiraling into a familiar abyss of panic, a cold sweat breaking out on her skin. But this morning, she gathered them with something approaching calm. The rustle of the paper, a stark sound in the quiet. Electric, $47. Phone, $65. Internet, $60. Rent, $450. 2 weeks overdue, with late fees that made her nauseous just thinking about them. The math was brutal. A cold slap of reality. $622 against the $50 in checking, and whatever loose change might live in her couch cushions. Her phone buzzed, a gentle vibration against the worn fabric of her sheets. "What are you doing?" She found herself smiling faintly, a small, weary curve of her lips. The first genuine smile in days. It was like having a curious, watchful cat observing her every move, an unexpected comfort. Looking at bills, wondering how to stretch $50 into 4 payments. Pay what keeps you alive. The rest waits. She stared at the screen, the glowing letters blurring, then rearranging in her mind, coalescing into a new, startling meaning. Such brutal simplicity. Such profound freedom in admitting that survival came first, that everything else was negotiable, could be deferred. It was a dizzying realization, a weight lifted from her shoulders. She picked up the electric bill first, its white paper slightly crinkled. Without power, everything else became academic anyway. A cold, dark truth. Electric first. I can't live without light. Internet second, maybe. Rent. I'll figure it out. Food. I'll stretch what I've got. That's enough. Survival first. One day at a time. Raven exhaled slowly, her ribcage expanding fully for the first time in days. A deep, cleansing breath. Her chest didn't feel crushed anymore, compressed by the impossible task of trying to solve everything at once. One day, one bill, one breath. The thought was a soft mantra, a fragile anchor. She carried the sorted bills to the kitchen counter, stepping around archaeological layers of neglect. Crumpled napkins, discarded flyers, forgotten wrappers. The smell hit her immediately. That abandoned milk carton, broadcasting a potent, sickening decay, despite the ventilation fans churning impotently overhead. It was a cloying, sour stench that made her gag. She grabbed it with 2 fingers, holding her breath, and dumped it into the overflowing trash can, along with moldy takeout containers that had grown complex, fuzzy ecosystems of green and black. The sink was a monument to depression. Dishes stacked precariously, a greasy, crusted tower that seemed to lean mournfully. Each plate, each fork, was a tangible testament to a day she hadn't cared for herself. She turned on the tap, letting the water run cold and clear, then hot, steam rising in a fragrant cloud that carried a faint metallic smell. The warmth on her hands was a shocking pleasure, like an unexpected embrace, chasing away the chill that had settled deep in her bones. Dish soap squeezed into the stream bloomed with a bright, invigorating lemon scent, cutting through the stale, suffocating air like a sword, leaving a clean, sharp edge. The first plate separated in her grip with a soft squelch as food particles sloughed off like shed skin. Each scrubbed surface emerged clean and steaming, warm and surprisingly heavy in her hands. A tangible, undeniable victory. Her phone buzzed on the counter, startling her with its abruptness. "So what now?" she typed with wet fingers, leaving faint smudges on the screen. "Trying not to live in a biohazard. Washing dishes. Good. Clean space, clean head." She raised an eyebrow at the screen, suds dripping from her wrists onto the worn linoleum. "Since when did you turn into a life coach?" "Since you needed one." The laugh that escaped was small but genuine. A fragile, rusty chime. The first real laughter these walls had heard in weeks. It bounced off the chipped ceramic tiles of the backsplash and came back transformed, less hollow, carrying a faint spark of hope. The work felt good in ways she'd forgotten. A comforting rhythm of motion and sound. The warm water loosened knots in her shoulders she'd been carrying for weeks. Stiff bundles of tension slowly melting away. She moved through the kitchen like an archaeologist, carefully uncovering surfaces she'd forgotten existed beneath the layers of grime. The counter under the mail pile was actually a faint, surprising white. The stovetop, freed of its crusty grease layers, gleamed dully under the harsh overhead light, revealing forgotten scars and scratches. She wiped down every surface with a potent bleach solution that made her eyes water. Its sharp, clean chemical scent stinging her nostrils, but feeling like a ritual purification, scrubbing away not just dirt, but the residue of despair. She pushed open the window above the sink, the old frame groaning in protest, letting the sharp, cold February air chase away the staleness. The wind, invigorating and biting, carried faint hints of distant rain, exhaust fumes from the street below, and someone else's cooking, proof that the world beyond her walls was still turning, oblivious and alive. When she finally surveyed her work, standing in the middle of the small, stark room, the kitchen looked almost unfamiliar. Not perfect, no. The linoleum was scarred and cracked, the cabinets painted a depressing beige, but clean, livable, like a place where a person might actually want to exist, to cook, to simply be. She sat at the small, wobbly kitchen table, bills spread before her in neat stacks, instead of threatening chaos. Her fingers found her phone, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. You must be sick of me already. If I was sick of you, I wouldn't answer. Her fingers hovered over the screen, warmth from the device seeping into her palm. A subtle comfort. The directness, the honesty, deserved honesty in return. Why do you answer? Honestly. The pause stretched, long and excruciating, long enough for her stomach to twist with familiar anxiety. A cold dread creeping up her spine. 25 heartbeats, she counted them, distinct pulses of fear. Finally, the words appeared. Because no one should have to feel invisible. Her breath caught, sharp and sudden as a paper cut, a gasp of pain and recognition. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heartbeat stutter, then pound with fierce certainty. Someone had seen straight to the very center of her deepest hurt and named it with such devastating precision. Thank you. I don't hear that often. Then I'll say it again. You're not invisible. The words blurred as tears gathered in her eyes again, but she blinked them back, refusing to let them fall. She whispered aloud, testing their weight. Their new, solid reality against her tongue. Not invisible. The afternoon dissolved in a series of small victories that would have seemed pathetic to anyone else, but felt monumental. Each one building on the last like carefully placed stepping stones. She wrestled the old, wheezing vacuum cleaner from the closet. Its protest a loud asthmatic growl, but it sucked up enough ingrained dust and debris from the carpet to make walking barefoot possible again. A surprisingly luxurious sensation. She gathered clothes into categories that made sense only to someone in crisis mode. Definitely clean. Probably wearable. Science experiment. The apartment, though still far from pristine, began to breathe again. By evening, her body ached in new places. Good aches. The satisfying thrum of muscles used for movement and purpose instead of the grinding stagnation of despair. She'd found $10 in couch change. Metallic and grimy, but real. A non-expired can of soup. A small, culinary miracle. Her favorite chipped mug, whole and familiar, sits on the clean counter. She made coffee with grounds probably too old, but still contained enough caffeine to count as a victory. The rich, bitter smell slowly unfurled, filling every corner of the now clean kitchen, chasing away the last lingering ghosts of staleness and neglect. She cradled the warm mug, the heat seeping through the ceramic to her palms, a comforting anchor. Settled on her bed, the phone warm in her lap, she typed, "Do you ever feel like you don't belong anywhere?" The question had been growing heavier all day. A persistent weight, each small accomplishment reminding her how utterly alone she was in celebrating them. Victories felt hollow when no one shared them, when no one even saw them. The pause stretched. Long and unnerving. Long enough that she wondered if she'd finally asked the question that would break whatever fragile spell existed between them, severing the connection. Finally, the reply appeared. I belong where my people are. That's what matters. She frowned at the screen, a tiny crease forming between her eyebrows. Rachel had never talked like that. In concepts of tribes and belonging and finding your people. Rachel talked about yoga classes and weekend brunches, and which Netflix series was worth binging. This voice was different. Older. More certain about things. More grounded. While Rachel questioned everything. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer of something beyond the ordinary seemed to cling to the words, hinting at depths she couldn't quite grasp. The last tendrils of residual tension finally began to uncoil from her shoulders, melting away as her eyelids grew deliciously heavy. The ceramic mug, warm and smooth against her palms, seemed to radiate not just the simple heat of coffee, but an almost alchemical comfort. That deep, earthy warmth spread outward from her core, seeping into every tired muscle, every frayed nerve, a profound contentment that felt less like a feeling and more like a gentle, golden glow emanating from within. The rich, bittersweet scent of the dark brew, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible whisper of cinnamon and something subtly arcane, spiraled upwards, filling the small, dimly lit room. The words she'd just read, still shimmering faintly on the phone screen with a residual, forgotten light, felt impossibly ancient and vital. They hadn't been a simple message. They were a tapestry woven from forgotten arcane lore, resonating with a deep, resonant hum against her very bones. Even though their precise meaning still eluded her, they carried an undeniable weight, a gravitas that suggested eons of experience, of battles fought and worlds observed, an understanding of the universe so vast and profound, it dwarfed anything she could imagine. A faint, almost imperceptible chill, like the whisper of passing spirits, prickled her skin, a testament to the raw, untamed power these words held. With a soft sigh that seemed to release a week's worth of burdens, she let the sleek, cool casing of the phone settle against her chest. She felt its slight, familiar weight rise and fall in a gentle, rhythmic dance with her own breathing, a silent companion in the vast stillness. The silence, that omnipresent, often suffocating void, hadn't disappeared. It was too deeply woven into the fabric of her life, a constant reminder of what had been lost. It would probably always be there, a cold, echoing chamber in the corners of her mind. But tonight, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, it shared space. It allowed something else to coexist within its desolate expanse. This wasn't the fragile, easily shattered thing called hope. No, this was something far more durable, forged in the quiet fire of endurance. It was a recognition, solid as ancient granite, that she'd made it through another treacherous, winding day. It was the undeniable truth that someone, somewhere, had reached across the veil of existence and, with those profound, glowing words, had reminded her that she wasn't alone, that she still existed, a small but undeniable spark in the encroaching darkness. From the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed its mechanical distress, a reedy, complaining whine that spoke of weariness and age. The cast-iron radiator in the corner of the room chose that precise moment to clang its evening protest, a sharp metallic groan echoing off the sparse walls. But underneath those familiar, grating sounds of a lonely existence, she swore she heard something new, something almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. It was a quiet, insistent rhythm, like the delicate turning of unseen gears, the soft, resonant thrum of a single, vibrant heartbeat. It was the sound of a life, slowly, carefully, painfully, but undeniably, putting itself back together, piece by precious piece, a subtle, more magical melody weaving itself into the fabric of her quiet room, promising resilience. One day at a time, she silently affirmed, the coffee warmth a final comforting embrace against the chill of the night. The cursor blinked with mechanical patience, a smug vertical line of pure light on the dim screen, its rhythm a silent, relentless tick-tock that felt like a personal mockery. Search jobs. 2 stark words, glowing with an almost malevolent indifference, had become her daily torment. A digital purgatory where hope went to suffocate beneath layers of online forms and automated rejections. Raven sank deeper into the worn floral pattern of the couch cushions, the familiar weight of the laptop pressing against her thighs, radiating a cool, metallic chill that seeped through her jeans. Her stomach churned with a complex, nervous gymnastics, a tight knot of dread that had nothing to do with hunger and everything to do with the soul-crushing ritual ahead. The apartment, usually a haven, held yesterday's desperate victory in the lingering lemon cleaner scent and the bleach frenzy. A sharp, artificial tang like chemical citrus, but undeniably clean. It was a thin veneer over the deeper, stale scent of anxiety that clung to the upholstery. Weak, watery sunlight, the pale color of diluted tea, seeped grudgingly through the grimy window pane, its faint rays illuminating a silent, intricate dance of dust motes. They drifted and swirled above her scarred coffee table, sparkling like tiny, oblivious spirits caught in a slow, ethereal current, each one a perfect, ephemeral speck against the faded light. Surviving first, she reminded herself, the phrase an echo in the quiet room, carrying the bitter taste of yesterday's hard-won wisdom. Now came the degrading part, where survival demanded prostrating herself before the cold, faceless altar of corporate indifference, uploading her inadequate resume into the vast digital void, a place where qualifications went to die in unread inboxes. She sighed, the sound a thin, reedy expulsion of air that seemed to flatten against the silence, and picked up her phone before rational thought could intervene and prevent her from reaching out. The cool, smooth glass of the screen felt familiar. A small anchor. Okay. Job hunting time. God, I hate this part. Feels like begging to be rejected. Her thumbs moved slowly, each tap a heavy burden. The reply buzzed back with startling speed. A sudden, insistent vibration against her palm that made her jump. The words bloomed on the screen, stark and immediate. What about a change of scenery? This career path doesn't seem to be working. Raven frowned, a creased line appearing between her eyebrows as she reread the text twice. Then a third time. Change of scenery? The phrasing felt off. Too detached, almost clinical. Rachel, her best friend, usually approached her problems like a skilled surgeon, all gentle probing and careful, empathetic suggestions, not blunt, almost dismissive pronouncements like this. A faint, unsettling chill prickled her skin. Change? Like what? Rachel, you know I'm a bookkeeper. It's the only thing I've got. It's my skill. Her fingers trembled slightly as she typed, a frustrated whine threading through her words. A pause stretched, long and unnaturally quiet, long enough for the seed of doubt to creep in, unfurling its cold, brittle leaves in her chest. The silence hummed with an almost unnatural tension. When the response finally came, it carried an almost hurried, clipped quality. Right. Forgot. Raven stared at the two words, sharp and final, until her eyes watered, the screen blurring into a smear of light. Forgot? The word settled like a cold, smooth stone in her chest, heavy and unyielding. She straightened abruptly, a sudden, jerky movement, and the laptop slid with a soft thud onto the cushion beside her, its screen still mocking her with a blinking cursor. Forgot? Wow, thanks. My one marketable skill, and you forget it. Her voice, though unheard by Rachel, held a sharp edge of familiar hurt, the sting of being overlooked. But before that familiar hurt could spiral into its usual dark abyss, her phone lit up again, a sudden, vibrant glow interrupting the gathering gloom. The new message filled the screen. Might know a guy looking for someone like that. Accounting, books, numbers. Could be out of your way, though. Her breath caught a sharp, hopeful gasp in her throat. She sat up straighter, the phone clutched in both hands, its warmth a tangible comfort. An actual lead? Not another faceless online portal or a digital dead end, but a real person who might actually need what she could offer. The very thought sent a jolt of unfamiliar energy through her. Seriously? Don't play with me, Rach. You really know someone? The words tumbled out, raw with desperate hope. I'll check. Simple words, yet they carried a colossal, impossible weight. Her pulse quickened, a frantic drumbeat that thrummed not just in her ears, but electrifyingly in her fingertips, a current of pure possibility. She stood without conscious decision, suddenly too agitated to sit still, pacing from the worn rug by the couch to the cold linoleum of the kitchen and back, tracing a shallow three-step circuit on the floor. She paused at the small, wobbly kitchen table where bills waited in neat, accusing stacks, white envelopes holding red warnings. The math of her finances was still brutal. A harsh, unforgiving equation. But somehow, inexplicably, it felt less absolute, less damning than it had an hour ago. Instead of the usual cold surge of panic at the sight of a crimson final notice stamp, she felt something new, something approaching a quiet, steely determination. God, if that's real, I'll take out an ad calling you a saint. Seriously, Rach, I'll bake you a cake. A really good one. Don't. Just be ready if it comes through. Rachel's reply, though brief, held a curious undertone of urgency, a faint, almost imperceptible hum beneath the words. A laugh burst out of Raven, bright, startled, and startlingly genuine. It was a sound she hadn't made in weeks, a pure, unfettered release of joy. The sound bounced off the clean tiles of her kitchen, echoed off the window, and came back transformed, less hollow and brittle than any she'd made recently. A fuller, richer note. Ready, she whispered to her own faint reflection in the grimy window pane, her voice barely a breath. I can be ready. The job boards, which just moments ago had seemed like medieval torture devices designed to flay her self-worth, suddenly looked less menacing, transformed into mere possibilities, gateways to unknown futures. She pulled up the first listing with newfound purpose, her fingers moving with a swift certainty that surprised her. Bookkeeper needed. Small business. Experience required. Yesterday, she'd read words like these with a familiar, heavy cloak of defeat settling upon her shoulders. Today, she approached them like a compelling puzzle to be solved, her mind whirring. What did small business truly mean? What kind of experience were they actually seeking beyond the generic buzzwords? These postings all want 5 years' experience and a degree from Mars, Rachel. It's ridiculous. Her frustration was lighter now, tinged with a playful exasperation. Apply anyway. She scrolled through another posting, fingers tapping a restless rhythm against the cool plastic of the keyboard. Nervous energy still coiled in her stomach, a tight, buzzing knot. But now she channeled it into movement, into strategic thought, rather than the paralyzing inaction of before. And get laughed at. I can practically hear them. Better than doing nothing. Better than letting the static get to you. Rachel's words again carried that curious, underlying hum. A persistent current. Raven found herself smirking, a genuine smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You're very pushy lately. What's gotten into you? If it gets you moving, I'll take the insult. And a few more. Another laugh escaped, softer this time. A quiet ripple of amusement. She cracked her knuckles. A series of sharp, satisfying pops that felt like a tiny declaration of war against insecurity. And dove back into the applications. Her focus sharp and clear. The cover letters felt different today. Still difficult. Still exercises in professional fiction where she had to spin her fragmented experience into a compelling narrative. But they felt manageable. Not Mount Everest, an impossible, snow-capped peak of dread, but a steep hill she could actually climb, feeling the burn in her muscles, but seeing the summit. She crafted each one strategically, highlighting her relevant experience without dwelling on the cavernous employment gaps, projecting confidence and competence, instead of the desperation that still gnawed at her edges. Between applications, as her mind needed a momentary break from the relentless self-promotion, she texted updates, a running commentary to Rachel. Number 3 down. This one wants someone to revolutionize their financial systems. I can barely revolutionize my grocery budget, let alone a whole company's books. She added a laughing emoji. You balanced their books, didn't you? At the last place? Rachel's question was quick, pointed. Well? Yeah, Raven typed slowly, a faint sense of pride stirring. Then you revolutionized chaos into order. Same thing. The words appeared, firm and absolute, carrying the weight of indisputable truth. She paused, fingers hovering over the keys. A strange realization dawning. When Rachel put it like that, She had taken her last company's disaster of filing system, a veritable jungle of misplaced invoices and unfiled receipts, and turned it into something functional, something coherent. She'd caught discrepancies, small, insidious leaks that had been bleeding the money for months, almost undetected. The thought filled her with a quiet, solid satisfaction. "I never thought about it that way," she admitted, a new perspective blooming in her mind. "Think about it that way now." Rachel's words were a command, gentle but firm, like a hand guiding her onto a new, unfamiliar path. By evening, the dim light outside mirroring the waning daylight in her apartment, she'd submitted 6 applications. 6! The number glowed in her mind, a small, triumphant beacon. She'd also, as if driven by the same restless energy, reorganized her kitchen cabinets, shifting cans and boxes into neat, military-like rows with a purpose that had nothing to do with optimal storage and everything to do with maintaining this fragile new momentum. Her hands, smelling faintly of lemon cleaner and bearing the sting of honest paper cuts from shuffling documents, felt alive, useful. She dropped onto the couch, exhaling deeply, exhausted but buzzing with an unfamiliar energy, an almost electric hum that resonated in her bones. Her body felt used in the best way, a pleasant ache in her muscles, and her mind felt sharp, clear, finally focused on something beyond the suffocating weight of her own misery. Applied for 6. Not expecting miracles, Rachel, but at least I did something. She typed, her fingers still a little sore. That's a start. That's enough. The words settled like smooth, cool stones finding a clear stream bottom, creating tiny ripples of peace in her turbulent mind. Enough. When had anything she'd done ever been truly enough? When had someone looked at her small, difficult efforts and seen victory instead of just more evidence of falling behind? The simple affirmation was a balm to old wounds. She curled deeper into the cushions, pulling her beloved throw blanket, a fraying patchwork of soft blues and greens, to her chin. The worn fabric smelled faintly of lavender fabric softener. A small, almost forgotten luxury from when she'd still had a steady income for such things. It was a comforting scent, a whisper of better times. If your guy really does need a bookkeeper, don't forget me. The words, when she typed them, carried more vulnerability than intended. A raw, primal plea that made her stomach clench with an unexpected pang of anxiety. She held her breath, watching the screen with desperate intensity, the glowing rectangle a portal to her fragile hope. I won't. 2 words. Simple, clean, direct. Yet somehow weighted with an immense reassuring promise that seemed to hum softly in the air around her. She smiled at her phone, a genuine, almost tearful smile, and pressed it to her chest. The slight warmth of the device seeped through her shirt, a small comfort in the encroaching darkness of the evening. Outside, the city hummed its evening songs, a rich tapestry of distant sirens wailing mournfully, the low rumble of buses trundling down rain-slicked streets, and the rising murmur of voices from sidewalks where ordinary people lived, connected, vibrant lives. Inside, the apartment felt lived in again, her hard work settling into a quiet coziness, the kind that made the space feel safe, while beyond its walls, the city pulsed with the rhythm of a world still turning, still moving forward, still offering chances and possibilities to those brave enough, or perhaps just desperate enough, to reach for them with trembling hands and an open heart. For the first time in months, when she closed her eyes, the future didn't feel like a cliff edge. It felt like a door, slightly ajar, with light spilling through the crack. The oppressive quiet of her small apartment was brutally shattered as Raven's phone began buzzing violently against the faux wood laminate of her nightstand. The insistent, grinding vibration cut through the lingering tendrils of sleep like a chainsaw tearing through soft timber, leaving a raw, exposed edge of sudden consciousness. For a disoriented, groggy moment, tasting stale sleep on her tongue, she thought she'd dreamed it. Another phantom notification in her parade of false hopes, echoing the hollow ache of weeks of silence. But the screen's stark blue-white glow pulsed stubbornly in the pre-dawn darkness, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the chill air and displaying a message time-stamped 6:14 a.m. 10 a.m. Cornerstone Cafe. Ask for Antonio. Her heart stopped entirely, a chilling void beneath her ribs, then kicked back with enough force to rattle her whole frame. A sudden, frantic drumbeat. She sat bolt upright, the thin cotton blanket falling away from her, leaving her suddenly cold. Her eyes, still blurred from sleep, scanned the message 3 times, each word sinking deeper, before the reality of it fully penetrated the layers of sleep and shock. An interview, an actual job interview. Rachel's mysterious friend had truly come through. Holy shit! She breathed, the words a rough rasp in the stillness, immediately clapping her hand over her mouth, as if someone might hear her breaking the hallowed silence of dawn. But euphoria was already bubbling up from her chest, a fizzy, terrifying effervescence, like uncorked champagne mixed with static electricity, prickling her skin and making her too light, too bright. She scrambled from bed, her bare feet hitting the cold, unyielding linoleum floor with a jolt. The apartment, usually smelling faintly of old paper and the lingering scent of desperation, still carried yesterday's triumph in the faint, lingering lemon cleaner scent from her furious post-rejection scrub-down. This morning, however, it felt charged with a new, potent possibility, vibrating with an almost tangible energy. Okay, she told her reflection in the black unlit window pane, her voice still rusty from sleep. A fragile whisper against the glass. People get jobs every day. Normal people. People are definitely not more qualified than you. Her reflection, a pale, shadowy oval framed by messy hair and deep pillow creases, looked skeptically back. Shut up! The shower became a transformation ritual, a sacred anointing. Steam billowed, thick and warm, fogging every mirror and glistening on the cool tiles, dense enough to breathe in gulps, smelling faintly of old pipes and promise. The heat pounded her shoulders, a cascade of liquid fire, loosening knots of tension she'd carried, buried deep, for weeks. She shampooed twice, working the fragrant lather into her hair until it felt scrupulously clean, then conditioned until it was slick and smooth as raw silk. She scrubbed her skin vigorously, almost violently, until it was pink and tingling, raw with renewed life. Standing dripping on the rough texture of the bath mat, the cool air raising goosebumps on her wet skin, she wiped a clear circle on the mirror with the heel of her hand. She studied her reflection with analytical precision, a critical eye searching for flaws, but finding only potential. Dark, damp hair fell in heavy waves past her shoulders, glistening under the bathroom light. Wide, dark eyes, framed by lashes that had always been her one undeniably good feature, stared back. Not beautiful, maybe, but not hopeless. You are a competent professional, she told her reflection, practicing the words like an incantation, letting the syllables sink into her bones. You have 5 years of experience. You saved Peterson's Diner from bankruptcy. You are not begging. You're offering valuable services. You belong at that table. Each word was a tiny seed of belief, planted deep. Her cramped closet, smelling of mothballs and old cotton, revealed the usual suspects. 3 interview survivor blouses. 1 black. The others slightly faded but still presentable. 2 pairs of properly fitting black dress pants, and the copper-coloured blazer she'd splurged on during her last fleeting period of optimism, its fabric still holding the scent of the dry cleaner. She laid everything out on her bed, a carefully chosen array, like armour for battle. The black blouse, black pants, sturdy boots, and that copper blazer gleaming like fire against her dark hair. The black blouse, crisp linen by design, was inevitably wrinkled. She dragged out her ancient iron, a venerable scarred appliance that wheezed steam with an asthmatic sigh, and left tiny, dark water spots if you weren't careful. The smell of hot metal and damp fabric filled the air as she painstakingly pressed every inch until the fabric was smooth and flawless, radiating an almost visible aura of confidence. Black slacks next, the polyester blend warming under the iron's heat. Then, the copper blazer, its structured shoulders making her feel capable of negotiating million-dollar deals instead of scraping together rent. Standing before the bathroom mirror once more, her reflection now sharp and focused, she applied makeup with careful, almost surgical precision. Mascara to make her wide eyes appear even larger, framing them with dark, feathery fringes. Lip gloss, a subtle copper tint that caught the soft bathroom light when she practiced a small smile. Concealer, a creamy balm to vanish the faint lavender shadows beneath her eyes that spoke of too many sleepless nights, too much worry etched into her skin. "You've got this," she whispered, her voice stronger now, almost believing it. A flicker of something primal and fierce lit her eyes, a spark of the woman who could save failing diners. Antonio arrived 30 minutes early, as always, his internal clock a precise, unyielding mechanism. The Cornerstone Cafe offered neutral ground. Public, informal, a vibrant hub of humanity, with no power dynamics beyond what he chose to project. He ordered a double espresso, black, the rich, earthy aroma already swirling around him, and selected the corner table near the tall, arched windows, with clear sightlines to the entrance. He savored the first bitter, potent sip, allowing the dark liquid's caffeine to sharpen his already keen focus, its warmth a counterpoint to the subtle chill that still clung to the February air. 3 weeks of text conversations, a series of accidental messages, had led to this exact moment. A wrong number that had become something else entirely. A connection he hadn't sought, hadn't needed. With a woman whose raw, unvarnished pain had somehow reached something deep within him. Something he'd forgotten existed, long buried beneath layers of duty and ancient power. She thought she was texting her friend Rachel. He'd let her believe it, his interest piqued. Then drawn in inexorably by her raw honesty, her quiet strength, the fierce, stubborn determination with which she'd fought through despair with seemingly nothing but her own unyielding will. Now, he was about to meet her face to face, and she had no idea who he really was, the ancient lineage he carried, the hidden world he commanded. He didn't even know her name yet. Weeks of pouring out her heart to a stranger she believed was her friend, Rachel, and never once had she mentioned it. Today, he'd finally learn who she really was. He sipped the bitter espresso, letting the caffeine hum through his veins, sharpening his senses to an almost painful degree, while he observed the morning crowd. The air buzzed with a low murmur of voices, the clatter of ceramic on saucers, the hiss of the espresso machine, and the faint, sweet scent of cinnamon and brewing coffee. Students hunched over laptops, their fingers tapping a rapid, rhythmic drumbeat against plastic keys. Business people in tailored suits conducted careful, hushed conversations over steaming mugs. Joggers, their faces flushed from the February cold, cooled down with iced drinks, their breath still misting in the air before them. His phone buzzed softly against his ribs, a familiar vibration against his skin. Pack business. Inventory questions from Cora. Terse supply run confirmations. The eternal, intricate logistics of keeping 63 wolves fed and sheltered through harsh, unforgiving winters. He handled each message with efficient precision, his thumbs moving quickly, almost instinctively, across the screen, a leader operating on instinct and years of training. But part of his attention, a deeper, more primal part, remained fixed on the frosted glass of the entrance door, waiting. When she entered, the entire atmosphere of the cafe seemed to shift, subtly, imperceptibly to anyone else. For Antonio, every one of his senses sharpened immediately, suddenly vibrant, almost painful in their clarity. The clatter of cups, the murmur of conversation, the scent of coffee, all faded, becoming background noise. The scent hit him first. Something floral but warm, like sun-drenched jasmine mingled with wild honey. Natural, not a manufactured perfume, it was a pure essence. It sank into his lungs, deep and intoxicating, and spread through his bloodstream with an intensity that caught him utterly off guard, momentarily stealing his breath. His wolf, usually resting quietly, a deep, heavy presence in his chest, suddenly lifted its head, ears twitching, with an unusual, almost childish interest. This wasn't the territorial alertness that always thrummed beneath his skin, nor the constant, weary tension of leadership responsibility. This was recognition, stirring something ancient and deep within him, filling a silent, hollow space he hadn't known was empty. He hadn't meant to stare, but the sight of her stopped him cold. Dark hair, still damp and glinting like crow's wings, framed a face made luminous by that hesitant smile. Black clothes hugged her frame in clean, simple lines, and the copper jacket caught the light, glowing like fire against all that shadow. Gorgeous didn't begin to cover it. For a moment, his breath simply forgot how to move. His wolf made a sound, deep within his chest, that wasn't quite a growl, wasn't quite a purr. It was something deeper, more satisfied, a low, resonant rumble. Like settling into a soft, warm place it had been searching for without even realizing it was lost. Antonio forced his expression neutral, a mask carefully constructed over centuries, pushing down the inexplicable, sudden urge to cross the cafe in 3 powerful strides and… What? Claim her? He wasn't sure. His wolf's sudden, profound interest was concerning, unsettling, but this wasn't the time to examine it. Not here, not now. She turned from the counter, a steaming coffee cup now clutched in her hands, scanning the crowd with careful, searching attention. Her gaze, wide and dark, found him across the bustling space, and something electric, undeniable, passed between them. Not just attraction, not merely curiosity, but intrinsic recognition. Like 2 long-separated puzzle pieces, finally testing their fit, a spark igniting at their edges. He stood as she approached, rising with a silent, fluid grace that bespoke power, extending his hand. Antonio. His voice was a low, resonant baritone, cutting through the cafe's hum. Her breath caught somewhere between lungs and throat, a small, involuntary gasp. He wasn't what she'd pictured when trying to imagine Rachel's mysterious friend. Her mind had conjured someone soft and approachable, perhaps khakis and a well-worn cardigan, radiating gentle, non-profit energy. This man looked like he could command armies, broad-shouldered in a way that spoke of physical work, of heavy lifting and demanding tasks, rather than mere gym memberships. He carried himself with an absolute, unwavering certainty about his place in the world. Dark hair, thick and almost black, was swept back from a face that belonged in old, black and white movies, sharp cheekbones, a strong, chiseled jaw, and eyes that seemed to catalogue everything and everyone without giving anything away in return. His white shirt was simple, raw cotton, its sleeves rolled to reveal forearms, corded with visible muscle, and ridged with old scars, definitely not from pushing pencils. There was something almost predatory in how he moved. Not overtly threatening, but like he was acutely aware of every single person in the room, assessing silently, and exactly how dangerous each might or might not be. The kind of innate, powerful presence that made conversations quiet, almost involuntarily, when he passed. "Raven," she managed, her voice a little breathy, extending her own hand. Her soft, slightly cool palm slipped into his grip, firm, warm, and clues from work she couldn't possibly imagine. The brief, unexpected contact sent a jolt of pure, undeniable electricity up her arm, buzzing beneath her skin. His eyes lingered for a fraction longer than polite. "Raven. Suits you," A subtle gesture directed her to the empty chair. "Please, sit." A subtle gesture directed her to the empty chair. She settled into the chair across from him, the wood cool beneath her palms, setting her folder of carefully organized resumes beside her steaming coffee cup. Black coffee, she noticed. No sugar, no cream. Same as hers. "Thank you for meeting on such short notice," she said, finding her footing in the familiar territory of professional politeness. Her voice regained a little of its earlier confidence. "When Rachel told me about this opportunity, honestly, I wasn't sure it was real." He studied her face as she spoke, his dark eyes like twin magnets, drawing out every nuance. Honesty was there, clear as spring water, and a quiet, unyielding determination that spoke of someone knocked down plenty of times by life's cruelties, but who always got back up. His wolf, a warm, watchful presence within him, approved of that resilience, recognizing a strength that had been tested and proven, beaten into tempered steel. "She mentioned you were looking for bookkeeping work," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Tell me about your experience." Relief, warm and welcome, flickered across her features. Familiar ground, solid beneath her feet. She straightened her posture, the last vestiges of tension leaving her shoulders as she shifted, almost visibly, into professional mode. "I've been doing bookkeeping for small businesses for about 5 years now. Mostly family operations, retail shops, a diner, a small construction company. I handle everything from daily transactions to payroll, quarterly taxes, accounts receivable, and payable." She paused, tucking a stray strand of dark hair behind her ear, her fingers steady. "I know it doesn't sound glamorous, but I'm good at finding patterns, catching discrepancies before they become problems. Before they become disasters, really." Antonio watched her hands, strong and capable, steady as she talked about her work, her voice losing its apologetic edge, growing firmer with each word. This was where she felt confident, where she knew her worth, where she was unshakable. His wolf purred softly within him, a low, contented vibration, pleased by the sheer competence radiating from her, a quiet strength that resonated with his own. "When deadlines pile up or numbers don't match," he said, leaning slightly forward, his gaze never leaving hers, "how do you handle pressure? What truly drives you?" Her throat moved as she swallowed, a small, visible effort, but her answer came steady and clear. "I stay until it's fixed. I don't care if it's midnight or 3 a.m. I've pulled plenty of all-nighters tracking down missing receipts or sorting bank reconciliations that went sideways, that threatened to unravel everything. I don't like leaving problems for tomorrow when I can solve them today. I believe in finishing what I start, no matter how hard." The aroma of rich, dark coffee and the faint, sweet scent of pastries hung in the air of the bustling cafe, a warm counterpoint to the crisp autumn morning outside. As Raven spoke, something deeper than the cafe's warmth spread through Antonio's chest, a low, resonant thrum that settled deep in his bones. His wolf, a powerful, ancient presence within him, made that satisfied rumbling again, a deep, contented growl in the back of his consciousness, recognizing the unwavering spine and diligent work ethic that so perfectly mirrored his own. Within the pack, an unspoken law governed their lives. There was no someone else's job when survival, or even the smallest task, was on the line. Every single member, from the alpha to the newest recruit, did what absolutely needed doing until it was meticulously, unequivocally done. It was a principle etched into their very beings, a testament to resilience forged in countless trials. Antonio leaned forward slightly, his voice a low, gravelly timbre that cut through the gentle clatter of ceramic and the murmur of distant conversations. "Discretion is important in my business," he said, his obsidian gaze fixed on her, observing every minute shift in her expression, every subtle tell. The weight of his words seemed to hang in the air for a moment, thick with unspoken implications. Bookkeepers see everything. Who gets paid what? Where money really comes from? Which expenses might not look conventional on paper? Can you handle that responsibility? The kind that asks you to guard secrets others might kill to uncover. Her eyebrows, finely arched, drew together. Not with the telltale furrow of suspicion or unease, but with the intense, focused concentration of someone dissecting serious questions with serious intent. A flicker of keen intelligence passed through her eyes, mirroring the quiet strength he sensed beneath her composed exterior. "Of course," she replied, her voice steady, laced with an undeniable conviction that resonated with his own values. "Trust is everything in this work. If someone hires me to manage their financial information, they're trusting me with the most vulnerable, most intimate parts of their business." She met his eyes directly, her gaze unwavering, a clear, unwavering pool of integrity. "I take that responsibility very seriously." Antonio allowed the silence to stretch between them. A deliberate, almost palpable void in the cafe's gentle hum. He watched, patient as a predator, testing how she would navigate the sudden absence of sound. Some people, uncomfortable with the quiet, would rush to fill it with nervous chatter, inadvertently revealing more than they intended to. But Raven simply waited, poised and serene. Her fingers, long and elegant, remained still, resting lightly against the warm porcelain of her coffee cup, save for the slightest, rhythmic drumming of her thumb, a quiet pulse of thought. Her gaze, steadfast and unwavering, held his without flinching, patient, thoughtful, not easily rattled. A rare combination, indeed. Deep within him, his wolf purred deeper, a luxurious, vibrating warmth that spread through his chest like sun-drenched honey. "You're direct," he said finally, the corners of his lips tilting in a fractional, almost imperceptible smile. "I appreciate that." A delicate color bloomed in her cheeks, a subtle flush that seeped upwards from her neck, spreading like watercolor, the first genuine, unguarded hint of bashfulness she'd shown, softening the sharp edges of her earlier composure. "Thank you," she said, her voice a little softer now, a breath of warmth. They spent the next 20 minutes delving into the intricate world of finance. The sounds of their conversation blended with the low hum of the espresso machine and the distant murmur of city traffic drifting through the large windows. She spoke of various software she'd mastered, intricate systems she'd meticulously implemented, and the small, hard-won victories of bringing order to financial chaos. Antonio found himself asking sharper questions than strictly necessary, not from any doubt concerning her qualifications, but rather to deliberately draw out the full depth of her competence, to see how she would shine under pressure. As their discussion flowed, Raven realized, with a quiet surge of understanding, that he wasn't trying to expose her weaknesses. Instead, he was artfully guiding her, subtly making her feel capable, powerful even, rather than inadequate. His questions were not designed to reveal failures, but to highlight her strengths, drawing out the very best of her professional acumen. When she spoke of solving complex problems, a vibrant, almost electric light ignited in her eyes, and her posture subtly shifted, her shoulders straightening, a quiet confidence blooming in her, radiating an infectious energy under the warmth of professional discussion. The soft, decisive thud as he finally closed her folder echoed disproportionately loud in the intimate space. At the sound, every line of her body tensed, an almost imperceptible tightening of muscles, like a bowstring drawn taut. "So," she said carefully, her voice a fragile bridge over the sudden quiet, "do you think I might be a good fit?" His expression, a carefully constructed mask of neutrality, remained perfectly professional. "I'll need to discuss it with my partner and get back to you," he stated, his tone even, giving nothing away. A shadow of disappointment, fleeting but profound, flickered across her features before she could fully mask it. Yet, with a quiet strength, She rose gracefully from her seat, her movements fluid and composed. "Thank you for the opportunity," she said, her genuine sincerity ringing clear through the lingering disappointment. "Really, it means more than you know." He stood as well, mirroring her movement, rising with a silent, imposing grace. He took her hand, his fingers firm and warm around hers, holding it perhaps a breath longer than strictly professional etiquette might dictate. He noticed the delicate pulse visible at her wrist. A quick, nervous flutter, but undeniably steady underneath, mirroring the quiet resolve he sensed within her. A faint, clean scent of rain and damp earth seemed to emanate from her, subtle yet compelling. "You'll hear from me soon," he promised, his voice low, imbued with a quiet certainty that settled deep within her. Her small smile in return was genuine, transforming her features in a way that tightened his chest with an unexpected ache. She gathered her folder with efficient, precise movements and headed toward the door, weaving effortlessly between tables. Her innate spatial awareness speaking volumes of someone accustomed to navigating tight spaces without causing the slightest disruption. Antonia remained standing, a still, watchful presence amidst the gentle ebb and flow of the cafe. He watched her disappear into the brilliant wash of morning sunlight beyond the wide cafe windows, the vibrant gold momentarily eclipsing her form. Every nerve in his body hummed with an acute awareness he couldn't yet name. A primal, insistent feeling that radiated from his wolf, which now paced restlessly within him, like a hunter that had caught a captivating scent it was compelled to follow. His phone buzzed, a sharp, jarring sound that pulled him back from the edge of that compelling awareness. Pack business, requiring immediate, unwavering attention. But first, he had a decision to make, one that felt more significant than any financial ledger. His wolf was certain, with an ancient, undeniable knowing that resonated deep within his bones. The true question was whether he, Antonio, could fully trust that powerful, instinctual certainty, and more importantly, whether Raven was truly ready for the myriad complications, both mundane and supernatural, that would inevitably intertwine with it. One thing, however, was unequivocally clear, settled like stone. Raven was getting that job. The vast, echoing space of the main storeroom was usually a place of organized chaos, a hum of efficiency. Tonight, however, it was a tomb of foul air. The stench of spoiled venison hung like a shroud, thick and green, coating the back of the throat with a sweet, sick rot that lingered even after a desperate gulp of air. It clung to the rough-hewn beams, permeated the dusty sacks of grain, and seemed to cling to the very fabric of their clothes despite the frantic, metallic whir of industrial ventilation fans churning uselessly overhead. The air, though stirred, remained heavy, a palpable, nauseating presence. Antonio stood with arms crossed, the taut lines of his jaw etched in the low, flickering light of the bare bulbs. His gaze, usually possessing a deep, calm intensity, was now sharp, almost predatory, as he surveyed the damage. The faint, earthy scent of his own wolf, usually a comforting anchor, felt restless beneath his skin. 2 entire wooden crates sat quarantined near the loading dock, their rough surfaces already stained with dark, weeping patches. Inside, 47 pounds of prime protein, meant to sustain them through the leanest weeks, was now a grotesque science experiment in decay. A haze of tiny, iridescent flies danced a morbid waltz over the oozing, discolored meat, a soft, persistent buzz the only sound against the fan's drone. Cora, a whirlwind of focused frustration, flipped through pages on her clipboard, the crisp rustle of paper, a counterpoint to the room's grim quiet. Her voice, usually warm, was now edged with a sharp, metallic note of exasperation. 2 crates gone. And the mold? It spread like wildfire. 3 grain sacks stored too close. Another 60 pounds of winter wheat, tainted and unusable. She gestured with a tight chopping motion toward opposite corners of the cavernous space, where Jensen and Kai, two younger, burly wolves in human form, were stacking replacement supplies with a distinct, unnecessary violence. The thud of sacks hitting the floor, the scrape of crates, the grunts of effort, all carried a simmering tension. The wolves are practically snapping at each other over this instead of actually fixing the problem. If we don't sort this before evening meal prep, someone's deciding dominance displays matter more than solutions. The air itself seemed to crackle with their unspoken challenge. A low growl just beneath the surface of their human forms. Antonio's eyes, dark and piercing, scanned the high-shadowed shelves, the vast inventory of their survival. His mind, accustomed to rapid, complex calculations, was already tallying losses against the looming winter projections. The numbers weren't catastrophic. Not yet. But they were far from good. He could almost feel the cold bite of the mountain air, the stark whiteness of snow-choked passes in his imagination. Every pound of protein mattered, a precious tangible weight. Every calorie was a vital component in the brutal mathematics of pack survival. 63 hungry wolves to feed through 4 months of brutal, isolating cold, with supply runs becoming utterly impossible once the first heavy snows blocked the access roads, sealing them within their mountain sanctuary. Equipment failure or human error? He asked, his voice a low, resonant baritone that always seemed to cut through the din, momentarily quieting the low rumblings of the frustrated wolves. Both wolves swear they followed protocols, Cora replied, a stray strand of auburn hair escaping her neat bun as she tucked it deftly behind her ear. Temperature logs normal, humidity readings within range. But something went wrong with the storage system. The data just doesn't add up. Which means either they're both lying, or our equipment's failing faster than projected. Antonio's voice, though still calm, now carried an undeniable edge of authority. A deep-seated power that made even the most agitated conversations across the massive barn pause. A ripple of quiet apprehension spreading through the space. Before Cora could reply, his phone vibrated. A sudden sharp buzz against the heavy silence he'd imposed. He pulled it out, expecting another logistical crisis, perhaps a report of a fence line breach or an unexpected storm front. Instead, a message from her. His thumb hovered, then opened the message. The screen glowed, illuminating his face in the semi-darkness of the storeroom. Interview over. Your friend is ridiculously attractive. Dark hair, eyes that see everything, shoulders that could probably bench press a truck. I'm pretty sure I stammered through half my answers. But he seemed genuinely nice underneath all that. Intensity, fingers crossed. A slow, private smile began to spread across Antonio's face. A warmth that chased away the cold, metallic scent of regret and decay. Ridiculously attractive. Shoulders that could bench press a truck. A deep, satisfying purr vibrated through his chest, the wolf inside preening with masculine triumph. She'd been so utterly distracted by his appearance, by the subtle, almost imperceptible aura of his true nature, that she could barely think straight. Yet, even rattled, she'd focused on his character, calling him genuinely nice, despite the raw intensity he knew he sometimes projected. She was texting about him. About their meeting, from hours ago, across the coffee shop table. She had no idea she was messaging him directly. Antonio, Cora's voice, now laced with a thread of curiosity, cut through his sudden reverie. Everything okay? He stared at his phone, the cheerful glow of the screen a stark contrast to the turmoil in his mind. He pictured her across from him, her hands nervously clutching a coffee cup, her words earnest as she described her qualifications, desperate to impress someone she thought was a stranger. Meanwhile, for weeks, she'd been pouring her heart out to him, sharing her dreams and fears, believing she was talking to her friend Rachel. The irony was a bitter, complex flavor on his tongue. Just work stuff, he managed, his voice rougher, a little more strained than intended, betraying the sudden internal shift. His phone buzzed again, a frantic little tremor in his hand. "I don't know. Did I even make sense?" I rambled. "Nerves make me babble." She hadn't rambled. Not a single word. She'd been perfect, articulate and honest, and exactly what he'd expected from weeks of their late-night conversations. But she had no idea he already knew her, already cared about her success, her well-being. The deception sat heavily in his chest, a growing cold weight that pressed against his ribs. He should have told her from the beginning. Should have corrected the wrong number immediately, banished the innocent mistake instead of letting her believe she was talking to Rachel. "I'm sure you did well," he typed carefully, the words forming with a deliberate slowness. He chose his next phrase with a hunter's precision. He mentioned he's been struggling to find reliable suppliers for bulk dried goods, meats, grains, preserved foods. The costs keep climbing, but quality can't be compromised. It wasn't entirely a lie. They did need suppliers, desperately. And he had mentioned the supply challenges to her during their conversation, though not in those exact terms. Her response came after a brief, pregnant pause, the silence stretching taut between the messages. "Wait, I know someone. I did books for a family company a while back. Good people, solid prices. They specialize in bulk dried orders for restaurants and institutions. Want me to send you the link?" Antonio went profoundly still, every muscle in his body locking. The wolf inside him was suddenly electrified, fully alert, a primal surge of intensity that had nothing to do with spoiled meat and everything to do with impossible coincidence, with the uncanny, almost magical thread of fate that seemed to be weaving itself around them. The air around him seemed to crackle with an unseen energy. "Send it." Seconds later, his phone chimed with a web link. He opened it, scanning the company information with growing, almost disbelieving amazement. The bright glow of the screen illuminated the dusty corners of the storeroom, the details leaping out at him. Heritage Food Distributors, family-owned, since 1962, specializing in bulk institutional supplies, dried meats, grains, preserved goods, current wholesale pricing, vacuum-sealed venison. $8.90 a pound, minimum 50-pound orders. Premium jerky cuts, $12.50 a pound. Winter wheat berries, $2.10 a pound, minimum 20-pound orders. Dried legume variety packs, $3.75 a pound. Delivery available within a 300-mile radius. Volume discounts on orders over $2,000. Antonio's breath caught. A sharp, ragged sound in the stale air. Their current supplier charged $11.20 per pound for venison of questionable quality, often arriving with a faint, metallic tang. Jerky, an essential protein bite for their patrols, was $16.80 per pound, and half the pack complained it was too salty. Wheat came in at $4.40 per pound, with delivery fees that added another 20%. This pricing, this incredible pricing, it would save them nearly 40% on protein costs alone. A monumental, unthinkable sum. He scrolled down, his finger trembling slightly, to the delivery terms. Weekly routes established for institutional clients. Refrigerated transport is maintained at optimal temperatures. Quality guarantee. Full refund on any products not meeting standards. "Holy shit!" he breathed, the words escaping him in a raw, guttural whisper, usually reserved for moments of profound danger or extreme awe. Cora was beside him immediately, moving with her usual practiced efficiency, her head tilted as she read over his shoulder. Her sharp eyes quickly absorbed the figures. "Where did you find this?" Disbelief, tinged with a hint of professional pique, colored her voice. "I've called every distributor within 300 miles, Antonio. Every single one. Never heard of these people." Antonio slipped the phone back into his pocket with a swift, almost imperceptible motion. The cool plastic a solid weight against his hip. He fought to keep his expression neutral, to mask the staggering implications of what had just transpired. "Lucky break!" he said, hoping his voice sounded casual. The woman who'd sat across from him in the cafe, her hands clammy with nerves about a job interview, had just solved one of his pack's most pressing logistical challenges with a single casual text message. She thought she was doing a stranger a favor through her friend Rachel. She had absolutely no idea she'd potentially saved his people from a brutal winter of rationed meals and dangerously stretched resources. The magnitude of her unwitting help hummed through him, a strange, profound warmth. His phone buzzed again, pulling him back to the present. I hope that helps. I might have another contact if he needs restaurant equipment suppliers, too. Antonio leaned back against the cold, unyielding metal of a storage shelving unit, letting her words sink in, a faint metallic tang of dust and rust on his tongue. The wolf within him let out a deep, satisfied purr. Not possessiveness, not even primal triumph, but something far deeper. A sense of wonder, of profound recognition. Recognition of a capability that went far beyond what she probably saw in herself. A sharp, intuitive competence that shone through her everyday actions. Cora, contact that supplier immediately, he said, straightening his voice infused with renewed energy and purpose. The scent of sweet, sick rot and decay still lingered, but it no longer held the same power. Get pricing on our standard winter order. See if they can handle 3,000 pounds of mixed proteins, 1,500 pounds of grains. Factor in weekly delivery through March. Already on it. Her fingers flew across her phone screen, a rapid, almost unheard tap, tap, tap. Her eyes gleamed with a focused intensity. If these prices hold for our volume, this solves our budget shortfall completely. We're talking about saving $9,000 minimum, Antonio. Minimum. $9,000. The words hung in the air, weighted with the promise of security, the difference between comfortable, abundant winter stores and carefully rationed, precarious survival. The critical difference between wolves focusing on their collective duties and wolves growing irritable, fractious, their tempers frayed by protein deficits and gnawing hunger. The woman who'd nervously clutched her coffee cup and worried about her qualifications had just, with a simple act of mistaken kindness, handed him the key to his pack's winter survival. Without knowing his name, without understanding his true nature, or what her accidental help truly meant. I'm sure it helped a lot, he typed back. The understatement of the century, a small private joke in the vast echoing storeroom. Her reply, almost instantaneous. Good. Then maybe I didn't totally waste his time after all. Antonio smiled at the screen. A genuine, unburdened smile that rarely graced his face in this utilitarian setting. Despite the lingering chaos and the heavy scent of rot surrounding him. Waste his time? She'd accomplished more in 5 minutes than his entire supply management team had managed in weeks of exhaustive research and dead ends. You didn't trust me. Antonio, Elias's voice, booming and laced with a fresh wave of irritation, cut across the barn from the direction of the grain storage. The faint sound of low growls and frustrated snarls followed. Need you to mediate grain redistribution before these wolves decide to settle it with claws, Duty called. As always, a relentless, demanding master, but as he moved toward the rising voices and the agitated scent of 2 battling wolves near the grain storage, part of his attention, a vital, glowing spark, remained fixed on the device in his pocket. On the messages proving his instincts about her had been right. Not just about her competence, but about something far deeper. On the growing certainty that Raven wasn't just competent. She was exactly what his pack needed. In ways that went far beyond mere bookkeeping. And on the increasingly complicated, almost shimmering web of half-truths he had woven, drawing her deeper into his dangerous supernatural world without her knowledge or consent. Antonio's voice cracked through the tension like a whip. Enough. The word echoed in the cavernous storeroom. Sharp enough to make both Jensen and Kai freeze mid-motion. He stepped forward, the weight of his authority pressing down harder than any dominance posturing they could muster. You want to waste more of the pack's food fighting over who's right. His gaze cut between them, hard and unyielding. 2 crates gone, 60 pounds of wheat spoiled. That's not a mistake. That's negligence. And I won't see it repeated. He jabbed a finger toward the ruined supplies. From this moment, protocols change. Every crate, every sack, every damn scrap of winter stock is stored properly, checked twice, and signed off. No excuses. No shortcuts. You don't like the system? Tough. You'll follow it, or you'll answer to me. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the slow drip of melting ice along the stone wall. Antonio's tone dropped, quieter but sharper. This pack survives the winter by discipline, not brawling. Get it through your skulls. The way things were done isn't working. It changes now. The knock came sharp and sudden, a brutal staccato against the thin apartment door that rattled through the entire structure like unexpected gunfire. Raven flinched, a tremor running through her as she looked up from the half-folded laundry. A muted mountain of grievances sprawled across her threadbare couch. A faint scent of stale detergent and forgotten fabric softener clung to the clothes, and the afternoon light, filtered through grimy window panes, cast a pallid yellow glow on the dust motes dancing in the sluggish air. Nobody ever just dropped by. Not family, not co-workers, certainly not friends. Her social circle was small enough to count on one hand, existing mostly through scheduled coffee dates and the impersonal ping of birthday texts. The sudden intrusion felt like a tear in the fabric of her carefully constructed solitude. She padded barefoot across the cool, slightly gritty linoleum floor, the sensation grounding her even as a prickle of unease traced its way up her spine. Her oversized, faded grey cardigan, smelling faintly of old coffee, and her own quiet melancholy, was tugged tighter, its wool soft but scratchy against her skin. Through the fisheye distortion of the peephole, a familiar figure bobbed into view, a bright splash of colour against the muted hallway. Honey blonde hair shimmered even in the dim light, and a canvas tote bag, clearly expensive, shifted from shoulder to shoulder with a restless energy. Rachel, a genuine spark ignited in Raven's chest, a warmth blossoming where only a hollow ache had resided. She fumbled with the stubborn deadbolt, the metallic click and grind echoing disproportionately loud in the sudden silence of the apartment, and swung the door wide. A rush of cooler, cleaner outside air, carrying faint hints of exhaust fumes and distant bakery smells, flooded the small space. "Rachel, what are you doing here?" The words tumbled out, bright and unburdened with welcome, her face breaking into an unguarded smile that felt unfamiliar even to herself. Rachel looked exactly as always. A perfect honey blonde ponytail, gleaming with light, bounced slightly as she smiled. Her effortlessly perfect jeans, a deep indigo, looked soft as butter, and her cashmere sweater, a pale cream, probably cost more than Raven's monthly groceries. A faint, pleasant scent of high-end perfume, something with a hint of citrus and expensive florals, wafted into the apartment. But her smile, though warm, carried something sheepish, like she'd been caught doing something delightfully inappropriate. "I was in the neighborhood," Rachel said, her voice smooth and melodic, hefting her expensive structured canvas tote higher. The thick strap creaked almost imperceptibly as it settled. "Thought I'd check in. I haven't heard from you in ages, and I was starting to worry." Raven blinked, the smile faltering, confusion flickering across her features like a faulty lamp. The pleasant warmth in her chest began to recede, replaced by a growing chill. "What do you mean?" "You've heard from me every day," she laughed, a disbelieving, bewildered sound that cracked slightly at the edges. "Rachel, we've been texting constantly. Last night you told me to get some sleep, remember? And the night before we talked about my job search. And you?" No?" Rachel's eyebrows, perfectly sculpted, drew together in a frown of genuine perplexity. "Raven, I literally came by because you've been radio silent. My last text from you was like 5 weeks ago, asking about that coffee date we never scheduled. Her voice, usually so light, carried the careful, measured tone of someone delivering potentially upsetting news, each word weighed with a subtle, uncomfortable gravity. Her gaze swept over Raven, then the dim apartment. "Are you okay? You look tired. Really tired." "I look tired?" Raven's voice pitched higher, with a sudden jarring blend of confusion and raw, dawning panic. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing in on her. No, you don't understand. We've been texting, every night. You've been helping me through everything. The job loss, the depression, the interview yesterday." She broke off, the words catching in her throat, as she whirled toward the small, scarred coffee table, cluttered with old bills, junk mail, and a half-empty mug. Her phone, its cracked screen a familiar web of lines, lay innocently amidst the detritus. "Look, I'll show you." Her fingers, trembling slightly, flew across the cold, unresponsive glass, swiping and scrolling with a desperate urgency to their conversation thread. The familiar blue and grey bubbles glowed back at her, a vibrant chronicle of weeks of back and forth, a lifeline of encouragement and practical advice. It was a gradual, steady building of a connection that, she was certain, had pulled her back from despair's cold, hungry edge. "See?" She thrust the phone toward Rachel, her voice tight, strained with the desperate clawing need to be believed, to prove her own sanity. "Every night. You told me to eat something, to clean my apartment, and to apply for jobs. You set up that interview." Rachel leaned in, her perfume a sudden, strong presence beside Raven. Her expression shifted, slowly, subtly, from confusion to a deep, worried concern as she read the messages. Her polished finger, a single silver ring gleaming, traced down the conversation, and Raven watched her face with an almost painful intensity, waiting, pleading for recognition to dawn, for the dark cloud of misunderstanding to lift. Instead, Rachel's frown deepened, creasing the smooth skin between her brows. A cold knot formed in Raven's stomach. "Raven." Her voice was very careful now, hushed, almost a whisper, as if approaching a wounded animal. A tremor ran through it. "That's not me. That's not my number." The words hit Raven like a physical blow, a sudden, sharp impact that stole the air from her lungs. A dizzying wave washed over her, and she felt her knees go weak, threatening to buckle. Her grip tightened on the phone until her knuckles went white, the cheap plastic digging into her palm. Her heart began to hammer a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "What do you mean it's not your number?" "Of course it's your number. You gave it to me at the coffee shop, remember? You wrote it on that napkin because your phone was dead." "What napkin?" Rachel asked gently, her voice barely audible, a fragile thread of sound against Raven's roaring blood. Raven's gaze darted frantically around the cluttered coffee table, scouring every surface, every shadow, until she spotted it. A crumpled cafe napkin, already pale and stained with forgotten coffee rings, half buried under a brightly colored credit card statement. She lunged for it, grabbing it with trembling fingers that felt suddenly clumsy and numb. She unfolded it with a frantic urgency, revealing hastily scrawled digits in faded blue ink. Digits she'd copied so carefully, so reverently, weeks ago. This napkin. She held it up like irrefutable evidence, like proof of sanity in a world suddenly spinning out of control. Her voice was thin, desperate. "You wrote your new number because you got a different phone plan." Rachel took the napkin gently, her touch light, almost hesitant. She studied the smeared blue ink with a puzzle-solving concentration, her head tilted, a faint furrow appearing on her brow, the silence stretched, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by Raven's ragged breathing. After a long, agonizing moment, she looked up, her sympathetic eyes, usually so bright, shadowed with genuine sorrow. "Raven, honey, this says 433 at the end." She pointed a perfectly manicured finger to the last digits, where the ink had blurred and softened from handling, making the lines indistinct. My number ends in 483. See? That 8 got smudged, and looks like a 3. The ink must have run when you copied it down. Blood drained from Raven's face so fast it felt like a cold, terrifying rush, leaving her skin clammy and pale. A faint ringing started in her ears, her vision blurring at the edges. She stared at the napkin, at numbers that suddenly looked foreign and wrong, like they were twisting into an unreadable, ancient language. The familiar comfort they'd offered now felt like a cruel mockery. "No," she whispered, the word barely escaping her throat, a ragged, fragile sound. "No, that can't be right. That would mean..." A new, chilling quality entered the air. A subtle shift, like the temperature had plummeted a few degrees. "That would mean you've been texting a stranger." Rachel finished softly, her voice filled with a profound sadness. Raven's legs gave out entirely. The floor seemed to drop away beneath her, and she sank onto the couch edge, the cushions sighing audibly under her sudden weight, a sound that seemed to mock her collapse. She stared at the crumpled napkin in her hand, suddenly seeing it as a leering, malicious thing, as if it had grown teeth and fangs. The apartment seemed to tilt around her, walls pressing closer, suffocating her, while the ceiling stretched impossibly high and distant, as if mocking her confined anguish. No, it can't be. They knew things. They knew exactly what to say. They helped me get through the worst nights. Her voice cracked, breaking on a wave of growing horror, thick and sickening like cold treacle. Oh God, what did I tell them? The scent of stale air and dust suddenly felt overwhelming. Rachel crouched beside the couch, her hand resting gently on Raven's shoulder. The touch was warm and real, a physical anchor in a reality that had suddenly lurched and shifted, becoming fluid and terrifying. Her expensive perfume, once a pleasant detail, now felt like a stark contrast to the emotional wreckage unfolding. "I don't know who it is, but it isn't me. And whoever at Island, they know a lot about you now. Your personal struggles, your family situation, where you live." Rachel paused, her gaze sweeping the apartment again. The casual intimacy of the space now feeling exposed, vulnerable. She was clearly trying to find words that wouldn't worsen the already crushing situation. "Maybe you should be careful. Maybe consider changing your number." "I needed it to be you," Raven interrupted, her voice small and broken. A raw confession tearing out like something vital being ripped away from her very core. Tears welled in her eyes, stinging. "I needed those messages to be from someone who cared about me, someone who knew me, someone who..." She pressed her hands to her face, the hot, humiliating flush of shame burning through her cheeks, an inferno of mortification. "I've been pouring my heart out to a stranger. Every fear, every failure, every pathetic detail of my pathetic life. They know everything." Rachel's arms came around her then, pulling her into a fierce, grounding hug that smelled of expensive perfume, freshly brewed coffee from whatever swanky cafe she'd visited before coming here, and a comforting hint of concern. The pressure was firm, encompassing. "It's going to be okay. We'll figure this out. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. Maybe whoever it was, they were just being kind." "Kind?" Raven pulled back, her eyes bright with unshed tears, suddenly flashed with a fierce, dawning anger. Her voice was raspy, scraped raw. "Rachel, I told them about my family ignoring me, about losing my job, about not having money for groceries, about feeling invisible and worthless, and..." Her voice climbed toward hysteria, becoming brittle and sharp. "What kind of person pretends to be someone's friend? What kind of sick individual gets off on that? What kind of monster just listens?" The air around them seemed to crackle with her fury. "I don't know," Rachel said quietly, her voice still measured, but now edged with a pained uncertainty. But maybe their intentions weren't malicious. Maybe they were just trying to help, in their own way. Raven let out a laugh that sounded more like a choked, agonizing sob, harsh and bitter. Help? By lying to me? By letting me believe I had someone who cared, when really I was just entertainment for some stranger? Some voyeur? She shook her head violently. Her hair, usually a dark frame for her face, now an agitated blur. No. This is exactly what always happens. I finally think something good is happening, that someone actually gives a damn about me, and it turns out to be fake. It's always fake. A bitter taste filled her mouth, like ash. Rachel's grip tightened, the pressure on Raven's shoulders immense, as if she could physically hold Raven together through sheer will alone. That's not true. I care about you. Our friendship is real. Is it? Raven's voice was raw again, scraped thin, fragile under the devastating weight of the revelation. The bitterness was a physical presence in the room, making it feel colder, denser. Because if it's so real, where have you been these past few months? When I was falling apart, when I lost my job, when I couldn't get out of bed for days. Where were you? The silence stretched, aching and heavy. The question hung between them like a plume of acrid smoke, choking and unavoidable. It settled, thick and burning, in the stagnant air. Rachel's face crumpled slightly, a quick, painful flicker of guilt passing through her eyes, darkening their usual warmth. I didn't know, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. You never said anything. You never asked for help. I shouldn't have to ask, Raven replied, but the fight was slowly, agonizingly, going out of her voice, leaving only a profound, soul-deep exhaustion behind. Her shoulders slumped. I shouldn't have to beg my friends to notice I'm drowning. They sat in silence then. The weight of unspoken words, of years of careful distance and politely maintained friendship, pressing down between them like a physical force. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. Outside, the city continued its afternoon rhythm. The distant, ceaseless hum of traffic, the faint, disembodied voices drifting up from streets where people lived. Lives that mattered to someone, lives uncomplicated by such unsettling, intimate betrayals. Finally, Rachel stood, her movements careful, almost hesitant, as if stepping through a minefield. I should go, she said, her voice thick with unspoken, unnamed emotions. Regret, sorrow, maybe a touch of fear. But I'll call you soon, okay? Really call you. We'll talk properly. She squeezed Raven's shoulder once more, a last lingering touch that was both comforting and unsettling. Before heading for the door, her footsteps were soft, almost soundless, against the worn hardwood floor. The lock clicked with a somehow final, chilling echo, despite her promise to stay in touch, leaving Raven alone in the suddenly hollow, vulnerable silence. An invisible presence seemed to linger in the air, a subtle shift, a lingering chill that wasn't just the absence of Rachel's warmth, but something else entirely. Raven sat alone on her couch, a heavy, velvet-clad beast that usually offered solace, but now felt like a cold, unyielding throne of despair. She clutched her phone like it might spontaneously combust in her palms, the cool brushed metal already feeling searing against her clammy skin. The screen still glowed with the conversation thread, a spectral blue light casting distorted shadows across her face and reflecting the turmoil in her wide, unblinking eyes. Weeks of messages, each word once a delicate thread woven into a perceived lifeline, now revealed as an elaborate, cruel tapestry of deception. Every soft-spoken word of comfort, every piece of insightful advice, every moment when she'd felt a rare, fleeting sense of being less alone in the vast, indifferent city. All of it, built upon a foundation of meticulously constructed lies. The very air in her apartment, usually thick with the faint scent of old books and brewing tea, now seemed to press in on her, stagnant and suffocating, imbued with an almost tangible sense of betrayal. Her hands shook, a fine tremor tracing through her forearms, as she scrolled back through the glowing history. The digital words, once beacons of light, now flickered like malevolent embers. She saw them through the horrible crystalline lens of new knowledge. The stranger's thoughtful replies that had so effortlessly steadied her through her most debilitating panic attacks, her heart once thundering like a trapped bird, now slowly calmed by their calming phrases. The insistent, gentle voice that had encouraged her to keep trying when the crushing weight of her life had made her want nothing more than to give up entirely. The person who'd somehow, impossibly, known exactly what she needed to hear, as if they could glimpse the deepest recesses of her soul. The memory of her gratitude, once so warm and comforting, now curdled into a bitter, icy knot in her stomach. Who were they? The question scraped at the inside of her skull, a persistent, jagged whisper. Why had they played along with her accidental mistake, allowing her to believe she was reaching out to Rachel? What kind of person invested weeks of their time, their carefully chosen words, their seemingly genuine empathy, in helping someone they'd never met, someone who'd contacted them by pure, unadulterated accident? The silence in the room seemed to mock her, punctuated only by the frantic drumming of her own pulse. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a violent, irregular rhythm that vibrated through her entire chest, each beat carrying a fresh wave of mortification. She'd been so profoundly grateful for those messages, so utterly relieved to have someone who seemed to truly understand the sharp, specific agony of her pain. She'd let her guard down completely, peeling back layers of carefully constructed defenses, sharing raw, vulnerable things she'd never told another living soul. Not even Rachel, not even in her quietest prayers. The shame of it washed over her, a hot, suffocating tide. And it had all been a lie. Her throat burned, a raw, abrasive sensation, with the weight of unshed tears and the acrid taste of bitter betrayal. She'd been so stupid, so pathetically desperate for connection, that she'd never once questioned the sudden, inexplicable change in Rachel's texting style, the sudden eloquence, the profound insights, the comforting wisdom that had never been Rachel's forte. She'd never wondered why her friend had become so much more insightful, so much more intuitive, overnight. A chill, faint and unidentifiable, seemed to seep from the very walls, a subtle shift in the air that spoke of something unseen, something else. The phone felt impossibly heavy in her hands, a leaden weight, pregnant with all the secrets she'd poured into its glowing digital maw. Her thumbs trembled uncontrollably as she opened the keyboard, hovering over the tiny, insubstantial letters that suddenly seemed utterly inadequate, incapable of expressing the monstrous magnitude of her confusion, her hurt, her gut-wrenching betrayal. The air around her seemed to thicken, a subtle hum of unseen energy prickling at her skin, a whisper of something more than just personal drama unfolding. 3 words. That's all she could manage. 3 words that carried the crushing weight of weeks of elaborate deception and the shattering of something she'd foolishly, desperately, thought was profoundly real. Who are you? She stared at the message for a long, agonizing moment, the words stark against the bright screen, before her trembling finger finally hit send. Her breath was trapped somewhere between lungs and throat, a painful, desperate gasp. The words disappeared into the digital void, swallowed by the unseen currents of the network, carrying with them all her confusion and her betrayal, and her desperate, urgent need to understand. Then she waited, the cursor blinking back at her like a patient, calculating predator, its steady rhythm a mesmerizing, unsettling pulse. The apartment felt suddenly foreign, alien and cold, as if this sudden, shocking revelation had changed not just her understanding of the past few weeks, but the very nature of the space she inhabited. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more alive, and the faint hum that sometimes accompanied the old building's electrical systems now seemed charged with an unnatural, almost magical static. The silence pressed against her ears. No longer the familiar, comforting quiet of her home, but an oppressive, suffocating blanket. Her phone remained stubbornly quiet, an unresponsive rectangular slab in her hand, no immediate response forthcoming. Each passing second stretched into a distorted eternity, filled with a cacophony of questions she wasn't sure she truly wanted answered. Each tick of the mental clock, a tiny chisel chipping away at her composure. Who had she been talking to all this time? Was it someone genuinely kind who'd simply stumbled into helping her, or someone with darker, more inscrutable motives she couldn't even begin to fathom? Did it even matter, she wondered with a fresh wave of despair, when the entire foundation of their trusted connection had been built on a lie from the very beginning? A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the ambient light made the room feel colder, and a faint, metallic scent, like distant ozone or old blood, teased at the edges of her perception. She clutched the phone tighter, her knuckles white with an unbearable tension that ran through her entire body, and waited for her world to shift once again, sensing that this was only the prelude to a far greater, stranger reveal. The scent of old hay and damp earth, mingled with the sharp, metallic tang of agitated wolf, still clung to Antonio's nostrils. He had barely finished mediating a heated argument between two younger wolves over the storage situation. A petty squabble that nevertheless threatened to escalate into a full-blown dominance display when his phone buzzed. It wasn't the usual soft vibration he kept for privacy. This was a jarring, insistent thrum that cut through the barn's expansive, echoing acoustics like a blade of ice. The rustle of shifting sacks, the low murmur of pack members assessing inventory, the rhythmic scrape of boots on concrete, all seemed to hush, if only for a beat, as the sound snagged at the attention of not just Antonio, but the deeper, more primal part of him. He glanced at the screen, expecting another terse supplier update from Cora, his logistics expert, or perhaps a flurry of questions from younger pack members about patrol routes. Instead, 3 words stopped his heart cold. "Who are you?" The message sat on his screen like an accusation, each letter sharp-edged and unforgiving, glowing with an unnatural intensity in the dim light of the barn. A sudden, crushing cold spread through Antonio's chest, tightening his ribs until they felt too small for his lungs. His wolf, usually a restless current beneath his skin, went utterly still, not with the coiled predator alertness of a hunter, but with the frozen, gut-wrenching horror of something caught in an inescapable trap. A low, guttural growl rumbled deep in his throat, a sound only he could feel, a primal protest against a truth revealed. She knew, somehow, some way, Raven had discovered the truth behind their weeks of correspondence. The careful fiction he'd woven, thread by painstaking thread, had crumbled instantly, leaving him exposed in ways that made his skin feel flayed, his protective fur stripped away by an unseen force. Around him, the vast storage barn continued its controlled chaos. Wolves moved supplies, their robust bodies pushing heavy barrels, their voices calling inventory numbers across the wide space. The aroma of dried herbs, milled grains, and the living musk of his pack filled the air. But Antonio felt suspended outside it all, existing in a chilling bubble, where only those 3 stark words held any reality. The sounds of his pack became distant, muffled, as if filtered through thick glass. The comforting smells faded, replaced by the bitter, metallic taste of dread on his tongue. He could lie. The option presented itself with a seductive, venomous simplicity. Deflect. Confuse. Buy time to salvage the situation. To weave another elaborate deception. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, ghostly impressions of words forming and dissolving, replies that might preserve the illusion, if only for a moment longer. The air around him seemed to thicken with the faint, cloying scent of potential deceit, a smell his wolf found repulsive. But lies had never been his way. Not with his pack, not with his family, and especially not with her. She deserved better than shadows and half-truths, even if the whole truth would shatter whatever fragile connection they'd inexplicably built across the digital divide. His wolf demanded integrity, even in the face of inevitable pain. His thumbs moved with deliberate steadiness, each press of the key a heavy, irreversible commitment. Not Rachel. Antonio. The screen light flickered, mirroring the tremor deep in his own core. The response came so fast it had to have been typed while his message was still sending. Almost as if she'd anticipated his confession. No. You're lying. He could feel the desperation in those words, a frantic, raw energy that vibrated through the screen and into his bones. It was the desperate need for this to be some terrible mistake that could be explained away, brushed aside. His chest ached with the knowledge that he was about to shatter whatever fragile hope she was clinging to inflict a wound he could not heal. I'm not. I met you at the cafe. Interview. He remembered the precise angle of the morning light filtering through the window, highlighting the fine strands of her hair. The unsettling intensity in her eyes that had drawn him in. The faint, sweet scent of her fear and resilience that had called to his deepest instincts. The typing indicator appeared immediately, a brief, tantalizing flicker of digital activity. It disappeared, then returned. He could almost see her across the miles, Raven staring at her phone. Her fingers trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief as she tried to process what he was telling her. The silence stretched, taut, and agonizing, before her next message finally came, arriving as a torrent of pain and betrayal. You've been pretending to be my friend. All this time. Let me pour myself out to you. God, I told you everything. The capital letters hit him like physical shouts in the digital silence, echoing in the cavern of his mind. Antonio's throat constricted, his wolf making a low, wounded sound of distress, a deep, sorrowful vibration that no human ears could detect. He tasted the bitter tang of her wounded trust, acrid and overwhelming. I wasn't pretending. I meant every word. The words tasted like ash, inadequate, yet utterly true. Her response came like a physical blow, a sharp impact to his solar plexus. You tricked me. You let me think I was talking to someone who cared about me, when really I was just entertainment for some stranger. I didn't plan it. You texted me first. Wrong number. I tried to tell you, but your words. I couldn't walk away. You were hurting, and I couldn't just ignore it. He remembered the raw, unvarnished pain in those first messages, a beacon of distress that had ignited something ancient and protective within his wolf. The sheer vulnerability had been a powerful, irresistible call, a scent he couldn't turn away from. So you kept me dangling, talking to a stranger while I thought it was Rachel. Do you know how insane that feels? How violated! The word violated hit him like a punch to the solar plexus, knocking the air from his lungs. His wolf recoiled violently, a sharp, empathetic pang of understanding that they had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. He'd thought he was helping, providing comfort to someone who desperately needed it, guided by an instinct he hadn't fully understood. But from her perspective, the truth was a betrayal. I should have told you sooner. The admission was heavy, tasting of guilt and regret. You should have told me immediately. The first text. Wrong number. Sorry. That's what a decent person does. Her words were sharp, undeniable, and precise, like slivers of ice embedding themselves in his skin. She was right. He knew she was right. Every fiber of his being, every principle he lived by, screamed that she was absolutely right. But how could he explain that her first message, raw with pain, desperate for human connection, had reached something in him he hadn't known was empty? How could he tell her that her midnight confessions had become the anchor that kept him tethered to something beyond duty and responsibility, a fragile, unexpected light in the grinding solitude of his leadership? You should have never answered at all, came her next message, and the finality of it made his hands shake, the screen a blur of accusation. It was a death knell to their connection. The phone felt impossibly heavy, weighted with all the words he couldn't say, all the unspoken truths that now choked him. He wanted to type everything, about the crushing loneliness inherent in leading a pack, about how her voice in the darkness had saved him as much as he'd tried to save her, about the way her quiet strength had humbled him, and her profound vulnerability had called to something fiercely protective and primal in his chest. He wanted to confess the magic of their accidental bond, the way her essence had permeated his world even through a screen. But before he could formulate any of those complex truths into simple text, her final message appeared. "Don't text me again." 4 words. Simple, direct, absolute. The digital equivalent of a door slamming shut, its echo reverberating through his very being. Antonio stared at the message until the screen dimmed, then went entirely dark, a final act of digital severance. His wolf gave a low, mournful sound. Not quite a whine, not quite a howl, just pure, distilled loss that vibrated through his bones. His finger hovered over the keyboard, a dozen responses forming and dissolving in the space of a breath. "Please let me explain, Raven. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. You mean more to me than you know. You were my anchor." But none felt adequate, and all would be violations of the boundary she'd just drawn. A raw, undeniable line in the sand. She'd asked him not to contact her again, despite every instinct screaming at him to fight for what they'd built, to chase after the light she represented. He had to respect that choice. The restraint was a physical agony. He slipped the phone back into his pocket without typing a response. For the first time since that mistaken message had lit up his screen weeks ago, silence stretched between them, vast and empty. And it felt like drowning in the deep, cold ocean. Raven dropped her phone onto the plush duvet as if it had suddenly burst into flames. The screen went dark, plunging the immediate space into shadow, but she could still see those words burning against her retinas. Not Rachel. Antonio, the man from the cafe, the job interview. The stranger with predatory grace and eyes that seemed to see too much, eyes that had held an unsettling, knowing depth. He had been the voice in her darkness, the steady, unwavering presence that had pulled her back from the edge when she was ready to let go entirely. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of his presence she'd unconsciously carried since that meeting now felt like a foul, lingering stench of deceit. Her chest felt hollow, scooped out like someone had taken an ice cream scoop to her ribcage and removed everything vital. Each breath came shallow and sharp, not quite enough to fill the empty spaces where trust used to live, leaving a cold, aching void. Of course, the pattern was so familiar she should have recognized it immediately. Life dangling happiness in front of her like a succulent carrot, letting her get close enough to taste the sweet possibility of hope, then yanking it away with cruel, precise malice. This was what she got for forgetting the fundamental, bitter rule of her existence. Good things didn't happen to people like her. Not truly. Her family had taught her that lesson early and often. Her father's fleeting attention was always reserved for Daniel, a ghost of a brother she'd barely known. Her mother's praise was carefully rationed and usually conditional, withdrawn at the slightest misstep. Jobs that promised growth only to reveal themselves as suffocating dead ends, staffed by people who saw her as interchangeable, a cog in a machine. Friends who offered support until it became inconvenient, then vanished like smoke. And now this. A stranger. A man who had allowed her to believe she wasn't alone, who had let her pour out every fear and failure and shameful secret, only to reveal that it had all been built on deception. A grand, cruel masquerade. Her eyes burned with tears that felt too hot, too bitter to shed. She pressed her palms against closed eyelids, trying to push back the scalding flood of humiliation that threatened to drown her whole. She had been so grateful for those messages, so intensely relieved to have someone, anyone, who seemed to understand her pain without judgment. She had let her guard down completely, shared things she had never told another living soul, not even her own reflection. All of it lies. All of it was a performance orchestrated for her unwitting participation. All of it the worst kind of violation. Someone wearing the mask of a friend while remaining a stranger, an unseen voyeur into her most intimate sorrows. This is why you never trust happiness. She whispered into the apartment's oppressive darkness, her voice cracked and raw, barely audible over the frantic thrumming in her ears. It's a thief, a cruel trick, a mirage that disappears the second you reach for it. She curled onto her side, pulling her knees to her chest, making herself as small as possible. She dragged the thin blanket over her head like armor that might protect her from the crushing weight of her own stupidity. The fabric smelled faintly of the cheap detergent she couldn't really afford, an artificial spring scent that mocked the winter living in her bones, a cold that penetrated deeper than skin. Her phone buzzed once on the nightstand. Probably some automated notification. An advertisement for a sale she didn't care about. And she reached out blindly, with a fierce, desperate urgency, to silence it forever. Her fingers fumbled, found the power button, and pressed until the screen went black with a soft electronic sigh, cutting the last thread that connected her to the outside world. Darkness swallowed the room, thick and suffocating and familiar. No streetlight penetrated her single window. No sounds from neighboring apartments suggested that other people were living lives that mattered to someone. Just the amplified sound of her own ragged breathing, shallow and shaken, and the crushing, undeniable weight of being utterly alone. For the first time in weeks, there would be no message waiting to steady her when panic crept in around sleep's edges. No blunt words of encouragement, no practical advice, no reminder that she was seen and valued and worth the effort it took to keep breathing. Just silence. Just the hollow echo of her own heartbeat in the vast, empty spaces where hope used to live. The chill of the city night seeped through her windows, painting the room in shades of indistinct grey and deeper shadow. And somewhere in that profound, isolating darkness, the cruel truth settled over her like a blanket made of jagged stones, each one pressing down, robbing her of breath and warmth. She had learned. Once again, that happiness, fleeting and fragile, was nothing more than elaborate bait for a trap she should have been smart enough. She knew she was smart enough to avoid. The bitter, metallic taste of betrayal coated her tongue. The tears came then, hot and searing, carving paths down her cheeks, stinging her raw lips, and tasting of salt and absolute despair. They were full of a corrosive, impotent rage that had nowhere to go but inward, burning holes through her very core. She cried for the weeks of false comfort, for the deceptive warmth that had temporarily dulled the constant ache of her loneliness, for the stranger who had reached out to her at her lowest, her most vulnerable point, and chose to weave an elaborate lie instead of simply walking away. She cried for the foolish, hopeful version of herself, the one stupid enough to believe, however briefly, that someone might actually care, might actually see her without ulterior motives. But mostly, she cried for the girl who had forgotten, however briefly, the stark, unyielding truth that she was meant to be alone. The cold, unyielding reality enveloped her, more chilling than the night air. The scent of drying hay, damp earth, and the faint, sweet tang of stored grain hung heavy in the air of the pack's main barn. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of weak, late-afternoon sunlight that pierced a grimy window high above, illuminating the quiet, methodical creak and rustle of the structure. Antonio. Elias's voice cut across the vast space, sharp with concern, its familiar gravelly timbre echoing softly between the rough-hewn log walls. You left the grain redistribution meeting pretty abruptly. Is everything all right? Antonio leaned back against the sturdy, unvarnished storage shelving, the rough wood cool against his back through the fabric of his shirt. He was studying the man who'd raised him after his parents died, whose wisdom was etched into every line of his weathered face, who'd taught him that true leadership meant serving others before serving yourself. The weight of his unspoken troubles felt like a physical burden pressing down on his shoulders. Just tired, he said. the words feeling thin and unconvincing even to his own ears. Elias's eyes, the color of deep forest moss, narrowed with the quiet scrutiny of someone who'd known Antonio since boyhood, who could read the spaces between his words as easily as lines on a page. The barn seemed to hold its breath, tension rippling in the silence that followed. Tired? Or distracted? Antonio shifted, the faint sigh of his wolf a low thrum beneath his ribs. Does it matter? When something's clearly troubling you, it does. Elias lowered himself onto an overturned barrel beside him, his movements careful, shaped by years of labor and the creak of well-used joints. The faint scent of old pipe smoke still lingered in his clothes, grounding, familiar. His voice was gentle. I just want to know you're all right. Want to tell me what's really going on? Met someone, he said finally, the words tasting like ash, foreign and rough on his tongue. Human woman. She's been important. The admission hung in the air, oddly fragile. Elias's expression didn't change, remaining a mask of stoicism, but something shifted in the deep quality of his attention, a sharpening of his already perceptive gaze. Important how? Wrong number text turned into weeks of conversation. She didn't know it was me. Antonio's laugh was a harsh, rasping sound, devoid of humor, tasting like rust on his tongue, bitterly self-directed. The cold knot in his stomach tightened further. I let her think she was talking to a friend. Now she's found out the truth, and she wants nothing to do with me. The memory of her final message, sharp as shards of glass, pricked at him. His uncle was quiet for a long moment. The rhythmic, soft tap-tap-tap of his fingers against the worn wood of the barrel, a steady counterpoint to the chaotic thrumming of anxiety in Antonio's chest. You care about her. It wasn't a question, but a quiet, undeniable statement, imbued with the weight of knowing. Antonio nodded anyway, a subtle tremor in his movement. More than I should. More than makes sense. The whispered admission left his lips, tasting of profound, illogical devotion. And she doesn't know what we are. Elias's voice was low, a rumbling inquiry. Completely human, completely unaware. Antonio scrubbed his hands through his hair, the rasp of his palms against his scalp disheveling the careful style he maintained for public consumption, a tangible sign of his internal unraveling. Even if she could forgive the deception, how do you explain werewolves to someone whose biggest concern is making rent? How do you bridge that chasm of arcane truths and everyday struggles? Elias stood, moving with a quiet solemnity, to stare out the broad barn doors. The cool rush of evening air swept in, carrying the distant, murmuring symphony of the pack settlement. Lanterns now glowed between the timber buildings, casting warm pools of flickering amber light where pack members continued their evening routines. Faint laughter, the clatter of dishes, the low growl of a contented wolf. Your father fell for a human woman once, before he met your mother. It lasted about 3 months before he couldn't handle the lies anymore. Elias turned back to face his nephew, his face etched with a familiar sorrow. Broke both their hearts, but he said it taught him that some bridges can't be built on foundations of deception. The hard, undeniable truth of the words hung in the air like the dust motes caught in the dim light. The words hit Antonio like a physical blow, a sharp internal jolt that squeezed the air from his lungs. He stared at his uncle, processing this unexpected piece of family history that had never been shared before. A faint, forgotten scent of old sorrows suddenly present in the air. What happened to her? She moved on, found someone who could be honest with her from the start. Elias's voice was gentle, carrying the weight of decades of wisdom, but firm as bedrock. Your father never regretted letting her go, said it was the kindest thing he could do for both of them. The cool, hard logic settled over Antonio like a shroud. Antonio's phone sat silent, a cold, inert slab in his pocket, its screen dark as the winter sky. But 4 words glowed in his memory with an icy, searing clarity, Don't text me again. Maybe his father had been right. Maybe some distances were too great to bridge, some truths too dangerous to share. Maybe the kindest thing he could do for Raven, the only true act of care left to him, was exactly what she'd asked for: to leave her alone. The thought settled like a layer of fine, cold ash over his dwindling hope. The vast space that separated their worlds stretching out like an unforgiving, starless night. His wolf made a sound of protest, a deep, resonant thrumming beneath his ribs, a mournful vibration of fur and instinct, thick with primal grief and possessiveness. It was a cold, cavernous hollow in his very core, an instinctual understanding of a warmth extinguished, a light that had briefly pierced the perpetual twilight of his solitary burden. But Antonio pushed it down, smothered the animalistic urge with the iron will of the alpha, a cold, hard clamp on raw instinct. He wasn't the kind of man to chase where he wasn't wanted. He'd lived his life by that principle, led by it, and had shaped his very being around it. And she had been crystal clear about her wishes, her rejection sharp and precise. "It's done," he said aloud, the words rough and hollow, scraping his throat as they tore free. They hung in the dust-mote-filled air for a beat too long, then dissolved into the quiet, leaving only a frigid emptiness in their wake. Over. Elias nodded once. A profound silence, a heavy cloak, settling between them. His eyes, deep and knowing, held a quiet compassion that transcended the need for further words. "Get some sleep, nephew. Pack business continues tomorrow." The subtle shift in the air, from personal sorrow to the inescapable demands of leadership, was palpable. After his uncle left, Antonio walked the familiar hallways of the pack house, in something approaching a trance. The air here was always thick with the comforting, earthy musk of many wolves, mingled with the scent of wood smoke and roasted meat from the communal hearths. Voices drifted from the common areas. Wolves sharing evening meals, discussing tomorrow's work rotations. The comfortable, vibrant rhythm of community life that had always been his anchor. Tonight, however, it felt distant, muffled, like sounds heard underwater, a distorted echo through thick, cold, liquid. The soft give of worn hides underfoot, usually grounding, now felt strangely insubstantial. He reached his quarters and closed the heavy oak door with deliberate quiet, the soft click of the latch echoing loudly in the sudden silence. He leaned back against the solid wood, the cool, smooth weight pressing into his back, a tangible anchor as his internal world fractured into dust. The room was Spartan by choice, a reflection of his disciplined life. A bed with military corners, sheets crisp and starched, its scent of laundered linen almost sterile. A desk clear of everything but essential paperwork, its dark wood gleaming. Shelves lined with books about leadership and logistics, military strategy, and pack governance, rather than personal mementos that might betray a whisper of personal history. Leadership meant sacrifice, he'd always believed, and personal attachments were dangerous luxuries that could compromise decision-making when pack survival was at stake. But tonight, the careful, stark emptiness felt suffocating. The silence pressed in. A thick, invisible shroud, the stark, unyielding walls of his self-imposed isolation, closing in, stealing the very air from his lungs. The cold, sterile air tasted of profound loneliness. He dropped onto the edge of his bed with a dull thud, the springs groaning faintly under his weight. The phone was still clutched in his hand, a cold, smooth slab of technology, like evidence of his own stupidity and failure. The screen was dark, but he could see her final message glowing in his memory with perfect, icy clarity. He unlocked the screen, the faint electric hum of the device, a tiny tremor in the vast quiet. His thumb, almost numb, glided over the glass, scrolling back through their entire conversation thread, torturing himself with the luminous evidence of what he'd destroyed. Weeks of careful trust-building, tentative inquiries blossoming into raw honesty, moments when she'd let him see past the protective walls she'd built around her heart. Each message, once a warm ember, now a cold, dead cinder, tainted by the bitter taste of his lies, contaminated by the knowledge that it had all been built on deception. A metallic tang of regret rose in his throat. His thumb hovered over her contact information. The stark white letters of her name. A beacon of forbidden hope. A silent plea on the screen. One more message just to explain. No. The sharp, cold snap of resolve cut through the temptation. She'd drawn her boundaries clearly, explicitly. He might be alpha, used to obedience and deference, but he wouldn't cross a line she'd set. Crossing it now would shatter trust, fragile as spun glass, into irreparable fragments, not just bruise it. He set the phone aside, scrubbing both hands down his face until his palms burned against his stubbled cheeks, a crude attempt to physically erase the pain. The silence of his quarters pressed in around him, no longer comfortable but oppressive, a viscous, suffocating blanket. For weeks, he'd grown accustomed to the gentle rhythm of evening texts, her tentative questions, his steady responses, the gradual building of connection that had become the best part of his days. The phantom chime of an incoming message, a ghost sound, echoed the lost, gentle cadence of their nightly ritual. It was strange, the sudden cavernous emptiness in his daily routine, a vast void where her presence had unconsciously nestled. He hadn't realized how much space those conversations had occupied in his life. What had started as a simple wrong number had somehow evolved into something essential, a delicate, shimmering thread, a tether that anchored him to something beyond duty and responsibility. Without realizing it, her words had been gently closing the vast distance that leadership demanded, offering him intoxicating glimpses of a world where he was just Antonio, a man, instead of Alpha, a figurehead. His wolf stirred restlessly in his chest, a deep, mournful vibration that was neither anger nor territorial aggression. It was a hollow ache that felt like mourning, like the primal grief of a lost connection. The beast understood loss in ways that human emotions sometimes couldn't quite capture. The absence of something vital, a warmth extinguished, a light that had briefly made the perpetual darkness of his solitary burden more bearable. Surrounded by wolves, Antonio was never technically alone. His days were filled with voices seeking guidance, decisions that affected dozens of lives, conversations that mattered in concrete, measurable ways. Yet, leadership was inherently isolating. Authority, even when wielded with compassion, created an invisible, shimmering barrier, a wall of responsibility that distanced him even from those he trusted most. Everyone needed something from the Alpha: protection, resources, direction, solutions. The ceaseless drain of these demands often left him emotionally parched. Raven had been different. Her essence, a delicate yet persistent scent of possibility, had seeped into the sterile corners of his life. She'd needed comfort, yes, but she'd also given it back without realizing it. Her midnight confessions, whispered across the digital divide, had reminded him that vulnerability wasn't weakness, that admitting pain didn't diminish strength. Her gradual, courageous healing had shown him that hope was possible, a fragile yet resilient flicker, even in the darkest, most overwhelming circumstances. See, a light he hadn't realized he'd forgotten how to see. And now, that light is gone. The Cornerstone Cafe pulsed with its familiar rhythm, a living entity exhaling the day's stories. Steam machines hissed with a soft, metallic sigh, shaping milk into delicate foam. The clink of ceramic meeting saucers formed an insistent percussion, a counterpoint to the low, murmuring chorus of voices. Dare. A comfortable din of strangers sharing space, their private worlds orbiting each other without collision. The very air, thick and warm, carried the deep, comforting scent of freshly roasted coffee beans, a rich, dark aroma interwoven with the sweeter, powdery veil of sugar-dusted pastries. Beneath it all, a bright, almost electric citrus tang cut through, emanating from the constant whirring and grinding of the orange juicer behind the polished counter. But to Raven, frozen just inside the heavy glass entrance, it all felt acutely muffled, like experiencing the world through thick, frosted glass. The vibrant hues of the cafe felt muted, the symphony of sounds a distant thrum, and the inviting sense merely a dull suggestion at the edge of her awareness. She was present, a physical form occupying space, yet profoundly separated from the vibrant tide of life happening around her, encased in a bubble of silent, internal grief. She hadn't meant to come here, had no conscious plan beyond escaping the suffocating silence of her apartment. A silence made even heavier after the fifth rejection email of the week had arrived. Its sterile corporate politeness and absolute finality had landed like a death knell in the stale, dust-moted air of her living room. Her feet, seemingly disconnected from her churning mind, had carried her through the biting February streets, muscle memory navigating slush-lined crosswalks and indifferent traffic lights. The biting wind had whipped her dark hair across her face, carrying the metallic tang of exhaust and damp earth, as her mind spun a relentless loop of self-recrimination. Only when she'd pushed through the cafe's heavy glass door, the cool metal handle a jolt against her skin, and the rush of scented warmer air failing to fully penetrate her internal chill, did she realize where her subconscious had blindly, inexorably led her. There was an almost magnetic pull to this particular cornerstone. Her heart clenched like a physical fist, a sudden, sharp spasm in her chest that stole the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The table. Their table. It sat tucked away in the far corner, bathed in the pale, slanting afternoon light that filtered through the tall, streaked windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in slow currents. It was where she'd sat across from him, a carefully organized stack of resumes smooth and cool beneath her fingertips, her desperate hope painstakingly disguised as professional confidence. It was where Antonio had watched her with those dark, bottomless eyes that seemed to catalogue every nervous gesture, every unconscious tell, as if seeing beyond the veneer she presented, scanning her very essence. Where she'd felt for that one shining, crystalline hour, like someone truly worth paying attention to, illuminated by a light she hadn't known she lacked. The sight hit her with the force of a physical blow, a vacuum in her lungs, stealing whatever precious breath she'd managed to draw during her desolate walk. She stood paralyzed in the doorway, a stone in a flowing river, letting other customers flow around her like indifferent water. Their coats brushed against her, their chatter registered as a muffled blur. Yet she remained unable to move forward or retreat. Anchored by the weight of the past, the rational thing, a small, weary voice whispered in her mind, would be to leave. To find another cafe, another anonymous corner, another table that didn't carry the suffocating weight of memory and bitter mistakes. But something deeper than logic, an unseen, almost spectral thread, pulled her forward. Some masochistic need to test the wound, to press against the raw edges of her pain, and to see if it had lessened or merely changed its agonizing shape. A subtle echo of emotion, a resonance she felt in her very bones, drew her deeper into the cafe's familiar embrace. She ordered coffee at the counter, her voice sounding strange and distant, thin and reedy, as if it wasn't quite her own. "Black, no sugar, no cream," she murmured, the words precise, almost ritualistic, the way she'd learned to take it when money was tight and additions were impossible luxuries. The barista, with his practiced, automatic movements, barely glanced at her as he rang up the order, the clatter of the register, an impersonal punctuation mark. The thick ceramic mug felt surprisingly familiar in her hands, its rough yet smooth surface comforting. It retained the coffee's heat, the handle worn slick by the countless other hands that had held it over the years. A ghost of collective human touch. She cradled it against her chest as she navigated between the occupied tables, the radiating warmth seeping through her sweater like a small, unexpected blessing, the first genuine physical sensation to pierce her shell of numbness. The corner table was empty, an expectant void, as if it had been waiting for her. A stage set for a forgotten scene. She slid into the same chair she'd occupied weeks ago, feeling the slight creak of the wood beneath her, the familiar contours of the seat. She set her coffee down with exaggerated care, a stark clink of porcelain on polished wood, her hands trembling almost imperceptibly. The wood surface felt cool under her palms, scarred by years of unspoken stories and countless elbows, yet polished smooth by diligent hands. For a long time, she just sat, staring at the empty chair across from her. Memory filled the space like a shimmering ghost, a vivid, almost palpable presence. Broad shoulders in crisp white cotton, dark hair swept back from a face that belonged on a silver screen, rugged and intense, hands that moved with unconscious authority even while wrapped around a simple coffee cup, the glint of a signet ring on his finger. She could almost catch the faint, lingering scent of his expensive cologne, or the subtle, earthy note that was distinctly him. She remembered his voice. Not just the sound, but its very resonance. Low and even, it carried a weight that had nothing to do with volume. A deep hum that seemed to vibrate in the air around them, settling deep into her bones. The way he'd watched her so intently, his gaze feeling like a tangible pressure, as if she were a complex puzzle worth solving rather than another desperate job applicant. How he'd ask questions that made her feel competent, insightful, instead of inadequate. She remembered thinking him intimidating at first, mistaking his contained energy, a subtle thrum of suppressed power, for coldness. Only later had she realized what she'd actually felt was safety. A bone-deep certainty. A profound, almost magical sense of peace, as if a warm blanket had settled around her soul. This was someone who kept his word, who protected what mattered to him, who wouldn't walk away at the first sign of inconvenience. Safety, something she'd never truly known how to trust until it was abruptly, brutally gone, leaving behind a sudden, chilling void. Her phone sat dark and silent beside her coffee, its screen reflecting the harsh overhead lights like a black mirror. A portal to painful memories deliberately kept closed. She hadn't turned it off. Couldn't quite bring herself to sever that final, invisible tether, which still seemed to hum with potential pain. But she hadn't allowed herself to scroll back through their conversation thread either. Too raw. Too much like picking at wounds that needed to heal clean, risking a sharp, imagined sting of old words and the bitter taste of salt. Still, the silence gnawed at her with a physical hunger, a hollow ache in her stomach that craved the phantom vibration of his messages. 3 weeks since her final message, since she'd drawn that line and demanded he respect it. 3 weeks of absolute radio silence that felt like complete sensory deprivation, a void where there used to be a vibrant, constant connection. She wanted to be angry. Fury would be cleaner, a sharp, cutting edge, easier to carry than this complicated tangle of hurt and longing and bitter recognition. She wanted to hate him for the deception, for the shimmering, false beauty of it, now shattered. She wanted to hate herself for being stupid enough to trust such an elaborate illusion. But what came instead was a bone-deep exhaustion. A heavy, leaden weight that settled into her marrow and made even the simple act of breathing feel like arduous work, her lungs stiff and reluctant. Around her, the cafe continued its afternoon rhythm, a deeper, warmer hum now, as the lights softened. College students debated philosophy over laptops, their voices bright with the earnest, slightly pretentious confidence that their opinions mattered, punctuated by the rhythmic clack of keyboards. Business people conducted hushed meetings in careful undertones, the rustle of papers a quiet counterpoint. A woman at the next table laughed at something on her phone. The sound sharp and clear like a bell. Genuine and unguarded and absolutely foreign to Raven's current emotional landscape. A ripple of pure joy in the otherwise muted world. She remembered Rachel's embrace before leaving. How it had carried pity's particular, suffocating heat rather than comfort. The cloying scent of Rachel's perfume. How the door had clicked with a chilling finality, echoing in the sudden silence of her apartment, leaving Raven alone with the unsettling knowledge that she'd been living in a fiction more elaborate than any novel. The ground beneath her feet suddenly cracking. But sitting here now, in the very space where she'd felt briefly seen and valued, a subtle, lingering warmth marking the spot, she realized her conclusion had been wrong. It wasn't happiness she'd lost. Happiness, she now understood, was fragile, ephemeral, dependent on circumstances often beyond one's control. Like a delicate bubble easily popped. What she'd lost was connection. That profound, energetic bond. The radical, terrifying experience of being truly seen by another person and not flinching away from recognition. The terrifying vulnerability of sharing her darkness with someone and having them stay anyway, instead of retreating into the shadows. She set her coffee down hard enough that liquid sloshed over the rim, leaving dark, spreading spots on the scarred wood. She set her coffees a sharp, almost violent sound that cut through the ambient noise. Nearby customers glanced up, a brief, superficial flicker of attention, before returning to their own self-absorbed concerns. "God, listen to me," she muttered under her breath, a hoarse, shaky whisper, barely audible even to herself. She dragged one hand over her face, scrubbing roughly, until her palm came away damp with tears she hadn't realized were falling. Warm, salty, a tangible release. Absolutely pathetic. But even as she spoke the words, their bitter taste melting away, she recognized them as lies. Not pathetic. Human. Flawed and confused and hurting, yes, but not pathetic. The capacity to feel loss this deeply was evidence of how much the connection had mattered, how real it had been despite its foundation of misunderstanding. The sheer, raw pulse of life within her, unbridled and powerful. Her eyes burned, but not with self-pity this time, with recognition, with an uncomfortable, almost painful clarity that came when comfortable lies finally crumbled. The cracking sound of old shields falling away. A sudden harsh brightness, like stepping from a long darkness into blinding sunlight. If she kept curling into herself every time life delivered disappointment, shrinking, becoming smaller and colder, she'd wither away completely. A desiccated husk of her former self. She'd already spent years living in the shadows. Her family's golden child. Her employer's replaceable cog. Her friend's convenient backup plan. Always waiting for someone else to notice her worth. Always measuring her value by other people's attention. Carrying the phantom ache of unfulfilled expectation. And here she was again, sitting at the same table where she'd felt briefly important. Where the persistent resonance of past hope now served as a stark reminder, still waiting for external validation to tell her whether she mattered. Her jaw tightened with something that felt suspiciously like resolve. The clenching of muscles, a hardening of bone and will. A spark igniting deep within. The ache Antonio had left behind hadn't just carved out a raw, bleeding chasm in her chest. It had cracked something open, revealing dormant capacities she'd forgotten she possessed. For weeks, his steady voice, its remembered timbre, a resonance that still carried truth despite its source, had reminded her that she was stronger than her circumstances, more resilient than her failures. Those truths didn't become lies just because he delivered them under false pretenses. They were her truths. Now. No more. She whispered to the empty chair across from her, the low, fierce hiss of her voice carrying more weight than volume, a silent vow reverberating through the space, almost absorbed by the wood. No more waiting for someone else to decide I'm worth caring about. She didn't know if Antonio would ever reach out again. Didn't know if she even wanted him to, considering the bitter, metallic taste of the deception that had poisoned everything between them. A lingering venom. But she knew this much. The version of herself who sat paralyzed by other people's opinions, bound by leaden chains and stifled by mental fog, was a luxury she could no longer afford. She finished her coffee in 3 quick, decisive swallows, savoring the bitter burn as it traced a forceful, cleansing path down her throat. The taste was sharp, uncompromising, honest in a way that reminded her why she'd started drinking it black in the first place. Not because she couldn't afford additions, but because she'd learned, through hard lessons, to appreciate things in their purest, unadulterated form. She slid out of the booth, a fluid, unhesitating movement, leaving exact change and a crisp $20 bill on the table, along with a tip that was probably too generous for someone living on savings fumes. But the barista had made good coffee, and good work deserved recognition regardless of her own financial circumstances. It was a small act of positive affirmation, a subtle shift in her perception of worth. The late afternoon air hit her face like a baptism. Sharp and clean and full of possibility. No longer hostile but invigorating. The wind lifted her hair, and for the first time in weeks, she didn't hunch her shoulders against the cold, or drop her gaze to the slush-stained sidewalk. Instead, she lifted her chin, taking a deep breath of the crisp city air, vibrant with the glow of the setting Sunday. She walked with the purposeful stride of someone who had places to be, and more importantly, things to accomplish. Her steps were strong, steady, her feet planting firmly on the pavement, a newfound lightness in her gait despite the lingering ache in her chest. Her gaze met the world, unblinking. Ready. Behind her, the cafe continued its eternal cycle of coffee and conversation. Strangers finding temporary community in shared space and caffeine. The table in the corner sat empty now, waiting for the next customer who might need a quiet place to sit with their thoughts. But Raven didn't look back. For the first time in longer than she could remember, the future felt like something she might have a hand in shaping, instead of something that simply happened to her. The street stretched ahead, full of possibilities she was finally ready to explore. The Saturday farmers' market pulsed with a chaotic, vibrant energy of commerce and community. A sprawling canvas-covered maze that transformed the cold, grey downtown square into something alive and breathing. Overhead, sunlight, pale and watery as winter sunlight often was, glinted off the dew-kissed skin of apples and the polished chrome of food trucks. Hawkers with voices rough and resonant as aged oak called out deals on plump winter apples and crisp root vegetables, their cries carrying over the general din of bargaining, the good-natured banter among vendors, and the cheerful cacophony of 100 conversations. The air was a thick, textured tapestry woven from competing scents, the sugary, almost caramelized aroma of fried dough drifting from the bubbling kettle corn stand. The deep, earthy sweetness of fresh-dug root vegetables still clinging to specks of dark soil, and the sharp, clean, almost medicinal green smell of fresh herbs. Rosemary, thyme, and sage, bundled tight against their canvas awnings. Steam rose in lazy plumes from a coffee cart, carrying the bitter-sweet promise of warmth, mingling with the faint, comforting scent of wood smoke from a nearby creepery. Raven tugged her wool scarf tighter around her neck, grateful for its soft, scratchy warmth against her chilled skin as she wove through the densely packed crowds of Saturday shoppers. The fabric, imbued with the faint, familiar scent of her own apartment, a mix of old books and faint, lingering lavender, offered a small, private comfort. She hadn't planned on coming here, hadn't even left her apartment with a destination in mind, the thought of purpose feeling too heavy. But her refrigerator was embarrassingly bare. Little more than forgotten condiments and a sad plastic container of leftover takeout that had likely achieved sentience days ago. A grey, fuzzy landscape of culinary regret. Staying cooped up was no longer a sanctuary. It was starting to feel like suffocation by degrees, the walls pressing in closer with each passing hour. 3 weeks of self-imposed isolation had worn her raw around the edges, leaving her feeling brittle, like dry leaves. Even her recent pilgrimage to the cozy, familiar aroma of the cafe, a place she usually found solace, hadn't fully chased away the restless, gnawing ache that had taken up residence in her chest. A hollow whisper of anxiety. She needed motion, needed the vibrant, unapologetic press of other people's lives to remind her that the world continued turning despite her personal upheaval, that life existed outside the confines of her own quiet misery. The market provided both in abundance. Families pushed sturdy strollers between the close-set vendors, the wheels rumbling softly over cobblestones. Children, their faces bright with unburdened curiosity, pointed at towering displays of oddly shaped winter squash and gourds, their fascination as pure and profound as small explorers discovering new continents. Couples, their hands often intertwined, debated the merits of different apple varieties. Honeycrisp versus Braeburn, Gala versus Fuji, with the focused seriousness of wine connoisseurs discussing a rare vintage. Even the vendors themselves were part of the performance. Weathered faces, etched with the stories of early mornings and honest, sun-drenched work, their hands calloused and strong, knowing the exact weight and unique texture of their products better than any calibrated scale. Their voices, though loud, were laced with a genuine passion for the bounty they offered. She paused at a produce stand, drawn by a kaleidoscope of color, where pears were stacked in neat, gravity-defying pyramids. Their skin ranged from the pale, almost lime green of Angus to the golden blush of Bartlett's, deepening to the rich, wine-dark red of Forel's, each variety promising a different sweetness. The vendor, an elderly woman with deep-set eyes and soil still tucked under her fingernails, her laugh lines radiating from the corners of her eyes like delicate furrows in rich earth, watched her with the patient, knowing attention of someone who understood that buying fruit was often about more than just fruit. It was about connection, comfort, and the simple pleasures of life. A faint, sweet perfume of ripe fruit hung around the stall, a syrupy layer over the general market scents. Raven picked up one of the pears, a plump, golden-green commissaire, testing its satisfying weight in her palm. The skin was remarkably smooth and cool against her fingertips, giving just slightly under the gentle pressure of her thumb. Ripe enough to yield its sweetness, but not overripe, firm without being hard. It felt perfect for eating now, a burst of juicy sweetness, or saving for later, depending on her unspoken needs. "Those came in yesterday morning," the vendor offered, her voice a warm, crinkled sound, accompanied by a smile that reached her eyes, making them crinkle further at the corners, radiating genuine warmth. "From the orchard up north, they're at their peak right now." Raven managed to smile back, though she could feel that it didn't quite reach her own eyes yet, a mask she wore out of habit. "Thank you, they look perfect." Her voice felt a little rusty, unused to casual pleasantries. The normality of the exchange felt both foreign and strangely comforting after weeks of minimal human interaction. This was how most people moved through the world, with small courtesies and casual connections that didn't require emotional investment or a terrifying plunge into vulnerability. It felt safe, manageable, utterly lonely if you let yourself think about it too much. The thought was a sharp, cold jab in her chest amidst the market's warmth. She was reaching for a second pair, her fingers brushing the cool, firm skin, when a voice drifted from somewhere behind her, low and resonant, familiar and utterly unmistakable. It cut through the market's din with the precision of a finely honed blade, yet held a surprising softness. "That crate's too green, won't ripen properly no matter how long you wait. Better to pay more for quality than throw money away on produce that'll never be worth eating." Her hand froze halfway to the fruit, every muscle in her body going rigid as recognition slammed into her like a physical force. A punch to the gut that stole her breath. A jolt, cold and electric, traveled down her spine. She knew that voice, knew the particular cadence of it, the way certain words carried an extra, almost tangible weight, the blunt, unvarnished practicality that cut through nonsense without ever being unkind. It was etched into her memory, a constant companion during her long, solitary nights. More than that, she knew the phrase itself. He'd used variations of it in their text conversations, the same no-nonsense approach to problem-solving, the same inherent instinct to address root causes rather than merely patching over symptoms. A vivid flash of her phone screen, glowing in the dark of her apartment. His words a lifeline. Her chest clenched so tight, a vice grip around her lungs, that she wondered if she was having some kind of cardiac event, her heart thudding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Slowly, as if moving through viscous water, every movement feeling heavy and deliberate, she turned around. The bustling market seemed to blur at the edges, the sounds fading into a muted roar. Antonio stood perhaps 10 feet away, a still point in the swirling chaos. His dark sleeves were rolled up, exposing forearms that spoke of manual work, the muscles clearly defined, crisscrossed with faint pale scars that hinted at a life lived with purpose and perhaps danger. He was speaking in quiet, considered tones to two men who flanked him like bodyguards, trying and failing to look casual. He was examining a display of dried meats and preserved goods. Jerky like dark, leathery ribbons, cured sausages hanging in glistening loops, jars of pickled vegetables glowing amber, with the focused, almost clinical attention of someone who understood that quality mattered, that shortcuts in food preparation could have consequences far beyond simple disappointment. The rich, smoky scent of cured meats permeated the air around his stall, a stark contrast to the fruit perfume. Broad-shouldered and unshakable, he carried the same gravitational presence that had rattled her in the cafe weeks ago. He was a force of nature, an anchor, but now she understood that presence differently. Not intimidation. Exactly. But the kind of contained authority that made crowds part around him without conscious thought, like water flowing around a deep-seated stone. People subtly veered away, creating an invisible, respectful perimeter. His companions were clearly deferring to his judgment about merchandise, their posture suggesting they were accustomed to taking direction from him on matters both large and small. There was something about their alertness, the way their eyes subtly scanned the surrounding crowd, that seemed almost military, like security personnel trained to notice threats others might miss, their casual market attire unable to entirely mask their professional edge. For a moment, she simply stood frozen, clutching her pair like a talisman, its cool solidity a small anchor against the sudden, dizzying unreality of the situation. Her mind screamed at her, "Walk away!" Pretend you hadn't seen him, hadn't recognized the voice that had anchored her through weeks of difficult nights. Respect the boundaries she'd drawn, and the silence she'd so fiercely demanded. But the thought was a distant echo, drowned out by the thunder of her own heart. But then he said something low to the man on his left. Another phrase she recognized, delivered with the same dry, understated humor that had made her laugh. Truly laugh. During some of their late-night text exchanges. And rational thought disappeared entirely, dissolving like smoke. Her resolve shattered. Before she could stop herself, before caution or pride or any shred of self-preservation could intervene, the word slipped out. A breathy gasp of sound. "You say that a lot." Antonio turned toward her voice with the controlled precision of someone who'd been trained to respond to unexpected situations without panic. A predator's fluid grace. The noise of the market seemed to dim around them, a collective hush falling, as if the universe itself had decided to provide a soundtrack that matched the sudden, breathtaking gravity of the moment. The vibrant colors of the market seemed dull, and the myriad scents receded. His eyes, dark as polished obsidian, found hers across the narrow space between the vendor stalls, piercing through the lingering fragments of market clamor. She watched recognition dawn in his expression, a slow, inevitable illumination, like a sunrise breaking over ancient mountain peaks. First a shadow, then a hesitant light, then a full, undeniable warmth. His two companions immediately shifted, their movements silent and swift, flowing into protective positions that effectively blocked her approach with the fluid efficiency of professionals who'd done this intricate dance many times before. But Raven didn't flinch or retreat. Instead, a strange, defiant strength surged through her. She lifted her chin, meeting Antonio's gaze directly, holding it with a steadiness that surprised even herself, a connection that seemed to pull at her very soul. "It's you," she said, her voice clear and surprisingly unwavering, carrying perfectly despite the market's ambient, now distant, noise. Antonio raised one hand in a gesture so subtle it might have been unconscious. A mere twitch of a finger. A slight inclination of his head. But his men immediately stepped back, melting toward the meat vendor's display like shadows retreating from a sudden burst of light. Their deference was absolute and unquestioned. Whatever authority he held over them was exercised with the kind of quiet, ingrained confidence that spoke of long practice and deep loyalty. For a moment that stretched like eternity, thick with unspoken tension, neither of them spoke. The market continued its Saturday rhythm around them. The distant laughter of children, the vendors' muffled calls, the rustle of paper bags, and the faint clink of change being counted. But in the strange, almost tangible bubble of space they occupied, there was only silence, heavy with the weight of everything that had passed between them, a palpable pressure in the air. Not the bitter, wounded silence that had followed her discovery of his deception, sharp and cold as shattered glass. This was something else entirely. Expectant, charged with raw possibility, humming with all the words neither of them had been able to say in their final, fractured exchange of messages. It vibrated between them, a low-frequency hum of unresolved emotion. Raven swallowed against the sudden, overwhelming dryness in her throat, her heart hammering so hard she was surprised it wasn't audible over the market noise. A frantic drumbeat against her ribs. When she finally spoke, her voice cracked slightly, a small betrayal of her carefully constructed composure, but she forced the raw words out anyway. "I missed it," she admitted, the confession feeling like stepping off a cliff. A terrifying, exhilarating plunge into the unknown. The texts. The conversations. Company. She paused, then added with painful, gut-wrenching honesty. "I didn't want to miss it, but I did." Antonio's jaw flexed, a muscle jumping beneath the smooth skin in a way that suggested he was fighting some fierce internal battle between what he wanted to say and what he thought he should say. His dark eyes flickered, a storm of emotion momentarily visible within their depths before being reined in. When he finally responded, his voice was a low rumble, carrying the same spare, unadorned honesty that had characterized their entire, improbable correspondence. "Me too." 2 words. Simple, direct, carrying more potent weight than entire paragraphs might have managed. She felt them settle into her chest like smooth, cool stones finding the bottom of a clear stream, solid and real and somehow profoundly healing. A warmth spread through her, loosening the tightness that had been her constant companion. A laugh escaped her then, shaky, self-deprecating, a little breathless, but undeniably genuine. "Figures. Just when I start to think I'm moving on with my life, fate decides to throw you at me somewhere between the pears and the beef jerky." She gestured vaguely at their surroundings, the absurdity of the mundane setting, highlighting the monumental nature of their encounter. The corner of his mouth tugged upward. Not quite a full smile, but close enough to transform his entire face, softening the hard lines around his eyes, revealing a rare glimpse of human warmth. Fate's stubborn that way. His voice, though still low, held a new, understated lightness, a thread of something approaching hope. The words, heavy with unspoken histories, hung between them like shimmering veils woven from moonlight and memory. They carried not just the echoes of past conversations, the shared laughter that had once danced in the quiet corners of their lives, the whispered fears exchanged during the deepest, most suffocating nights, the fierce arguments that had ultimately forged an unbreakable, if currently fractured, bond, but also the phantom scent of rain on dry earth and the lingering warmth of a hearth fire from days long gone. Raven felt her throat tighten, and the sensation was almost physical. A cold knot blooming in her chest, entwined with a radiating heat. It was grief, a sharp, crystalline shard for what they'd lost, glittering with the pain of an imagined future that had dissolved like mist. But beneath it, a fragile, persistent hope flickered, a tiny ember refusing to be extinguished, promising the possibility of rebuilding. And underneath that, a longing so deep it resonated in her very bones. A hollow ache that made her chest feel both empty and overfull. A hunger for connection that hummed like a low, resonant chord in the air. She hesitated, an almost imperceptible shimmer of doubt visible only to the most perceptive of supernatural senses, warning her off. Every rational instinct, honed by years of navigating a world that rarely offered second chances, screamed at her to protect herself from further disappointment, to retreat into the safe, if solitary, fortress she'd painstakingly constructed around her heart. But standing here, amidst the vibrant, organized chaos of the bustling marketplace, see a labyrinth of colorful stalls under the vast, arched glass ceiling of the Grand Bazaar, where the scent of exotic spices, cardamom, saffron, and a sharp, sweet note of candied ginger mingled with the rich aroma of roasted nuts and the earthy tang of damp stone. The air buzzed with the polyglot murmur of haggling voices, the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the rhythmic slosh of water from a nearby fountain, and the rustle of heavy fabrics. Here, surrounded by the tangible evidence of other people's simple, honest transactions, the gleam of polished brassware, the rustic texture of dried herbs hanging in fragrant bunches, the vibrant hues of silken scarves. She realized that safety was overrated. Some risks were worth taking, especially when, the outcome was uncertain, when the only guarantee was the wild, unpredictable beat of her own hopeful heart. A subtle pulse of magic, a low hum of conviction, surged through her veins, chasing away the last tendrils of apprehension. "Can we start again?" she asked, the words barely above a whisper, yet imbued with such raw, unadorned vulnerability that they seemed to cut through the market's endless din, carrying clearly and resonating with an unexpected clarity in the suddenly charged space between them. Antonio studied her face with the same careful, almost reverent attention he'd given the dried meat display just moments before. A selection of cured venison, salted fish, and dark, smoky sausages, each piece meticulously arranged, its texture and color scrutinized for quality, origin, and potential. His gaze, a deep, fathomless obsidian, seemed to peel back layers, assessing every curve of her cheekbone, every flicker in her stormy grey eyes, every taut line around her mouth, as if he were cataloguing every minute detail to ensure he understood exactly what was being offered and what it might truly cost. A tremor, so subtle it was almost imperceptible, passed through the air around them. Then, with deliberate slowness, a movement that seemed to stretch time itself, he reached out his hand. His palm was broad, a landscape of endurance, callous from work she couldn't even begin to imagine, perhaps the forging of ancient metals, the handling of untamed beasts, or the chiseling of power from raw stone. It felt warm, a deep, radiating heat that defied the sharp teeth of the crisp February air, which still carried a faint, almost metallic tang, a promise of lingering winter. When she looked down at it, she could see the faint, intricate lines that mapped out a destiny both complex and grounded, and the fine, almost silvery scars, thin, silvery threads woven through the skin, that spoke of a life lived with unwavering purpose, of battles fought and trials endured, of deep physical engagement with the harsh, beautiful world. "Hi, Raven," he said, his voice a low, steady rumble, a sound that resonated deep in her chest, carrying the same unwavering steadiness that had anchored her through weeks of bewildering uncertainty, when her own world had felt like a ship tossed on a storm-racked sea. "I'm Antonio. Nice to meet you." Her fingers, cool with lingering apprehension, slid into his grip, and the contact sent a jolt, not electric or painful, but a soft, grounding current, through her arm. She was surprised by how perfectly her hand fit against his, how naturally the contours of her palm nestled into his, creating an immediate, undeniable sense of rightness, despite everything that had gone so devastatingly wrong between them. The warmth that enveloped her hand wasn't just physical. It felt like a protective shield, a promise. For the first time in weeks, maybe even months, the silence that settled around her, pushing back the clamor of the market, didn't feel like punishment or abandonment. A hollow, echoing chamber designed to amplify her loneliness. It felt like possibility, like the soft, golden light of dawn breaking over a new horizon, whispering of magic yet to unfold. The texts had begun creeping back into their days, not just like spring rain, but like a whisper of magic returning to a dormant landscape, seeping into parched earth. Tentative at first, careful drops of conversation that tested the ground before committing to anything more substantial. The initial messages felt like the faint scent of rain on dry dust, a promise rather than a deluge. Each word was a tiny shimmering bead, barely enough to wet the surface, yet carrying the subtle resonance of an impending shift. But once they'd started, a gentle, insistent pressure built, and they became impossible to ignore, soaking deeply into the empty spaces that weeks of silence had carved out. It was as if the very air in Raven's apartment had thickened with their unspoken weight, a pressure akin to a coming storm. 3 days after the farmer's market, Antonio's communication style remained unchanged. His messages still carried the same spare, almost stark efficiency, the same refusal to waste words on pleasantries or emotional padding. There were no emojis, no unnecessary flourishes, just clean, deliberate lines of text on the cool glass of her phone. But now, the silence between his words hummed differently for Raven. She read them with a newfound acuity, catching subtle undertones she'd completely missed before Di. The profound steadiness she'd once mistaken for cold, distant disinterest, the careful, almost protective consideration behind what had always seemed like blunt dismissal. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing her to perceive the deeper currents beneath the surface of his communication, a resonant hum only she could hear. Her apartment, usually a haven of chaotic comfort, bore stark witness to her recent struggles with what might euphemistically be called activities of daily living. Take-out containers from 3 different restaurants formed a precarious, leaning tower on her nightstand, their plastic lids clouded with condensation, their contents having achieved room temperature resignation hours ago, emitting a faint, mixed aroma of stale garlic and forgotten spice. The stack of unopened bills on her small, scarred coffee table had grown tall enough to cast long, accusing shadows in the weak afternoon light. Each crisp envelope representing a small crisis she was choosing to postpone rather than confront. Their paper edges sharp and unyielding. She lay sprawled across her rumpled bed, the soft, worn comforter bunched beneath her, surrounded by what looked like an archaeological dig of attempted domestic responsibility. Half-folded laundry created textile mountains around her. Clean clothes, still carrying the faint, comforting scent of detergent, sorted into hopeful piles that represented good intentions rather than actual organization. A lone sock lay adrift like a lost flag. Her phone glowed in her palm, its cool weight now imbued with the warmth of renewed, fragile possibility. Her phone buzzed against her palm, a soft, insistent tremor that sent a small, unexpected thrill through her chest. A sensation she was still getting used to, like a forgotten nerve reawakening. The screen flared, showing Antonio's name. "Have you thought more about the job?" She smiled despite herself, a small, private upturn of her lips. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, the smooth plastic cool beneath her fingertips, as she considered how to respond. The directness of the question was so quintessentially Antonio. No small talk, no careful emotional maneuvering, just straight to the heart of practical matters, cutting through the atmospheric haze of her own indecision. "Honestly, I thought maybe the offer had vanished with everything else. You know, casualties of the great text war of last month." The reply came so quickly, she suspected he'd been waiting, phone in hand, his presence almost palpable through the digital connection. "No," still stands. 3 words. 3 stark, simple words that carried more weight than entire paragraphs might have managed, resonating with an unshakable solidity. She stared at them and felt something tight and cold in her chest begin to unknot, like a frozen vine slowly loosening its grip. Despite everything that had gone wrong between them, despite the deception and the sting of hurt feelings, and the dramatic declarations of boundaries that had echoed in the quiet rooms of her memory, He was still willing to trust her with work that clearly mattered deeply to him. It was a warmth that spread through her, chasing away the chill of past regrets. Her fingers, now buzzing with a nervous energy that translated into rapid, almost frantic typing, found the keyboard again, the soft click of each key, a counterpoint to her racing thoughts. What exactly would it involve? You were a little vague during our interview. And by vague, I mean you made it sound like I'd be handling the books for either a small business or an international arms dealing operation. The typing indicator, those 3 small, pulsing dots, appeared, disappeared, then returned, a digital sign of someone choosing their words carefully, weighing each one before committing. When his response finally arrived, it carried the weight of absolute seriousness, settling over her like a heavy velvet cloak. Bookkeeping, financial oversight, supply chain management. We've grown significantly in recent years. The numbers aren't small anymore, and the margin for error is essentially 0. Mistakes cost lives. I need someone I trust. Her chest warmed at that final sentence, the words "I need someone I trust" resonating deeply within her. A profound heat spreading outward from her ribs like a warming draught of whiskey on an empty stomach. Or perhaps the subtle thrum of a newly awakened power. Trust. The word felt precious coming from him, weighted with a significance that went far beyond professional courtesy, touching something deeper, more elemental, between them. After everything that had happened, the betrayals and the distance, he was still willing to offer her that level of unshakable confidence in her abilities. Sounds serious. But I can do serious. I mean, I successfully kept Peterson's Diner from bankruptcy despite their complete inability to understand the concept of inventory tracking. Where's the office? His reply took longer this time, and when it came, it carried an unexpected complication, a small ripple in the comfortable flow of their conversation. Not an office. On-site work. I'd prefer if you lived there. Then would make everything more efficient. Raven sat up so quickly that several piles of laundry toppled over, t-shirts and jeans cascading onto the floor in soft, whispering textile avalanches. She stared at the message, rereading it twice, the stark words seeming to expand on the screen to make sure she hadn't misunderstood. Live there. Wherever there was. A sudden, thrilling unease prickled her skin. Her thumbs flew across the keyboard, a flurry of rapid taps, nervous energy overriding caution. That's a lot. I don't even know where their island. It could be a compound in Montana for all I know. Are we talking about a normal office building with apartments upstairs? Or should I be preparing for off-grid living with composting toilets and rain collection systems? Because I need to know if I should start hoarding artisanal soap. Then see it first. The simplicity of the response was somehow more reassuring than any elaborate explanations would have been, like a single, clear note cutting through a cacophony. He wasn't trying to oversell or convince her with carefully crafted arguments or veiled promises, just presenting the option, solid and unadorned, and letting her decide based on actual information rather than wild speculation. It was a challenge, a dare, and an invitation all coiled into 3 short words. She chewed her lip, the taste of metallic uncertainty on her tongue, staring at the phone screen while her mind raced through possibilities both mundane and extraordinary, painting vivid, often ridiculous, scenarios. Her rational brain catalogued all the reasons this was a terrible idea. Taking a job from someone she barely knew, in a location shrouded in mystery, doing work she didn't fully understand. Moving away from the city, from the few fragile connections she'd managed to maintain, from the familiar, if frustrating, geography of her struggles. The thought felt like a cold stone in her gut. But her rational brain had been making decisions for years, and look where that had gotten her. Alone in a studio apartment, eating cold takeout and avoiding the persistent buzzing calls of bill collectors, watching her savings dwindle like sand through an hourglass, while her prospects remained stubbornly theoretical, intangible as mist. Maybe it was time to let some other part of herself make choices for a while. The intuitive, impulsive part, the part that tingled with a faint, unidentifiable magic when Antonio's name appeared on her screen. Her fingers moved across the keyboard before she could second-guess herself into paralysis, the decision already made. A silent, powerful current sweeping through her. "Fine. Show me." The response arrived so quickly she suspected he'd been poised, waiting, almost anticipating her answer. "Tomorrow, I'll pick you up. 9 a.m. She set the phone down on the rumpled comforter, its light dimming, her heart hammering against her ribs with a rhythm that felt suspiciously like anticipation, a drumbeat of approaching change. Tomorrow. Less than 24 hours before she'd step into whatever world Antonio inhabited, see whatever strange, compelling reality lay behind his careful words and measured responses. The apartment around her suddenly felt smaller, more temporary, its familiar walls pressing in on her, like a skin she was about to shed. The piles of laundry, once symbols of her stagnation, now looked like mere props in a life she was already beginning to outgrow. And the stack of bills seemed less like insurmountable problems, and more like simple paperwork she'd need to handle before moving on to bigger, more significant things. She wasn't sure if she was more afraid of what she'd find tomorrow, or of how badly she already wanted to say yes to whatever unrevealed offer he was presenting. But for the first time in months, fear felt like something she could work with instead of something that worked against her, a tangible energy she could harness. And that shift in perspective, small as it was, subtle as the first hint of magic in the air, felt like the electric, vibrant beginning of everything changing. The drive stretched endlessly through mountain roads that wound deeper into the wilderness with each passing mile. The asphalt, already cracked and barely maintained, seemed to fray at the edges, slowly surrendering to the encroaching wild. Pine trees, ancient and towering, pressed so close to the road that their gnarled, resign-scented branches scraped against the truck's windows like skeletal fingers, a relentless, whispering caress that seemed to try and pull them into the forest's dark, suffocating embrace. The air, crisp and carrying the sharp scent of pine needles and damp earth, grew colder the higher they climbed, hinting at the true isolation of their destination. Raven kept her hands folded tightly in her lap, knuckles white with tension, the skin stretched and bloodless. Beneath her feet, the steady, low thrum of the engine vibrated through the floorboards, a relentless bass note that was the only thing anchoring her to reality, as her mind spiraled through increasingly elaborate, chilling scenarios of what she might be walking into. Her stomach knotted, a cold, hard stone clenching reflexively with each sharp turn of the road, and she could feel a faint sheen of clammy sweat along her hairline. Antonio drove without music, without the casual conversation that might have filled the oppressive silence between them. His profile remained unreadable, a stark silhouette in the shifting shadows cast by the overhanging branches and the dwindling slivers of afternoon light filtering through the dense canopy. His hands, broad and steady, gripped the wheel with a quiet competence, betraying nothing of whatever thoughts might be churning behind his carefully neutral expression. The quiet stretched between them like a held breath, heavy with anticipation and unspoken questions, each passing second thrumming with an electric tension that made Raven's nerves buzz. When the forest finally gave way, opening into a vast, unexpected clearing, Raven sucked in a sharp breath that fogged the passenger window with an audible whoosh. The abrupt change from the claustrophobic tunnel of trees to the wide expanse felt like a sudden drop into an unknown world. The compound sprawled across the meadow like something conjured from another century, an organic extension of the land itself. It was a collection of rough-hewn timber buildings, their dark wood weathered to a deep, earthy brown, seeming to have grown from the very earth, rather than being imposed upon it. Long halls with steep-pitched, moss-flecked roofs stretched between smaller, more intimate cabins, all connected by covered walkways of interlocking logs that spoke of communal living and shared purpose, designed to offer shelter from the harsh mountain winters. Storage sheds, their timber doors thrown wide, lined the perimeter, revealing neatly stacked cords of firewood, barrels of harvested rainwater, and an array of hand-forged tools and equipment. Smoke, thick and fragrant with the scents of burning pine and the rich aroma of cooking meat and herbs, curled lazily from dozens of stone chimneys, spiraling into the crisp, cool mountain air. People moved between the buildings with purposeful energy. Men and women, their movements fluid and practiced, hauling sturdy wooden crates brimming with supplies, hanging bundles of pungent, drying herbs to cure under protective eaves, or tending to tasks that spoke of a community preparing for winter with serious, unwavering intent. The rhythm of their work was steady and earthy, a symphony of creaking wood, the soft thud of boots on packed earth, and the occasional chime of tools against wood and stone, punctuated by calls and shouts across the clearing, their voices carrying easily in the thin, clear air. But it was the shapes moving at the forest's edge that made her blood turn to ice, a sudden, visceral dread that transcended all logic. Not dogs. Wolves. Massive creatures with silver-grey coats that rippled like liquid mercury, catching the fading light in shifting patterns. They paced the compound's perimeter with the fluid, silent grace of apex predators, their powerful muscles coiling and releasing beneath their thick fur. Their eyes, luminous and ancient, reflected the dusk like polished amber, intelligent and alert in ways that spoke of more than simple animal awareness. One, a magnificent beast with an unusually dark muzzle, lifted its massive head as their truck approached, its shaggy ears pricking forward, a low growl rumbling deep in its chest before its gaze, keen and unnervingly human-like, locked directly with hers through the windshield. The weight of that stare hit her like a physical force, a primal, assessing impact that vibrated through her bones, utterly without fear, utterly dominant. It was a gaze that saw not just her, but through her, into something ancient and vulnerable. Her skin went cold, a sudden, electrifying chill that raced up her arms despite the truck's heated interior, raising goosebumps in its wake. "Antonio," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the dwindling growl of the truck's engine. "Those are wolves. Actual wolves. Just walking around like guard dogs." He didn't respond immediately. His attention was focused on carefully navigating the truck through what appeared to be a meticulously organized parking area near the compound's main buildings. The gravel crunched softly under the tires, a stark sound in the growing quiet. When he finally cut the engine, the sudden absolute silence felt deafening, pressing in on her ears until they rang. "This island." Her voice cracked, dry and thin, words failing her as she tried to process the impossible tableau unfolding before her. "This is your job?" Antonio climbed out of the truck with a familiar, unhurried grace, his movements confident and efficient, then moved around to open her door with the same calm courtesy he might have shown in an office parking lot. His demeanor was utterly unruffled, as if giant predators roaming freely around his workplace were the most natural thing in the world. He met the wolf's gaze for a fleeting moment, a silent exchange that seemed to carry an unspoken understanding. She stepped down on unsteady legs, her urban soft shoes finding tentative purchase on ground that felt more real, more substantial, earth mixed with pine needles and crushed stone, than any sterile pavement she'd ever walked on. The cold air stung her cheeks, sharp and clean. "This is where I lead," he said simply, his voice carrying with an unexpected resonance over the ambient noise of the compound's evening activities. "And where I live." He guided her through the compound, with a hand that barely touched her lower back, a light but firm pressure that steered her between clusters of workers who paused in their tasks to nod respectfully in his direction. There was no fear in their eyes, only a quiet, deep reverence. She was introduced to Cora, a tall woman with a cascade of fiery auburn hair pulled back in a practical braid, a clipboard tucked under her arm, who looked Raven up and down with the assessing, sharp gaze of someone accustomed to evaluating newcomers. Her expression shrewd but not unkind, and to Elias, whose sharp, intelligent eyes, framed by a silver-streaked beard, gave him an air of absolute authority that made even Antonio's impressive presence seem somehow deferential by comparison. Elias's handshake was firm, his grip surprisingly strong. Everyone they passed stepped aside as Antonio moved through the compound, not with fear but with the automatic deference accorded to someone whose leadership was unquestioned. Their greetings carried warmth and respect. Brief, heartfelt words that suggested relationships built on mutual trust and deep loyalty rather than simple hierarchy. A palpable sense of community, of shared purpose, permeated the air. And always, at the edges of her vision, the wolves continued their silent patrol. Watching, silent, moving with an intelligence that made the fine hairs on the back of her neck stand at attention, a cold tingle tracing down her spine. They were guardians, sentinels, and something far, far more. "This isn't normal," she said, her voice rising, thin and reedy, as panic began to claw its way up her throat, a sickening tightness. "Antonio, this isn't... People don't just live with wolves. This doesn't happen. This can't be real." Her voice ended on a desperate, pleading note, a plea to him to deny it all, to tell her this was some elaborate, cruel joke. He stopped walking in the very center of the main clearing, turning to face her. His expression had shifted from carefully neutral to something approaching grave resolution. The last dying rays of sunset, streaking blood orange and violet across the western sky, caught his eyes, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, they seemed to hold depths that were older and wilder than any human gaze should contain, a golden flicker of something ancient. "Raven," he said, his voice low but carrying the undeniable weight of absolute certainty, resonating deeply in her chest. "After today, everything's on the table. No more half-truths, no more careful omissions. You deserve the complete truth about what I am, what we are." Her heart hammered against her ribs so hard she wondered if he could hear it, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. "What do you mean?" she managed, her voice barely a whisper. His shoulders squared, broadening, his posture shifting almost imperceptibly into something that radiated an undeniable authority and power in ways she'd never fully recognized before. When he spoke, each word was delivered with the precision of someone who understood that some truths, once spoken, could never be taken back. Each syllable was a hammer blow to her carefully constructed reality. "I am alpha of this pack. We are werewolves." The word hit her like a physical blow, a sudden brutal impact that drove the air from her lungs and sent her staggering backward several steps, her vision blurring at the edges. The clearing seemed to tilt around her, reality bending and warping as her mind struggled to process, to reconcile what he'd just said with everything she knew to be true. The world spun. "No," she gasped, the word bursting out like a denial of death itself, raw and desperate. "No, that's impossible. Werewolves don't exist. That's folklore. Fairy tales. Monsters in old books and bad movies." She shook her head, a frantic, futile gesture, her gaze flitting wildly around the compound, searching for any sign of a trick, a camera, anything to prove this was a horrifying illusion. Antonio's gaze didn't waver, didn't carry even a hint of the embarrassment or uncertainty she desperately wanted to see there. The human reaction that would make this less terrifying. "Folklore doesn't build this," he said, gesturing with an open hand at the sprawling, vibrant compound around them. "Folklore doesn't guard these walls, hunt for food, bleed to keep families alive through harsh winters. This is real. I am real." His voice was calm, utterly firm, leaving no room for doubt. Her throat closed completely, muscles constricting, as panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up from her chest to lodge behind her sternum like a living, suffocating thing. The clearing seemed to tilt at impossible angles, the distant figures of the workers blurring, as her mind struggled violently, futilely, to process what he'd just told her. "If this is real," she managed, her voice barely a whisper, a thread of sound snatched by the evening breeze. "Then what about me? Humans. What happens to people like me when they stumble into places like this? Her knees buckled without warning, a sudden, debilitating weakness, and she sank toward the ground. One hand pressed against her chest, as if she could physically hold her heart inside her ribs. The other reaching blindly, desperately, for something solid to anchor herself to, something to make the world stop spinning. Her breathing came in sharp, shallow gasps that never seemed to bring enough air, each one a ragged, tearing sound. "Do I get hurt just for being here?" The words tumbled out between ragged breaths, laced with pure terror. Do I survive knowing this? Antonio moved immediately, dropping to his knees beside her with a swift, protective motion. His hands found her shoulders, solid and warm and utterly steady, their familiar touch grounding her, lifting her gently until she was kneeling on the cold earth rather than collapsed in the dust. The scent of him, wood smoke, pine, and something uniquely wild and masculine, filled her senses. "Look at me," he said, his voice cutting through the deafening roar of panic in her ears, a clear, sharp blade. "Raven, look at me." When her wild eyes finally focused on his face, truly saw him through the haze of terror, he spoke with the absolute certainty of someone who had never broken a promise, his gaze unwavering. "You are not in danger. Not from me, not from my pack. We don't hurt innocent people. We protect them." His hands remained on her shoulders, a constant, comforting pressure, grounding her to the present moment, to his unwavering presence, until her breathing began to slow from frantic, animalistic gasps to something approaching a normal rhythm, though still shallow and uneven. Her laugh cracked and broke, sharp as shattered glass against the mountain air, as she stood on shaky legs again, pushing his hands away almost unconsciously. "Listen to yourself. Do you hear how completely insane this sounds?" Tears, hot and stinging, burned behind her eyes, her chest shaking with the effort of holding back outright hysteria. "I thought you were. I thought you were someone real. Someone who saw me and steadied me when I was falling apart. Not some creature from a nightmare." Her voice, though shaky, held a cutting edge of betrayal. The air, thick and still, hummed with a tension that felt almost physical, a residual echo of the raw, untamed power Raven had glimpsed moments ago. Antonio's eyes, usually a fathomless dark, softened fractionally at the edges, the deep pools reflecting the last glimmers of the setting sun. But he made no move to reach for her again, despite the obvious distress radiating from every taut line of her body, a palpable wave of shock and fear. The scent of damp earth and ancient pine needles, usually a grounding presence in the secluded compound, now felt oppressive, laced with an unfamiliar metallic tang that might have been her own adrenaline or something far older. "I am both," he said quietly, his voice a low thrum that vibrated through the heavy silence, carrying the weight of centuries. "The man you've been talking to for weeks, the one who meant every word he said to you, and this. I can't separate the two parts of myself. They're the same person. Always have been, always will be." Raven turned away from him, a strangled sound catching in her throat, stumbling several steps as if the very ground had shifted beneath her, before her legs threatened to give out entirely. Her vision swam, not just with hot, stinging tears, but with a dizzying shock that distorted the world. The familiar stone walls and ancient oak trees of the compound around her, moments ago a haven, blurred into monstrous, alien shapes, their shadows stretching long and menacing in the fading light. The distant hoot of an owl, usually comforting, now sounded like a mournful, predatory cry. A cold, unnatural chill seemed to seep into her bones, unrelated to the evening air. A phantom touch of the supernatural revelation that had just shattered her reality. "I can't," she gasped. The word ripped from her lungs, pressing her shaking hands to her face, as if she could physically block out what she'd learned, as if the warmth of her palms could somehow erase the icy terror creeping up her spine. "I can't do this right now. I can't process this. This is too much. I need to go home. I need to go home right now. The words were a desperate plea, raw and unpolished, echoing in the sudden, vast quiet that felt colder than the deepest winter night. She heard him following her at a careful distance, the rhythmic crunch of his boots on the gravel path, deliberately loud enough to avoid startling her, yet far enough away to give her the fragile space her burgeoning panic demanded. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of rich, dark earth and something ancient, like ozone after a lightning strike, just touched the air around him. He said nothing, no further pleas or explanations, as she stumbled back toward the dark silhouette of the truck, her fingers fumbling blindly for the door handle. She practically fell into the passenger seat and pulled the door shut with enough savage force to make the entire vehicle shudder and groan on its suspension. The metallic slam resonated deafeningly in the oppressive quiet. The drive back to the city passed in suffocating silence, each mile stretching into an eternity. The air within the truck cab felt thick and heavy, a tangible weight pressing down on her, leaving no room for breath or thought. Neither of them seemed willing or able to address what had just been revealed, the unspeakable truth hanging between them like a shroud. Outside the windows, the familiar tapestry of fields and distant farmhouses blurred past like something viewed through churning water, distorted and unreal. Streetlights began to flicker on, painting streaks of hazy amber and cold white against the deepening twilight, but familiar landmarks were rendered strange and meaningless by the monumental weight of knowledge she'd never asked for and couldn't begin to integrate. The hum of the engine was the only sound, a monotonous drone that seemed to amplify the terrifying quiet inside her head. When they finally reached her apartment building, its ordinary brick facade, a sudden beacon of normalcy, she had the door open before he'd even managed to put the truck in park. A desperate, frantic need to escape into the blessedly familiar, boring safety of her small, ordinary life, propelling her forward. She didn't wait for him to stop. Didn't wait for a word. Raven. His voice stopped her on the building's front steps. A single word. Quiet, but carrying an ancient, resonating authority that seemed to hook into something primal within her, making her freeze in mid-stride. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to bolt through the welcoming door and lock herself away. But she couldn't. She stood with her back to him, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, with reaction and sheer, bone-deep exhaustion. The air around her hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible static charge, a ghost of the power he exuded. But she couldn't make herself turn around. Couldn't force herself to look at him again, not now, knowing what she now knew about what lay beneath his impeccably human facade. The warmth, the kindness, the laughter. It was all real, but so was something else. Something ancient and predatory and utterly beyond her comprehension. She couldn't reconcile the two. The heavy, communal door to her building shut behind her with a final, echoing click that reverberated in the sudden, vast quiet of the street, leaving Antonio alone in his truck, the engine still idling, staring at the empty space where she'd been standing, the lingering scent of her fear and confusion still faintly on the crisp night air. Raven shut the door and leaned against it with the full weight of her body, as if the cheap hollow core wood could somehow barricade her against truths too large and impossible to process. Her chest heaved with ragged breaths that echoed in the apartment's familiar silence, each inhale feeling like swallowing broken glass, each exhale carrying the taste of panic and disbelief. She slid down the door's surface until she was sitting on the cold hardwood floor, arms wrapped tight around her knees, making herself as small as possible in the face of a reality that had expanded beyond anything she could comprehend. The apartment around her, her refuge, her sanctuary, her carefully controlled slice of ordinary life, suddenly felt fragile as tissue paper. Werewolves. The words sat in her mind like a foreign object, sharp-edged and refusing to integrate with everything else she thought she knew about the world. It shouldn't be real. Couldn't be real. People didn't just discover that fairy tale monsters existed, that the man who'd been texting her encouragement through dark nights was something from horror movies and ancient folklore. And yet, the compound was burned into her memory with photographic clarity. The massive shapes pacing the forest's edge, eyes that reflected light, like polished amber. The way everyone had deferred to Antonio with the automatic respect reserved for apex predators. The intelligence in those lupine gazes, too knowing to be merely animal. Her mind reeled through every text message they'd exchanged, recontextualizing each one through this impossible new lens. Eat. Sleep. You need strength. The way he'd said it, not bossy or controlling, but absolute. As if her survival mattered to him in ways that went beyond human concern. Ways that tapped into something primal and protective. The bluntness that had seemed like emotional unavailability now felt like the communication style of someone whose world operated by different rules entirely. Pack dynamics, hierarchy, life and death decisions that couldn't be cushioned by social niceties. "Why can't I have one thing?" she whispered to the empty apartment, her voice cracking on each word. "Just once. Just one thing that doesn't turn out to be a lie, or a disaster, or completely impossible." The words echoed off bare walls and came back to her distorted, like accusations. She pressed her forehead against her knees, hot tears soaking into the denim of her jeans. Every relationship she'd ever invested in had eventually revealed some fundamental deception or incompatibility. Her family saw her as expendable. Jobs treated her as replaceable. Friends maintained careful distance until she became inconvenient. And now this. The first person in years who'd made her feel seen and valued turned out to be a supernatural creature whose very existence challenged everything she understood about reality. The cruel joke was that it made sense. Of course, the one connection that had felt real would be built on something impossible. The voice that had anchored her through the worst nights of her life would belong to someone she could never actually be with, never actually understand. Her phone buzzed against the floor where it had fallen during her retreat from the door. The sound made her jump, heart hammering as if she'd been caught doing something wrong. She stared at the device for a long moment, torn between desperate curiosity and the urge to throw it out the window. Finally, she crawled across the floor and picked it up with trembling fingers. One message glowed on the screen, simple and devastating in its directness. "I'm here, Raven. Just talk to me." Her chest heaved with a sob that felt like it originated somewhere around her ankles, traveling up through her body to tear out of her throat. She dropped the phone onto the couch cushions and curled beside it, staring at the ceiling through tears that made the overhead light fixture blur into abstract shapes. Hours passed. Then days. She went through the motions of living like an actor, playing a role she'd forgotten how to inhabit. Coffee in the morning, bitter and too hot, burning her tongue because she couldn't focus enough to wait for it to cool. Scrolling through job boards that might as well have been written in a foreign language for all the meaning they held. Laundry that sat in piles because folding required a level of concentration she couldn't muster. Her refrigerator hummed its familiar death rattle, a sound that had once been comforting in its consistency but now felt like a countdown to some undefined catastrophe. The radiator clanged its evening protests, pipes contracting and expanding with temperature changes that followed their own mysterious logic. But underneath the apartment's mechanical soundtrack was a deeper silence. The absence of text notifications, of late-night conversations, of the steady voice that had become her anchor in dark moments. The quiet felt aggressive, accusatory, like a physical presence that followed her from room to room. She found herself picking up her phone dozens of times each day, thumb hovering over his contact information, typing and deleting messages that ranged from desperate pleas for explanation to bitter accusations to simple questions about whether any of their conversations had been real. "What am I even doing?" she whispered to herself on the second day, standing in her kitchen with cold coffee in one hand and her phone in the other. "He's not even human. How do you have a relationship with someone who's not even the same species?" But even as she said it, she knew the words were deflection. The truth was messier, more complicated. Whatever he was biologically, he'd been more consistently kind and understanding than most humans she'd known. The supernatural revelation didn't erase weeks of conversations where he'd helped her find strength she'd forgotten she possessed. "I could pretend I never found out," she murmured to her reflection in the microwave door. "Just go back to texting like nothing happened. Like I don't know what he island." But that was impossible too. She couldn't know what she'd learned. Couldn't unsee those amber eyes watching her from the forest's edge. The knowledge lived in her bones now, changing the weight of every memory. On the fourth night, she lay in bed staring at the ceiling until the patterns in the plaster began to look like faces. Some human, some decidedly not. Her phone sat on the nightstand, screen dark, but she could feel its presence like a held breath. "This is insane," she told the darkness. "I'm lying here, missing someone who might not even be safe to be around." But the missing was real, tangible as hunger or thirst. She missed the steady presence of his responses, the way he cut through her anxiety with practical suggestions that somehow always helped. She missed feeling like someone was listening, like her thoughts and fears mattered to at least one person in the world. On the fifth day, her fingers finally moved across the screen before rational thought could intervene. "I miss you." She stared at the message for a full minute before pressing send, then immediately threw the phone across the room like it might explode. It landed on a pile of unfolded laundry with a soft thud that somehow sounded final. The hours that followed stretched like years. She paced her small apartment, wearing grooves in the hardwood between kitchen and window, checking the clock obsessively, as if time might move faster through sheer force of will. She cleaned surfaces that were already clean, reorganized books that didn't need reorganizing, made and discarded 3 different dinners she couldn't bring herself to eat. When the soft knock finally came at her door, so quiet she almost missed it over the radiator's protests, her heart launched itself into her throat, with enough force to make her dizzy. She stood frozen for a moment, hand on the deadbolt, knowing with absolute certainty who waited on the other side, but unable to believe he'd actually come. That he'd driven all the way back into the city, found parking on her impossible street, climbed 4 flights of stairs to her door. She opened it, and there he was. Antonio. Exactly as she remembered, but somehow different now that she knew what lay beneath his human facade. His shoulders filled the narrow doorframe, his presence making the hallway seem smaller, more contained. His eyes carried the same steady intensity she'd grown accustomed to. But now she couldn't help wondering what else they might see. What other spectrums of light or emotion or threat they might detect. No words passed between them. What was there to say that could bridge the gap between human and not human, between ordinary and impossible? Instead, she stepped forward without conscious decision, and his arms came around her like they'd been waiting for exactly this moment. She buried her face against his chest, breathing in the scent that was distinctly his. Clean cotton and something earthier, wilder, that she now understood came from a world she'd never imagined. Her breath came out in a shuddering exhale that carried weeks of loneliness and confusion and desperate need for connection. He held her there in the doorway, silent and unmoving, as if the entire city could wait for them to figure out what came next. His hand settled against the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair with careful gentleness. And she felt some of the tension that had been living in her shoulders finally begin to release. For the first time in days, the silence didn't feel like punishment. It felt like a possibility. The hug lingered until Raven's knees went weak. Antonio didn't loosen his arms until she did, and even then his hand stayed on her shoulder, steadying her like an anchor. "Come in," she whispered, stepping back. He ducked inside, the small apartment suddenly feeling smaller. He didn't look out of place, though. He looked like he belonged there. Towering but quiet. Shoulders relaxed, as he scanned the clutter of books, mugs, and unfolded laundry. Raven shut the door and leaned against it for a moment, steadying herself. "I don't even know where to start." Antonio looked at her, his gaze steady as always. "Start with now," she blinked. "Now?" He nodded. Are you hungry? The question startled a laugh out of her. That's very you. Takeout? He offered. Her lips curved despite herself. Yeah, takeout. Minutes later, cartons of noodles and dumplings spread across the coffee table, and for the first time in weeks, Raven felt her shoulders unclench. They sat cross-legged on the floor, chopsticks in hand, cartons balanced between them. She slurped a noodle and groaned. God, I needed this. Antonio raised a brow. Food? Food that doesn't come out of a microwave tray. She pointed her chopsticks at him. Don't judge me. I don't, he said simply. She chuckled, shaking her head. That's your secret weapon, isn't it? You don't waste words. You just drop a sentence and bam, it lands. Antonio smirked faintly. You fill enough silence for both of us. She narrowed her eyes. Was that a joke? He shrugged, unbothered. Maybe. She laughed, real and unguarded, the sound filling the apartment until even Antonio's wolf rumbled with contentment. They ate until the cartons were nearly empty, conversation slipping easier than she expected. Raven told him about her family, how she'd worked herself raw to be seen, how invisible she'd felt beside her brother. She expected pity, or the kind of hollow comfort she was used to. But Antonio just listened, his eyes never leaving hers. When she finished, he said only, They don't deserve you. Tears pricked her eyes, and she hid them behind her chopsticks. You make it sound simple. It is, he said. Her laugh cracked. Maybe for you. Not for me, Antonio said quietly. For the wolves, I was born into duty. Alpha since I was old enough to hold it, but that doesn't make it simple. Just means I don't get to run from it. She tilted her head, studying him. So, you were born a wolf? He nodded once. My father led before me. My mother taught me more than anyone else ever could. The pack is in my blood, my bones. Raven's brows knit. And you've never wanted something else? Antonio leaned back against the couch, considering. Sometimes. But the pack doesn't stop needing. Hunger doesn't stop. Winter doesn't wait. My wants don't matter. The weight of that silenced her for a beat. Then she whispered, That sounds lonely. His gaze softened. It was, until your texts. Her throat closed, and she looked down quickly, twisting a napkin in her fingers. You make it really hard to stay mad at you. I'm not asking you not to be mad, he said, voice steady. I'm asking you not to walk away. She swallowed, unable to answer right away. Instead, she took a breath and said, Do you want to know my dream? He nodded. I want. She hesitated, embarrassed, then forced the words out. I want my own little accounting firm. Stupid, right? Just me. An office with too many plants, coffee mugs I actually like, and clients who know my name. Not a side desk, not someone else's shadow. Just me. My work. Mine? Antonio studied her. Something like pride flickering in his gaze. That's not stupid. Her laugh was shaky. You'd say that if I told you I wanted to be a circus clown. No, he said, lips tugging faintly. I'd tell you you'd be terrifying as a clown. She laughed so hard she nearly spilled her tea. The night wore on. Stories spilling back and forth. Small, ordinary things. Antonio told her about Cora bossing half the pack around with a clipboard. Raven told him about the time she tried to make lasagna and set her oven mitts on fire. They laughed until her cheeks hurt, until his wolf purred contentedly in his chest. When silence finally came, it wasn't heavy. It was warm. Raven leaned back against the couch, eyes half-lidded. I miss this, she whispered. Antonio's gaze lingered on her, steady and certain. Me too. and for the first time since the truth had shattered everything, she believed they could put the pieces back together. The first tendrils of dawn, impossibly fragile and cool, began to uncurl across the city. Sunlight, a pale, nascent gold, managed to seep through Raven's thin, slightly faded bedroom curtains, laying long, ethereal stripes across the well-worn hardwood floor. In those shafts of light, tiny dust motes danced in lazy, shimmering spirals, illuminated like miniature galaxies in the quiet air. Raven stirred on the living room couch, a groan catching low in her throat as her body protested the night spent on cushions that had seemed perfectly adequate for a movie marathon, but proved woefully insufficient for actual, restorative sleep. Every joint ached with a dull complaint. Her muscles felt stiff and unyielding, imprinted with the awkward angles of the sofa. The blanket, a soft, familiar weight that Antonio had carefully draped over her sometime during the night, smelled faintly but distinctly of his soap. Something clean, woodsy, and subtly understated. A scent that now felt unexpectedly comforting and grounding amidst the strangeness of their situation. She blinked several times, her eyelids heavy, as the gentle morning light filtered into her vision. Her gaze, still hazy with sleep, found him almost immediately. Antonio lay stretched across the inflatable mattress she'd hastily excavated from her hall closet the night before, which now sagged noticeably, exhaling a quiet sigh of air with every shift of his weight. One powerful arm was flung loosely over his chest, his breathing deep and steady, a rhythmic rise and fall that spoke of a deep, untroubled slumber, the kind of sleep of someone accustomed to finding rest anywhere, under any circumstances. His dark hair was charmingly mussed from the pillow, a few strands falling across his brow. Without the careful, almost sculptural control he usually maintained in his waking hours, his face looked softer, younger. The sharp planes of his jaw softened, his intense gaze hidden, making him seem disarmingly approachable. Her chest squeezed with an emotion she couldn't quite name, a complex tangle of tenderness, disbelief, and a profound sense of the surreal. Here was the alpha of an entire pack. A man who not only commanded supernatural creatures with a quiet authority that resonated deeply within the hidden world, but also managed the intricate, complex logistics of their very existence. Yet, in this moment, he was just a man, stretched out awkwardly on a slowly deflating air mattress in her cramped, perfectly mundane apartment, looking utterly at home. The scent of stale coffee from yesterday and the faint, sweet dustiness of old books clung to the air of her small living room. A stark contrast to the wild, potent magic she knew he carried. A decisive click echoed from the kitchen, all the automatic coffee maker whirring to life. A small, mechanical assertion of normalcy. The sound was a welcome anchor. Raven padded across the cool, smooth hardwood floor. The chill against her bare feet, a small, sharp sensation that grounded her. She was grateful for the familiar ritual, the simple repetitive movements of preparing her morning brew. The ordinary routine helped to tether her to the present moment, to the tangible reality of her apartment, preventing her from spiraling into the dizzying, surreal complexity of everything that had led to this incredibly domestic scene, with a powerful, supernatural alpha sleeping on her floor. By the time she turned back toward the living room, the ceramic mug a familiar warmth between her palms, Antonio was awake. He sat up slowly, a low, rumbling stretch escaping him, running both hands through his thick, dark hair in an unconscious gesture that pushed it away from his alert, suddenly intense eyes. His gaze found hers with immediate, almost startling awareness, as if he'd been tracking her movements even in his waking haze. "Morning," she said softly, her voice a quiet murmur, not wanting to shatter the fragile, peaceful quiet that still clung to the edges of the room. "Morning." His voice was a low, gravelly rumble, thick with the lingering roughness of sleep, pitched even lower than usual. It sent an unexpected, almost inconvenient shiver down her spine, a strange, warm tingle that spread through her limbs. For a moment, the air held its breath, thick with unspoken words. It seemed like he might finally say something significant about the tumultuous night before, about the impossible future stretching before them, about the surreal, dangerous situation they were navigating together. But instead, his gaze, which had been fixed on hers with such intensity, softened slightly and dropped to the steaming coffee mug in her hands. "Coffee?" She handed it to him without hesitation, their fingers brushing lightly, a fleeting contact in the exchange. The touch was brief, almost imperceptible. Yet it felt charged, electric, sending a surprising jolt of warmth up her arm that lingered. He wrapped both of his large hands around the mug, his fingers dwarfing it, as if he were absorbing its heat, its simple comfort. He took a careful, slow sip, his eyes closing for a moment in quiet appreciation, before he opened them and nodded once, a silent gesture of approval. "Good coffee," he said simply, his voice still a little rough, but with a new note of quiet satisfaction. "It should be," she replied, a small smile playing on her lips. "I spent way too much money on those beans." She moved to pour herself a cup, the rich, dark aroma already filling the air, mingling with the faint scent of his soap. The gurgle and hiss of the coffee machine were comforting. "There's something about good coffee," she mused, inhaling the deep roasted scent from her own mug. "That just makes everything else feel a little more manageable, less impossible." The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable. It hummed with a different kind of energy. It carried weight, a palpable sense of the important conversations waiting to be had, of the complex decisions that, despite the morning's peaceful start, simply couldn't be postponed indefinitely. It was a silence pregnant with expectation, filled with the looming presence of the supernatural world she was now irrevocably entangled with. Finally, he spoke, his voice breaking the spell. "Would you like the job?" She blinked, the directness of his question catching her off guard despite knowing, deep down, that it was inevitable. Her grip tightened instinctively on her mug. "The accounting job?" He nodded once, his expression steady and certain, his dark eyes unwavering. "At the compound." "We need the help, Raven. I want you there, but only if you choose it. It has to be your choice." Her chest tightened again, this time with the sheer weight of what he was asking, the enormity of the world he was inviting her into. Her mind flashed back to the last time she'd been there, a dizzying, terrifying cascade of images, the towering, ancient trees, the sheer number of powerful beings, the feeling of her own smallness and vulnerability. She'd fled in blind panic then, overwhelmed by the earth-shattering revelation that fairy tales, and the monsters within them, were startlingly, terrifyingly real, and she had somehow stumbled right into one. The very air had seemed to hum with an untamed power that had made her skin prickle with fear. "Last time I was there," she trailed off, the words catching in her throat, remembering the way her lungs had seized up, refusing to draw breath, the desperate, primal, all-consuming need to escape. The metallic taste of fear had been sharp on her tongue. Antonio's expression didn't change, remaining calm and unreadable. But something in the subtle shift of his posture, the slight incline of his head, suggested he understood precisely the struggle she was battling, the fear that still clung to her. "Then let me take you back," he said, his voice soft yet firm. A quiet promise. Properly this time. No shocks, no overwhelming revelations. Just you, me, and what it actually is when you're not running on pure adrenaline, Raven. When you can truly see it. Raven exhaled slowly, a long, shaky breath, clutching her coffee mug like a lifeline, its warmth seeping into her chilled palms. Her thoughts drifted back to the oppressive silence that had filled her apartment for days after their first encounter, the aching void of missing conversations that had, in such a short time, become essential to her. She remembered the warmth and ease of last night, the comfortable camaraderie, the laughter that had felt so utterly foreign, so wonderfully freeing, a sound she hadn't heard from herself in months. The quiet hum of his presence had been a balm, She nodded once. A single, decisive movement. The decision feeling both terrifying in its implications and utterly inevitable in its logic. Her voice was barely a whisper, but firm. Take me back. Let me see it without being afraid this time. Something that might have been profound. Relief flickered, quick as a shadow, across Antonio's features, though he kept his reaction carefully controlled, his expression quickly settling back into his usual calm. Then finish your coffee, he said. His voice a little lighter now. A hint of something deeper resonating within. We'll go when you're ready. The drive back to the compound carried a completely different energy this time. A palpable shift in the atmosphere within the truck. Where their first trip had been weighted with nervous anticipation, a cautious distance, and unspoken anxieties, this new journey felt like a quiet partnership. Antonio's right hand rested casually on the steering wheel, his grip relaxed yet strong, while his left hand, warm and substantial, covered hers where it lay in her lap. His thumb occasionally brushed across her knuckles, a light, rhythmic caress that sent small, comforting tingles through her skin. She didn't pull away. The steady pressure of his palm was profoundly grounding. A silent, powerful promise that whatever they encountered, whatever new challenges or wonders the compound held, she wouldn't face it alone. The very air in the truck felt lighter, filled with a nascent sense of shared purpose. When the compound's massive wrought-iron gates finally swung open, groaning softly on their ancient hinges with a low metallic sigh, Raven's pulse still jumped with a familiar spike of anxiety, a primal, automatic response. But as Antonio's thumb stroked once, gently, across her hand, a wave of calm washed over her, and her shoulders, which had instinctively tensed, gradually relaxed, the tension melting away under his touch. They stepped out of the truck together, the crisp, late morning air surprisingly fresh and earthy. His fingers remained intertwined with hers, a grip that was gentle and reassuring, yet unmistakably protective. This time, instead of the shocked silence and cautious, assessing stares from watchful eyes, the organized chaos of the compound wrapped around her like an incoming tide. A vibrant, living force that felt natural, inevitable, and surprisingly welcoming rather than overwhelming. The very air buzzed with a different kind of magic, one that thrummed with life and purpose, rather than menace. Wolves, in their human forms, moved between the sturdy rustic buildings with a purposeful, powerful energy. Their movements fluid and efficient. Voices, deep and resonant, or bright and clear, carried across the main clearing as they coordinated the day's work, discussing tasks, sharing news. Laughter, clear and uninhibited, rang out from somewhere near the training field, where younger pack members were apparently engaged in competitive exercise. The occasional grunt or thud of impact, adding to the symphony of activity. The whole scene buzzed with a robust, almost tangible sense of life and deep-rooted community. The rich, earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil mingled with the fainter, savory aroma of wood smoke and cooking, creating a primal perfume. Antonio led her toward the very center of the expansive main clearing, his hand steady and warm in hers. "This is Raven," he said to the pack members they passed, his voice carrying just enough authority and resonant depth to ensure immediate attention without ever demanding it, laced with a subtle undercurrent of possessiveness. "She's my guest." The weight behind those simple words was unmistakable, reverberating through the pack. Heads nodded with respectful acknowledgement. Eyes that had been cautiously assessing a newcomer shifted, softening into genuine, open welcome. The subtle tension that always surrounded strangers, a prickling awareness of an outsider, began perceptibly to dissolve around Raven, leaving her feeling lighter, more at ease. Raven found herself breathing easier with each step, the air filling her lungs freely, deeply. Her gaze darted everywhere now, not with fear, but with an insatiable curiosity, taking in details that had been utterly lost to her in her previous panic. She noticed bundles of fragrant, drying herbs hanging under protective eaves, their individual scents vaguely discernible. Lavender, mint, rosemary. She heard the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith working at his forge, the ringing echoes of his hammer against metal, punctuated by the hiss of steam as he quenched hot iron. Children, quick and bright as dragonflies, darted between buildings with boundless, infectious energy, their high-pitched giggles weaving through the deeper hum of adult voices. And then, one of the children, a little girl who couldn't have been older than 6, her wild, dark curls escaping from a brightly colored ribbon, tugged shyly but firmly at the hem of Raven's sweater. A soft, insistent pull. Startled, Raven looked down to find herself caught in the gaze of an enormous pair of dark, luminous eyes set in a face full of soft curves and barely contained mischief. Smudges of dirt streaked the girl's cheeks. Her sturdy clothes carried the honest stains of a day well spent on the ground, exploring the world with knees and hands. She smelled of sun-warmed grass and dust, the scent oddly grounding. Without hesitation, those small, trusting fingers slipped into Raven's free hand. Warm and impossibly soft. Raven's heart stuttered, then swelled, as though that simple gesture had cracked something open inside her. She crouched, refusing to let go of the tiny hand, and brought herself eye to eye with the child. Her smile came unbidden, open and bright, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. "Hello there," she whispered, her voice gentler than she knew it could be. The little girl giggled a sound like silver bells then. In a burst of theatrical shyness, pressed herself against Raven's side. With a quick, fearless scramble, she climbed into Raven's lap, small arms circling Raven's waist as if she belonged there. "You're pretty," the girl declared solemnly, as though stating a fact of the universe. Raven laughed, the sound catching on something raw and new inside her. She brushed a stray curl from the girl's cheek. "Am I?" she asked softly, her throat tightening. The girl nodded hard, curls bouncing. "Uh-huh. Like a princess." Raven felt her chest ache at the words, an ache equal parts joy and disbelief. She hugged the child closer, the warmth of that small, trusting body sinking into her bones, melting fears she hadn't even realized she was holding. Antonio watched this quiet interaction with an intensity that bordered on reverence, his gaze fixed on Raven. Her smile, soft and unguarded and glowing with genuine delight, transformed her entire face into something radiant, erasing the last vestiges of her earlier tension. The sight of her kneeling in the honest, slightly dusty ground of the compound, holding the hand of a pack pup with such natural, instinctive tenderness, struck him with the force of a powerful, undeniable revelation. When the little girl declared, "You're pretty," he felt the words settle between them, innocent and true. But in his chest, Antonio countered silently. Not pretty. Beautiful, fierce, luminous, and far more than she could yet understand. For the first time since he'd started hoping, since he'd begun to subtly steer events towards her finding a place here, he didn't just think she could belong to this world. He could see it, vivid and clear as a vision. Could envision her woven seamlessly into the daily fabric of pack life. Her laughter joining the rich tapestry of evening conversations. Her careful competence helping to solve the dozen small crises that inevitably kept a community running. He saw her not as an outsider, but as an essential, vibrant thread. She looked, in that moment, like she'd been waiting her whole life to kneel in dirt and hold a child's hand. Raven straightened slowly, a little stiffly, brushing a faint smear of dust from her knees while the little girl maintained her grip with determined tenacity, still peeking shyly from behind her leg. Raven's cheeks were flushed with pure pleasure, her eyes bright and shimmering with something that looked suspiciously, wonderfully like joy. "They're not what I expected," she admitted quietly, her voice tinged with a soft wonder, squeezing the small hand gently once more, before carefully encouraging the child to return to her boisterous playmates. "They're just people." Exactly, Antonio said, his voice rougher than usual, thick with a complex blend of feelings he wasn't quite ready to name, to unpack. People. Family. My family. The words resonated with a deep, unwavering conviction, a quiet declaration. She nodded slowly, understanding dawning fully in her eyes. Her hand was still warm and secure in his, and this time, when the silence stretched between them, it carried the expansive, exhilarating weight of possibility, instead of the chilling grip of fear. This time, as the world moved, pulsed, and hummed around them, she didn't pull away. The small building, a lean-to of rough-hewn timber and grey weather-scarred planks, clearly intended for purely utilitarian purposes, was tucked awkwardly between the imposing, windowless main storage barn and the inviting, fragrant communal kitchen. It had obviously been constructed as an afterthought, an urgent patch job of 4 walls and a creaking, ill-fitting door slapped together when someone, probably in a moment of exasperation, realized the pack desperately needed dedicated administrative space, however rudimentary. Morning light, thick and golden-hued, struggled to filter through the single, grimy window pane, illuminating a swirling, silent ballet of dust motes that danced like tiny, enchanted sprites above an overwhelming landscape. This landscape consisted of towering, precarious stacks of cardboard boxes, overflowing with financial records and yellowed documents, piled against every wall. They resembled archaeological layers, each carton a stratum of forgotten history, silently exhaling the dry, papery scent of aged ink and stale air. The air itself hung heavy and still, thick with the scent of old paper, a faint hint of wood smoke from the nearby kitchen, and the underlying, earthy aroma of the surrounding wilderness. Raven stood in the precise center of this monument to disarray, hands planted firmly on her hips, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. A familiar, almost physical surge of professional excitement, sharp and exhilarating like a jolt of static electricity, coursed through her. This wasn't merely messy bookkeeping. This was an intricate, multi-layered enigma, a treasure hunt waiting to happen, where the treasures were clarity and order. "How long has it been since someone properly audited these records?" she asked, her voice cutting through the stillness with an unexpected crispness. Antonio, a tall, sinewy figure whose presence seemed to ripple with barely contained energy, leaned casually against the doorframe, his dark eyes observing her survey the damage with a mix of awe and bewildered relief. "Define properly," he said, a slow, wry smile quirking at the corner of his mouth, a glint of amusement in his gaze. Raven, already moving, selected a thick ledger from a stack near her left, its once sturdy cover now warped. Its pages, brittle and discolored, were visibly stuck together with what looked suspiciously like dried coffee, emitting a faint, acrid smell of old stains. "Oh, honey," she murmured, a genuine, delighted laugh bubbling up from her throat. "This is going to be fun." "Fun?" Cora's voice, laced with skeptical disbelief, sliced through the air from the doorway. She appeared as if from nowhere, her auburn hair pulled back in her signature, no-nonsense ponytail, a well-worn clipboard clutched tightly against her chest, like a shield of battle-tested armor. "You think sorting through 4 years of Marcus's creative filing system is fun?" Raven grinned, a spark of challenge in her eyes, already rolling up the sleeves of her practical, dark-colored shirt to expose strong, capable forearms. "I once spent 2 weeks untangling a diner owner's books where he'd been recording inventory purchases under miscellaneous magic and payroll under feeding the humans. This," she gestured dismissively at the overwhelming stacks, "is nothing." A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer of focused energy seemed to emanate from her, a subtle hum of activation. Antonio and Cora exchanged glances. The kind of silent, eloquent look that passed between people who'd been managing an ongoing crisis through sheer, grit-fueled determination and were now, finally, witnessing the arrival of actual, undeniable competence. The tension in the small room seemed to lighten fractionally. "What do you need?" Antonio asked, his voice now imbued with a new, almost eager directness. Raven was already moving, like a whirlwind of efficiency. The scraping sounds of cardboard against the rough floorboards accompanied her, as she systematically pulled boxes away from the walls, her mind automatically dissecting and organizing the cluttered space into functional zones. Desk, chair, decent lamp, one that actually illuminates more than a postage stamp. Filing cabinets, actual ones, not cardboard boxes held together with hope and sticky tape. Calculator, computer if you've got one, and about 6 hours of uninterrupted time to see what we're really working with. You've got it, Antonio said, already pulling out a sleek modern phone, its screen a bright contrast to the dusty room, to coordinate the requests. The rapid tap of his fingers on the display was the only sound for a moment. Cora, can you? Already on it, Cora interrupted, her pen scratching quick. Decisive notes on her clipboard, with the efficiency of someone who'd learnt to translate executive decisions into actionable tasks before they'd fully left the speaker's lips. I'll have the boys move furniture over from storage. Though I should warn you, she added, her gaze returning to Raven, a slight hesitation in her voice. Some of these records might be unconventional. Raven paused in her box moving, a single perfectly arched eyebrow raising in inquiry. The dust motes still danced around her, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. Unconventional, how? Well, Cora began carefully, choosing her words. When your supply chain includes things like full moon hunting party provisions, which involves a rather specific kind of procurement and cost allocation, and winter coat maintenance. For 63 individuals who shed seasonally, normal accounting categories tend to get creative. A faint, musky scent of wild creatures, subtle yet distinctly present, seemed to briefly ghost through the air at Cora's words. Ah. Raven nodded, a solemn understanding settling on her features. It was the look of someone who'd learned that small business owners, particularly those with a unique reality, often got remarkably creative with categorization when standard accounting principles didn't quite fit their world. Coded entries. Got it. What else should I know? Antonio's expression grew serious, the easy smile vanishing. The air in the room seemed to thicken again, a palpable weight settling. Some of our revenue streams might not be immediately obvious. We operate several legitimate businesses, but the connections between them and how they support the pack could raise questions from outside auditors. Raven looked between them, her gaze sharp and assessing, reading the careful language and diplomatic phrasing with the fluency of someone who'd worked for businesses that operated not just in grey areas, but sometimes in entirely different colour palettes. Are we talking money laundering, tax evasion, or just the IRS wouldn't understand our overhead expenses? Her tone was direct, unwavering. The last one, Antonio said firmly, his posture straightening slightly. Everything's legal. It's just complex. Complex I can handle, Raven said, a renewed spark in her eyes, as she effortlessly pulled another heavy box into the filtered light. Complex means puzzle, and puzzles mean I get to prove I'm smarter than chaos. What I can't handle is dishonesty or putting people at risk. Her voice carried a quiet, uncompromising authority. Something in Antonio's posture visibly relaxed, a subtle tension easing in his shoulders. Cora, surprisingly, actually smiled, a genuine warm curve of her lips that transformed her serious face. Then you're going to fit right in, Cora said, her voice softer now. Most of our complexity comes from the fact that we're essentially running a small town with a single administrative budget. 63 people need housing, food, medical care, education for the kids, job training, equipment maintenance. She gestured broadly at the still formidable stacks of boxes. Try fitting that into QuickBooks. By noon, the previously cluttered storage room had undergone a remarkable, almost magical transformation, sculpted by Raven's vision and the muscle of the pack members. The sounds of heavy furniture scraping across the floorboards, the thud of rearranged boxes, and the low murmurs of the boys Cora had summoned had gradually faded, replaced by an organized hum. The air, though still carrying the faint scent of old paper, was fresher. The dust now settled. The desk. A solid oak leviathan that probably weighed more than Raven's entire apartment's furniture combined, sat positioned to catch the best of the noon light, its dark, polished surface glinting faintly. Filing cabinets, sturdy and metallic, flanked it like silent sentries, their freshly labelled drawers already bearing Raven's neat, precise handwriting in categories that brought a sense of calm order to the space. Revenue, expenses fixed, expenses variable, payroll, assets, liabilities. The remaining boxes of records, once an impenetrable fortress, were now arranged in neat, chronological order along the far wall, each one clearly labelled with date ranges and a brief summary of its contents. Raven, moving with the quiet focus of a predator stalking its prey, had already identified 3 major organizational problems: maddening duplicate entries where multiple pack members had recorded the same transaction, seasonal expenses that weren't being properly allocated across fiscal periods, and what appeared to be a complete, baffling lack of depreciation schedules for major equipment purchases. "Okay," she announced, her voice clear and decisive, cutting through the quiet efficiency of the newly appointed office. Antonio and Cora, who had been taking turns checking on her progress with the quiet fascination of people watching a master craftsperson at work, now turned their full attention to her. "I need to understand the basics before I dive into the historical mess. Walk me through your primary revenue sources." Antonio settled into one of the sturdy wooden chairs they'd brought over from the communal hall, its worn surface still holding the faint, comforting scent of shared meals and gatherings. "We operate a construction company, 2 equipment rental businesses, and a small-scale farming operation. The construction work is seasonal, but brings in the bulk of our income during spring and summer months. Think the smell of freshly cut wood and turning earth. Equipment rental is steady year-round, but lower margin. The constant hum of machinery. Farming mostly covers our food costs. The scent of rich soil clings to everything, but sometimes generates surplus for sale." "Payroll?" Raven asked, her pen poised over a fresh legal pad. 32 pack members work the external businesses," Cora said, consulting her ever-present clipboard, the rustle of its papers a soft counterpoint to her words. "Everyone else contributes through internal work: childcare, food preparation, maintenance, security, inventory management. We don't pay traditional wages for internal work, but we cover all living expenses." Raven nodded slowly, already sketching complex organizational charts in her mind, her eyes briefly glazing over as she processed the intricate network of responsibilities. "So you're running what amounts to a commune with integrated business operations. That's actually not as unusual as you'd think. I've seen similar setups with religious communities, intentional living cooperatives, family compound operations." A flicker of deep, intuitive understanding crossed her face. "The IRS has specific provisions for this kind of arrangement. Are you currently structured as a non-profit, LLC, or something else?" "Non-profit," Antonio said, his gaze steady. "Filed under religious organization status. Smart, smart. That explains the housing and communal meal provisions." Raven made meticulous notes on her legal pad, her handwriting small, precise, and unwavering. "What about health insurance, workers' compensation, employment law compliance?" The silence that followed was not merely an absence of sound. It was a weighted, knowing quiet that pressed in on the newly ordered space. Both Antonio and Cora exchanged another glance, this one heavy with unspoken concern, their faces carefully neutral but their eyes betraying a shared anxiety. The air grew still, suddenly charged with unaddressed risk. "Ah," Raven said, her voice dropping, the single syllable carrying a world of implications. A slight tension entered her posture. So we're looking at potential compliance issues on top of the bookkeeping chaos. Is that a problem? Antonio's voice was carefully neutral, but a flicker of fear touched the depths of his eyes. He was clearly braced for bad news. It's fixable, Raven said, her gaze sweeping across the stacks of boxes, already mentally prioritizing tasks, her mind racing with solutions. A focused energy seemed to radiate from her, a quiet but potent force. But it means we need to audit everything, not just organize it. I'll need to review every employment relationship, every business structure, every revenue stream. Make sure we're covered legally before someone decides to ask uncomfortable questions. How long will that take? Cora asked, her voice tight with a new urgency. Raven surveyed the meticulously arranged boxes, her eyes narrowing slightly as she performed rapid mental calculations, factoring in volume, complexity, and the sheer organizational disasters she'd inherited in previous jobs. To properly audit and reorganize everything? 3 months minimum. Maybe 4 if I find major problems that need correcting. And to just make sure we're not in immediate danger? Antonio asked, his voice now barely above a whisper, the question hanging heavy in the air. The heavy ancient wood of the conference table felt cool beneath Raven's fingertips as she flattened her notes. The air in the room, usually still and carrying the faint, earthy scent of old paper and something wild she couldn't quite place, now crackled with a faint, almost imperceptible tension. 2 weeks for a preliminary assessment. I can identify the big risks and get basic compliance systems in place, then work on the historical cleanup. Her voice, though calm, held an edge of steely competence. She looked up from her meticulously scribbled legal pad, her gaze, sharp and direct, meeting Antonio's across the expanse of polished mahogany. But I'll need access to everything: bank records, contracts, employment files, insurance policies, tax filings. No locked drawers or, you don't need to worry about that conversations. If I'm going to protect you legally, I need to see the whole picture. Antonio and Cora exchanged another look. This one longer, more complex, carrying the silent weight of decisions about trust and vulnerability. It was a glance woven with years, perhaps even generations of unspoken communication. A flicker of something ancient passing between them. The air seemed to thicken, holding its breath as they weighed the implications of absolute transparency against the deeply ingrained habit of secrecy. Everything, Antonio said finally, his voice a low, resonant rumble that seemed to vibrate slightly in the very floorboards. Whatever you need to see, or you'll have access to. The words hung in the air, solidifying the unspoken pact, and Raven felt a subtle shift, a faint easing of the invisible tension that had enveloped the room. A potent warmth, like sunlight after a long winter, unfurled in Raven's chest. It was the fierce, invigorating feeling of trust being given freely, of professional respect acknowledged without reservation, the recognition that her skills were not just helpful but essential, vital. For the first time in her career, someone was offering her complete authority over labyrinthine financial systems. Instead of trying to micromanage, or worse, hide inconvenient truths behind veiled suggestions and polite evasions, this was a clean slate, a genuine invitation, and it filled a hollow she hadn't realized was so profound. Then we start with the current books, she announced, her voice crisp with renewed purpose. She reached for a sturdy, leather-bound box on the corner of the table, pulling the most recent ledger from its depths. The faint scent of aged paper and dry ink wafted up as she laid it open with a soft thud. I need to understand what's happening now before I can fix what went wrong before. The ledger fell open to a page filled with Cora's precise, elegant handwriting. Neat columns of numbers meticulously tracking supply purchases, payroll distributions, and equipment maintenance. It was all so very ordinary, so methodically mundane. But mixed in with these expected business expenses were line items that made Raven blink, a subtle ripple disturbing the calm surface of her professional focus. Full moon provisions, $847. Winter coat replacements seasonal, $2,190. Territory boundary maintenance, $450. Pack meeting catering, $156. A faint, almost metallic tang, like distant rain on hot asphalt, seemed to prickle the air around the page. She looked up, her gaze tracing the line of the table, to find Antonio watching her reaction carefully, his eyes dark and perceptive, betraying nothing but intense observation. "The coded entries Cora mentioned," he said, his voice a low underscore to the sudden quiet. Raven returned her attention to the page, her professional mind automatically cataloguing the patterns, sifting through the oddity with the practiced ease of an expert. The full moon provisions happened monthly, a recurring expenditure, always substantial amounts. Winter coat replacements appeared seasonally, but in quantities that suggested bulk purchasing, enough for a significantly large group. Territory boundary maintenance looked like it might cover security or property upkeep, but the phrasing felt primal. She tapped a fingernail on the page, the sound a faint click in the quiet room. "I can work with this," she said, her pencil already scratching quick, decisive notes in the margins, the graphite a soft whisper on the paper, though we might want to consider slightly more conventional terminology for future records. Monthly team-building events instead of full moon provisions. Seasonal uniform allowances instead of winter coat replacements. Same expenses, more boring descriptions. A faint, dry wit tempered her tone, a subtle challenge in her eyes. Antonio's smile was small but genuine, a flicker of warmth that softened the hard angles of his face. "You really can work with anything, can't you? Honey, I've seen books where someone listed their gambling losses as market research and their bar tab as client entertainment. This is refreshingly honest by comparison." She closed the ledger with a soft thud and picked up a stack of crackling invoices. The paper felt slightly rough under her thumb. "Though I am curious about the quantities. How many people exactly are we providing winter coats for?" 63. Cora said without hesitation, her voice crisp and immediate, the number delivered with the precision of a trained professional. "And they all need replacement coats annually?" Raven's eyebrow arched slightly, a flicker of genuine curiosity in her gaze. "Some years more than others," Antonio said carefully, a subtle change in the timbre of his voice. "Depends on activity levels." The words hung, unspoken implications hovering in the air like a faint shimmer of heat. Raven nodded, a small internal click as she filed away the non-explanation with the dozen other small mysteries she'd encountered in her first few hours. Every business, especially one as old and established as this one felt, had quirks that made perfect sense in context, but looked utterly odd from the outside. Her job was to organize and protect, not to interrogate every operational detail that seemed unusual. The faint, wild scent in the room deepened almost imperceptibly, a subtle reminder that the conventional often only scratched the surface here. "Fair enough," she said, turning her attention to a new stack of papers. The rustle a counterpoint to the quiet hum of the room. "Now, let's talk about cash flow projections and whether you're setting aside adequate reserves for quarterly tax payments." By late afternoon, the waning light of the day filtered through the tall windows, cast long, elegant shadows across the room. Raven had established the foundation of a functional accounting system, a tapestry of order woven from threads of chaos. She'd already identified the three most critical compliance gaps that needed immediate attention. Her desk, once an intimidating expanse, was now covered with organized piles of documents, each stack a testament to her focused diligence. Her legal pad was filled with neat lists and flowcharts, an intricate map of financial health. Her laptop hummed a quiet, steady tune as it processed 4 years of backdated entries into proper accounting software, transforming digital dust into coherent data. She felt, for the first time in months, like herself. Not the desperate job seeker who'd fled interviews in a panic of anxiety. Not the broken woman who'd spent weeks texting a stranger, clinging to a tenuous lifeline. She was Raven the bookkeeper. Raven who could transform financial chaos into organized, defensible systems. Raven who was very, very good at what she did. The quiet satisfaction was a warm, resonant hum within her. A feeling of rightness that settled deep in her bones. When Antonio appeared in her doorway, silhouetted against the softer light of the hall, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee, she looked up with the satisfied exhaustion of someone who'd spent a productive day doing work that mattered. The subtle gleam in her eyes reflecting the laptop screen. A rich, dark aroma of freshly brewed coffee, earthy and comforting, filled the air, cutting through the scent of old paper and something vaguely elemental. "How bad is it?" he asked, his voice low, a note of careful anticipation in its depths. He set 1 ceramic cup within her reach. The gentle clink, a small punctuation mark in the quiet. The warmth radiating from the mug was immediate and welcome. "Bad enough to be interesting, not bad enough to be illegal," she said, accepting the coffee gratefully, the first sip a dark, invigorating warmth on her tongue. Her voice held a note of confidence, a subtle edge of triumph. "You've got compliance gaps that could bite you if someone looked too closely, but nothing that can't be fixed. The bigger issue is that you're not tracking productivity or cost efficiency in any meaningful way. You could probably increase profitability by 15% just through better resource allocation." "Meaning?" Antonio prompted, his gaze unwavering. "Meaning I can not only keep you out of trouble, I can help you make more money." She gestured with a sweep of her hand at the organized, yet still burgeoning, landscape of her new office. The air itself seemed to hum with the energy of potential. "Give me 3 months and proper access to everything, and I'll have you running like a proper business instead of just surviving like one." Antonio leaned against the doorframe, a relaxed yet watchful posture, studying her with the same piercing intensity she'd noticed during their first meeting. The light caught the deep, rich tones in his eyes. "You look happy." The observation caught her off guard. A small jolt, like static electricity. She paused, coffee cup halfway to her lips, the aroma briefly forgotten, and considered it. The truth of it surprised her. "I am." I'd forgotten what it felt like to be good at something that mattered to people. Her voice was softer now, a touch vulnerable. "It matters," he said quietly, his voice now a deeper resonance that seemed to vibrate in the very planks of the floor beneath her feet. "More than you know." The words were simple, yet carried an unspoken weight. A hidden depth that reached beyond the mundane, touching something primal within her. Something in his voice, a profound certainty, made her look up sharply, her eyes widening slightly. But his expression had already shifted back to professional neutrality, a subtle mask dropping into place. Still the lingering warmth in his eyes, a glint of something ancient and protective, suggested that her value to the pack, to him, went far beyond mere bookkeeping competence. It was a silent promise, a powerful recognition that hummed beneath the surface of their quiet conversation. "Good," she said, a sudden blush heating her cheeks as she turned back to her laptop screen, the soft glow reflecting in her eyes. The sound of her fingers finding the keys was crisp, resolute. "Because I'm just getting started." The apartment exhaled silence like a living thing. But this time, the quiet felt different. Not oppressive or suffocating, but expectant. Hollow. Ready to be filled by someone else's dreams and disasters and small triumphs. It wasn't just an absence of sound, it was a palpable presence. A thin, cold hum that seemed to vibrate in the very air. A lung emptied and waiting to draw breath anew. Dust motes, tiny galaxies, danced in the pale afternoon light, emphasizing the profound stillness of the relinquished space. Raven stood in the exact center of the empty space, her lonely footsteps echoing off bare walls with a sharp, hollow ring that died too quickly. She turned in a slow circle, taking inventory of absence. the scuff of her boots on the gritty floorboards a stark counterpoint to the quiet. The walls, a pale, institutional off-white, were stripped clean, showing precise nail holes like tiny scars and faded rectangles where her few pieces of artwork had hung. Ghostly imprints of color and life now gone. The built-in shelves stood empty, their surfaces marked with deep dust outlines that told the story of books, trinkets, and small, forgotten mementos that had once made this place feel like home. The air itself smelled faintly of stale plaster, latent dust, and the ghosts of forgotten hopes. This was the place where she'd cried herself to sleep more nights than she cared to count, the faint resonance of her past sorrows seemingly clinging to the corners of the room, a phantom chill. Where her phone had first lit up with messages from a wrong number that had somehow become gloriously, impossibly right. A memory that brought a brief, internal warmth like a flicker of candlelight. Where she'd curled tight against the world and told herself never to trust happiness because it always turned out to be a lie, a bitter emotional texture that still seemed to seep from the very floorboards. Now it was nothing but four walls, long pale shafts of afternoon light, streaming starkly through naked windows, illuminating dancing dust motes, and the particular kind of vast, expectant silence that belonged to spaces waiting to be claimed by new stories and new lives. The windowsills were bare, the glass faintly grimy, offering a raw, unfiltered view of the city outside that felt utterly detached from the inner void. Her fingers found the apartment keys in her jacket pocket, the cold, heavy metal now warm from her body heat. A small, temporary anchor. The landlord would arrive tomorrow for the final walkthrough, ready to assess damage deposits and sign forms that would sever her last official, legal tie to this chapter of her life. A bureaucratic blade cutting her loose. "Didn't think it'd hit me this hard," she whispered to the empty room, her voice fragile. A moth fluttering against glass in the immense quiet. It bounced off walls that had absorbed months of tears and laughter and late-night phone conversations, walls that now seemed to shiver with the faint, residual energy of past emotions. A subtle hum in the air only she could sense, perhaps a fleeting scent of her old perfume, a ghost of her presence. The apartment door opened with its familiar, high-pitched squeak, abruptly shattering the delicate silence. Antonio stepped through the threshold like he was crossing into her heart. The soft thud of his boots on the bare floor silenced the door's whine. His broad shoulders filled the narrow doorframe, a solid, grounding presence that made the space seem even smaller by comparison. Yet, somehow, his presence, and the rich, earthy scent of pine, and something primal that clung to him, immediately displaced the stale air, making the emptiness feel less like loss and more like possibility, charging the room with a new, vibrant energy. His dark eyes, like deep, still pools, swept across the barren room, absorbing every dust pattern, every nail hole, every vacant corner with careful, discerning attention. When his gaze finally settled on her, standing small and uncertain in the center of all that absence, his mouth curved into the kind of smile that reached his eyes, crinkling the corners, radiating a quiet power and making her chest warm with a flush that chased away the apartment's lingering chill. "About time you gave this up, love." The endearment was a low, rumbling sound, a deep resonance that vibrated through the quiet space, cutting through all the lingering melancholy. It rolled off his tongue like he'd been saving it for exactly this moment, casual and certain and completely natural. Not a question or a request, but a simple acknowledgement of what she meant to him, delivered with the straightforward honesty that had drawn her to him from their very first conversation. It was not just heard, it was felt, a warmth, a sudden shift in the air pressure around her, settling over her like a soft, heavy blanket, chasing away the last vestiges of the apartment's cold silence. The word hit her solar plexus like gentle lightning, a jolt, an internal spark, not painful but intensely vibrant, like a quickening pulse. It sent warmth spreading outward, a liquid fire thawing something frozen deep within her, from her ribs to her fingertips, making her skin tingle with a deep-seated glow that countered the external chill of the empty room. Love. not as declaration or demand, but as recognition. The way he might identify the color of her eyes, or the sound of her laugh. Matter of fact and unshakable. She turned toward him, eyes suddenly bright with tears she hadn't expected, hot and shimmering, blurring the stark outlines of the room, her throat thick, a tight knot with emotions she couldn't quite name. "Yeah," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. Raspy, a fragile breath against the immensity of the moment. "About time." He crossed the room in 3 measured strides, his heavy, deliberate footsteps grounding her. His hand came up to cup her cheek with the careful tenderness of someone handling something precious, his calloused yet gentle touch radiating a deep, reassuring heat that seeped into her skin. His lips pressed against her temple, warm and solid and real. A soft, protective weight, anchoring her in the present moment, instead of letting her drift away on waves of nostalgia and uncertainty. She could almost feel the thrum of his wolf beneath his touch. "Come on," he murmured against her skin, his voice a low rumble, a private sound meant only for her, the warmth of his breath a tiny eddy against her ear, stirring the hair, a soft whisper that vibrated with promises. "Let's go home." The drive to the compound felt different this time. Not like traveling toward the unknown, but like returning to a place that had been waiting for her to be ready. The hum of the truck's engine was a steady, soothing drone. The familiar mountain roads unwound beneath the truck's tires like ancient, winding ribbons of asphalt. Flanked by the dark, whispering sentinels of pine forest whose needles carpeted the ground with a rich, resinous scent. Pine trees gave way to broader meadows, dotted with the last vestiges of wildflowers, the air growing cleaner and sharper, carrying the crisp tang of snowmelt and distant wood smoke as they climbed higher into a wilderness that no longer felt threatening but vast, alive, and welcoming. The sun began to dip, casting long, purple shadows across the landscape, when the dense canopy of ancient pines finally opened to reveal the compound's sprawling collection of timber buildings. Rugged, dark wood, stone foundations. Nestled like a warm heart in the clearing, Raven didn't feel the spike of anxiety that had accompanied her previous visits. Instead, her chest lifted with a physical lightness, a buoyancy, as if a great weight had been removed, something that felt suspiciously like coming home after a long journey. The light here seemed softer, diffused, carrying a golden glow. Spirals of silver-grey smoke twisted lazily from dozens of stone chimneys, each plume carrying a distinct, comforting aroma. The sharp, clean bite of burning pine, the richer, sweeter note of oak, and beneath it all, the savory promise of roasting meat and simmering herbs. Voices carried easily across the clearing, the rhythmic thud of an axe chopping wood, work songs humming low, casual conversations murmuring, and the bright, clear trill of children's laughter echoing off the timber walls, interwoven with the deeper, guttural tones of adult wolves. The whole scene buzzed with life and purpose, a vibrant, constant pulse, a living organism, and a community functioning like a well-tuned engine. This time, Raven didn't grip the cold metal of the truck's door handle, or fight the urge to flee. The familiar anchor of flight simply wasn't there. This time, she rolled down her window, the glass whirring softly, and breathed deeply of air that tasted like pine sap and possibility, carrying the sharp, sweet tang of the forest, the earthy scent of damp soil, and an exhilarating undertone of something wild and free. It tasted clean, vital, infused with the quiet magic of the forest. As the truck's engine rumbled to a final, soft hiss, and it rolled to a stop in the main clearing, a ripple of movement, almost imperceptible to an untrained eye, swept through the compound. Heads turned. Wolves paused in their various tasks. A woman stacking firewood paused. A man sharpening a blade slowly lowered it. Children chasing a bull froze in place, their attention drawn by the arrival of their alpha and his woman. But instead of the cautious, assessing gazes that had marked her previous visits, their expressions softened. their shoulders visibly relaxing, as if a quiet burden had been lifted. Their eyes carried warmth and something that looked like relief. A subtle but tangible shift in the compound's energy. A collective sigh of quiet contentment. Then Cora emerged from the large, sturdy main supply building, whose heavy timber door creaked open. Her eternal clipboard, a symbol of her organized reign, abandoned on a nearby rough-hewn wooden crate, she strode toward them with the purposeful energy of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Her stride long, confident, echoing slightly on the packed earth, radiating an almost palpable surge of anticipation. "You're here," she said, her voice, usually crisp and efficient, now rough, a little reedy, carrying the particular thickness that came with emotions too large for ordinary words. It broke slightly on the last word, charged with an intensity that vibrated in the cool evening air. "You're actually here." She didn't pause for social niceties or careful approaches. Instead, she closed the distance in a rush, pulling Raven straight into a fierce, crushing embrace, her arms wrapping around her with the surprising strength of someone who hugged like she meant it, squeezing the breath from her lungs. The gesture was so unexpected, so completely genuine, so raw and honest, that Raven stiffened for a heartbeat, her reflex born of years of guardedness, before melting into the solid, unyielding warmth of unconditional acceptance, feeling the soft wool of Cora's tunic, the comforting scent of herbs and wood smoke clinging to her. Laughter broke free from somewhere deep in her chest. A sound she barely recognized. Bright, almost chiming. A startled burst of pure, unadulterated delight. Escaping on a shaky exhale. When was the last time someone had hugged her like this? Like her presence was a gift rather than an obligation. "About time you made us permanent," Cora said against her shoulder, her voice muffled, a low, satisfied murmur that vibrated through Raven's bones, carrying the quiet triumph and satisfaction of someone whose patience had finally been rewarded. Raven's eyes burned with a rush of heat, but these were tears that felt clean instead of bitter. A fresh wellspring, her throat caught, tightening, emotions rising, as she laughed through the overflow of emotion, a shaky, breathless sound, mingled with an almost silent sob. "Guess I was the last one to figure that out." Antonio stood several paces away, his gaze unwavering, a silent testament to his understanding. He watched this interaction with an expression that combined pride and contentment and something deeper, the particular joy that came from seeing puzzle pieces finally click into their proper places. A subtle shift in his aura, a deeper glow in his eyes, reflected the profound satisfaction radiating from him. Beneath his calm exterior, his internal wolf rumbled, a low, resonant purr that vibrated in the air around him, a deep, primal song of completion and belonging that only another supernatural could truly sense, a subtle, magical hum of pack coalescing. She belonged here, and everyone could see it. It wasn't just in their softened gazes or relaxed postures. It was a tangible shift in the compound's very atmosphere, a collective exhale, a quiet, shared understanding that settled over the clearing like a warm, visible blanket of acceptance. When Cora finally released her from the embrace, stepping back with eyes still bright with welcome, her smile wide and unreserved, Raven's body, still vibrating from the emotional embrace, turned instinctively toward Antonio, as if drawn by an invisible thread. He stood with his hand extended, palm up, patient and certain. An invitation, steady and strong, radiating a quiet, unwavering confidence. She took it without hesitation, her hand sliding into his, a perfect fit, skin against skin, the rough warmth of his palm, a comforting contrast to her own, slender fingers. Their fingers intertwined with the natural ease of two people who had finally stopped fighting what they both wanted. An instantaneous connection, a current of shared understanding, sealing not just a bond but a destination. The compound continued its evening symphony around them, the rhythmic clang of pots from the communal kitchen, the distant shouts of children being called in for dinner, the low hum of adult conversations, all interwoven with the rustle of leaves and the chirp of crickets as twilight deepened. The eternal rhythm of community life flowed like a river around the rocks of individual moments. But to Raven, standing in the center of it all, with Antonio's steady presence beside her, his hand a conduit of strength, and Cora's acceptance still warm on her shoulders, it felt like the world had fundamentally shifted. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a new harmony, a subtle, magical resonance that hummed with acceptance. No longer an outsider peering through windows at lives she couldn't join. The phantom chill of past rejections receding like a tide. No longer someone begging for scraps of attention from people who would never see her worth. The sharp, aching loneliness of being an observer, pressing her face against the cold glass of other people's lives, dissolved. For the first time in her life, she wasn't leaving something behind in hope of finding something better. She was arriving. This wasn't a departure, it was an arrival, a deep, resonant thrum in her very soul, a sense of rightness that settled deep in her bones. Coming home to a place and people who had been waiting for her to be ready to claim what was hers. The air, alive with the sense of pine and wood smoke and the rich, musky tang of wolf, felt like a breath she'd been holding her entire life. Finally released. The sensation was so foreign, so completely at odds with every other major transition in her life, that the sheer, overwhelming novelty of it stole the air from her lungs, a breathtaking surge of emotion. But as she looked around at faces that reflected genuine welcome instead of polite tolerance, their eyes shining with open, unguarded warmth, their smiles genuine. As she felt Antonio's thumb brush across her knuckles in a quiet celebration, a small rhythmic comfort, a silent, powerful affirmation, she realized that foreign didn't mean wrong. It just meant something new. And new, for once, felt like exactly where she was supposed to be. The word new resonated with a quiet power, a promise of untouched possibility. Not a void, but a vibrant, unfolding future. And in this moment, bathed in the soft, fading light of the mountain evening, cradled by the sounds of community and the steady presence of the man beside her, Raven felt a profound, unwavering certainty that this was her ground, her anchor, her beginning. The night wrapped around the compound like a bolt of black velvet, cool and impossibly soft, dense with the particular, profound quietness that descended only after a day of honest work. High above, the mountain sky was a spill of obsidian, shattered by a billion pinpricks of cold, silver fire. The stars scattered with an impossible, arrogant abundance, their ancient light mingling with the warm, honeyed glow of oil lanterns strung between rough-hewn cabins and storehouses. These man-made constellations painted buttery pools of light on the hard-packed earth, their flames dancing and guttering in a breeze that whispered secrets through the tall pines. The air itself was a layered tapestry of scent, the sharp, clean kiss of pine sap, the rich, comforting perfume of seasoned wood smoke curling from stone chimneys, the lingering, savory ghosts of a communal stew from the kitchen, onions, rosemary, venison, and beneath it all, the crisp green aroma of sage, thyme, and wolfsbane, still hanging in bunches to dry under protective eaves. Raven stood on the wide, weathered porch of Antonio's cabin. Their cabin, she corrected herself with a faint, private smile, the mental pronoun shift still a novel and thrilling weight on her tongue. Her arms folded against the splintery grain of the wooden railing. The wood bore the marks of weather and time, grooves worn smooth by decades of rain and countless hands just like hers. This quiet observation had become her evening ritual over the past 3 months. A moment to breathe in a world that had, against all odds, somehow become hers. Below, in the moon-washed clearing, the last of the day's activities were winding down. The low, melodic murmur of voices drifted from the communal fire pit, where the silhouettes of pack members were gathered, their laughter a soft, rhythmic counterpoint to the crackle of flames. Somewhere in the shadowed distance, beyond the ring of light, The younger wolves were running moonlit training exercises. The sounds of their movement were a symphony of the wild. The soft thud of paws on damp earth, playful growls that rumbled like distant thunder, and sharp, joyful barks that carried on the chill night breeze before being swallowed by the forest. The steady, deep rhythm of this community life flowed around her like a powerful, unseen river, constant, comforting, and utterly alien to the brittle, silent existence she'd known before. This was her view now. Her people. Her home. The thought still had the power to make her chest constrict with a wonder so acute it was almost pain. Footsteps approached behind her on the old porch boards, their cadence deliberate and familiar. A heavy, confident tread designed to announce a presence without startling. She didn't need to turn. Her body had learned the unique music of him. The specific pattern of creaks under his weight. The subtle displacement of the air as he moved. The faint scent of leather. Clean sweat. And the wild, ozone-electric tang of his wolf that always preceded him. Antonio stepped to her side, the solid warmth of his broad shoulder brushing against hers as he settled into the space they had claimed as theirs. Heat radiated from him, a living furnace that chased the encroaching mountain chill from her skin and made her relax the grip on her woolen sweater. For several minutes they stood together in a silence that was more intimate than any conversation, watching their home settle into its nocturnal rhythm. The scene was alive with whispered sounds, the mournful call of a distant owl, the rustle of some small creature in the underbrush, the sigh of the wind. "The quarterly reports came in today," she said finally, her voice cutting the comfortable quiet with the practical, familiar rhythm they'd built. "Revenue's up 18% from last quarter, and we're running well under budget on operational expenses." She could feel the cool, smooth grain of the railing under her fingertips, a grounding sensation. "Good," he said, but the single word was distant, his deep voice carrying a distraction that told her his thoughts were far from columns of numbers and balance sheets. "The new equipment lease agreements are saving us nearly $3,000 a month, and the workers' comp audit came back clean. No compliance issues found." She paused, listening to the rustle of leaves in the pause, then added with a note of fierce professional satisfaction, "We're running like a proper business now instead of just surviving like one." Antonio's mouth curved upward, a faint smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "You sound proud." "I am proud," she said, turning to face him fully, her hip against the railing. The lantern light caught the flecks of gold in his dark eyes. 3 months ago, you were one audit away from serious legal troubles. Now, you're positioned for sustainable growth. That's good work. Your good work." The acknowledgement sent a wave of warmth through her chest, but she shook her head, a dark curl falling across her cheek. "Our good work. I just organized what was already there. You built something worth organizing." His expression shifted, the levity melting away to reveal something heavier, more profound, a weight that made her pulse stutter and quicken. "You know I don't waste words." "I know." It was one of the things she'd learned to love about him. The way he spoke only when he had something worth saying. The gravity that even simple statements carried when filtered through his particular brand of careful honesty. "I've been thinking," he continued, his gaze fixed on the dark horizon, where the jagged teeth of the forest met the star-scattered sky. "All those nights you texted me, when you thought I was Rachel, when you poured out everything you were carrying." He paused, and she could almost see him searching for the right shape for his thoughts, a man more accustomed to action than confession. "I thought I was just helping, that I was the strong one holding someone else up while they figured out how to stand again." Raven turned slightly toward him, caught by the new, unvarnished vulnerability in his tone, a rawness that didn't come easily to someone whose entire life had been built around being the unshakable solution. "But the truth is," he said, his voice dropping to a husky murmur that vibrated in the space between them, "I needed it. I need you. I was surrounded by people who respected me, who looked to me for answers and direction and strength. But I was still alone in all the ways that mattered. Until you. Her chest tightened, tears stinging her eyes with the sudden sharp clarity of recognition. She'd thought their late-night conversations had been a charity. Him throwing a lifeline to someone drowning in her own inadequacy. She'd never once considered that he might have been drowning too, in a different, deeper kind of isolation. The isolation of command. "Antonio," she began, her voice thick, but he shook his head gently, a silent plea. "Let me finish." His hand found hers on the railing, his calloused, work-roughened fingers intertwining with hers with a natural ease that felt like destiny. "You've given me more than loyalty or duty or any of the things I thought I needed to survive. You gave me laughter in a world that had forgotten how to be anything but serious. You gave me someone who saw me as more than just the alpha who fixed everyone else's problems." He turned to face her fully, his free hand coming up to cup her cheek with the reverent care of someone handling something precious beyond measure. His thumb brushed her skin, and she felt the faint tremor in his touch. "You gave me back myself!" The words hit her with the force of a physical blow, stealing the air from her lungs. Her throat closed completely, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he was saying. That somehow, in her brokenness, she had offered a salve for him. "I didn't think anyone could ever say that about me," she whispered, the admission cracking as it escaped. "I spent my whole life feeling invisible, like I was taking up space that would be better used by someone more important." His thumb brushed away the single tear that had escaped her careful control, his touch infinitely gentle. "I don't just want you in my pack," he said, each word deliberate and weighted with absolute certainty, a vow etched into the night itself. "I want you in my life, always. However long that turns out to be. Whatever challenges come our way. I want to face all of it with you." Raven pressed her forehead against his, her entire world narrowing to the warm puff of his breath against her skin, the scent of him filling her senses. The steady, solid presence of his body anchoring her to this moment, this place, this impossible, hard-won happiness. "Then you have me," she whispered, the words carrying the weight of vows spoken in grand cathedrals. "Always." Their lips met in a kiss that was less a collision and more a sealing. It was not desperate or hungry, but steady, certain, and deep. Full of all the unspoken promises and shared tomorrows they were now choosing to build together. It tasted of trust and wood smoke and coming home. When they finally parted, it was only far enough to breathe. Their foreheads still touching, their hands still fiercely entwined. Raven hesitated, something flickering across her expression. A mixture of awe and trepidation that made Antonio's wolf stir with primal attention. Her free hand drifted down almost without conscious thought, her palm coming to rest lightly against the soft curve of her stomach beneath her sweater. A gesture so subtle and protective he would have missed it, had he not been watching her every micro-expression. "I may have one more secret," she murmured, her voice carrying the particular tremor that came with news, too large and precious to be spoken carelessly into the world. Antonio went preternaturally still, his eyes searching her face as the meaning of her words and that unconscious, guarding gesture sank into him with crystalline, staggering clarity. Understanding bloomed in his expression, like the first brilliant ray of sunrise over the mountain peaks, followed immediately by a joy so profound it seemed to light him from within. A low, resonant rumble started in his chest. His wolf didn't just purr, it sang. A sound of pure, undiluted contentment that vibrated through his bones and into hers, making the world feel suddenly impossibly perfect. He kissed her again, deeper this time, pouring every ounce of wonder, commitment, and fierce, incandescent joy he couldn't yet shape into words into the connection between them. When he finally pulled back, his voice was rough with emotion but absolute in its certainty. "My love." The endearment settled over her like a benediction, carrying all the weight of belonging she'd spent her entire life seeking. Raven's smile broke through her tears like sunlight after a storm, radiant with the kind of happiness that didn't feel fragile or temporary, but solid, enduring, and real. For once in her life, joy didn't feel like a trick or a trap, or something that would be snatched away the moment she grew comfortable with it. It felt like home. Like the place she was always meant to arrive at, with the person she was always meant to find there waiting for her. Above them, the stars continued their ancient dance, witnesses to promises made and kept, to love found in the most unlikely places, to the particular magic that happened when two lonely people discovered they didn't have to be lonely anymore. And in the distance, the compound settled into peaceful sleep, secure in the knowledge that their alpha had found what he'd been missing, that the pack was complete in ways it hadn't been before, and that some stories really did end with everyone finding exactly where they belonged. That's the end of this tale. But in the world of the supernatural, there's always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there's more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Don't forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave, and never stop listening.